welcome to the show. Iceman will have moments where he can contend with TBNT. What is the response here? Okay, so it's full disengage with this Bastion ultimate. Oh, Psycho! Good Suzu there. Well done, but Iceman not kept alive for long enough. That is a nice headshot there from Simple, and VP have no business being here right now. It is a full disengage.
The issue, though, is that VP, I mean, you see where the box of victory is. Series on the line. I mean, you're going to have to just throw bodies at this.
That Simple pick might have lobotomized Virtus.pro in one fell swoop. There's a contest here in the far reaches of this Neon Junction map. It's Iceman playing up close on the card. Kev still with a bowler shot, needs to connect this, but it might be too little too late again. Iceman and Psycho are down, and Twisted Minds have returned to form here at LAN, where it really counts. They notch up a 2-0.
Yeah, you think of like the skybox, right? But like down like where you kind of see your instant death on the side of the map.
Oh my god.
You didn't drag him down far enough. I mean, dude, the movement here is crazy.
Listen, I don't want to hear it. You all have been asking for Jetpack Cat for literally years. Literally years. Careful what you wish for, folks. Knife here.
Override protocol over the top.
Found a very early kill to stop the right click there, and is able to be kept topped up. This is dominant. This is the Zeta division we were expecting to see. GK's Dark Horse moniker only gets them so far against this.
I can't imagine dealing with Proper on the Tracer and then Violet just basically playing another Tracer. Yeah, just takes out Alfie here. We're gonna get a potentially a nano on a Proper here. Just launches him into the spawn.
Yeet. Okay, recall though required for Proper.
The recall brings him back that like high ground though around the corner. That's like pretty crazy.
Ziad inching forward now. Banara's been hard to shift.
This ends now.
Okay, overclock time for Labdo. He's really got to make the difference here. He's got to break this game wide open. Kenkai Sanctuary comes down to make it a little bit safer for Labdo to play here. And Banara's taking the brunt of things, but a self-destruct and a remake opportunity could be huge. Grenade, catnap, Kellex dealt with by a Proper. This is about as good as it gets. It's dominance, folks. Pure and simple, as Zeta Division have decided to win the game.
And you see a lot of the time when we're on with Violet, like the movement, right? Using like the lifeline so we can kind of like 3P see around corners. This has been an absolute blowout in our third and final map. GK, awesome on New Junk City, but Zeta Division has just turned up here on Route 66. Pulse bomb here from Proper would most certainly seal the deal.
On to Freya. Interesting choice. Violet grenade there on Labdo. It's a little bit dangerous for him for the time being. His pulse bomb being cradled, being hatched even. Bernard looks to the coast here to try and maybe find some pressure on Finn, but a little bit low and now in a bit of an awkward spot. Needs to double back. Proper's gone down to Kellex though. Might have been a chain even involved in that elimination, but there's Violet yet again. He found Labdo. No more Freya in the mix, and Shu this time gets the VIP treatment. Flown up for a moment into the ideal sideline to keep his team alive, and there's a nano here for Bernard to make it very, very sticky to clear this Diva from the point. Dive goes in. Bernard joined by Violet. There's going to be time enough for Proper to get back into the fight with the pulse bomb he was sitting on earlier. Fighting over the mega health pack is Bernard, and Kellex has eventually fallen. Self-destruct, nudged off the edge. Not to be! First Korea, now EMEA. Zeta Division's claim to the championship grows louder with every vanquished opponent.
To get one more fight chance if they lose the first fight on defense. But this moment here, Weibo did the same thing. This was something that Falcons, when they take the TP, they instantly take the teleport. There's no dilly-dallying, there's no baiting. So everyone knows when they see that Symmetra teleport come up, that Falcons will all come through afterwards to be able to send out things like the Freya bowler shot. And you can see like that reality. The fact that you might be seeing your key crushed after last year, you were the one crushing key after key after key. That's starting to set in.
Zest and Bliss. The perfect Cat Bastion duo. 0 deaths.
T1, by the way, I should point this out, did not play Cat Bastion so far this tournament. They looked at Falcon's history. They saw how hard they struggled into the Cat Bastion. They're playing it themselves as someone.
Look at this classic.
It has to be a close hold.
We playing right up to the doors. Checkmate's playing this sim too. There is a way to get out of this fight if they need it, but this is going to be the big problem. Zest is just going to hold
this high ground, I say high ground, the top of the skybox, and shoot down. Merit's already really low. Someone, where's your shield at? Where is it gone? It's already dead, and Merit's gonna follow. This close hold is just not it against this Cat Bastion.
No.
And time's ticking.
First fight lost. Vulcans having that extra distance, having lost the last fight on defense, now will come into play because it buys them one more chance, one more team fight, but they will have no space, no ultimate. It all comes down to this one last fight, and Pride's about to hit bowler shot, but before they can even touch the point, they have to get past the Cat Bastion.
Can they actually get an early pick? This golden box to victory is just so damn close. Proud is trying his darndest right now to shoot Checkmate, who's around half HP currently. But if you're on this side of the map for T1, you have so much to kind of hide behind. Here comes the barrage from Zest. Here comes the Polar 2, and it is absolutely massive. Shio just detonates in the front line, and your reigning EWC champions are going to get crushed. T1, they soar above the Falcons to claim their playoff spot.
Stop here. Nice Suzu there from Cloud. Though Nico doesn't get disrupted whatsoever, and Sugarfree's not in a position to meaningfully contribute. So Hawk goes for nothing. Another Suzu's down. He's been so well timed. Cloud obviously with the cooldown reduction is able just to dole those out.
I think this is like ultimately okay though, as you know, Sugar-Free is going to get staggered out here towards the end. Then you're going to get another fight, right?
Slay built his cat twice while Admiral was still sitting.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, while Slay is just a different beast right on the cat. Just so much healing and damage output. You'll have the Death Blossom to break the cage of KSG. Be an artillery for Nico. See exactly where these are coming from. It'll be the cage. Oh, and they do a nice job getting rid of Sugar-Free instantly.
Oh, Dragon dropping in. That is big. Farrell still keep their hopes alive now. SSG always willing to accept that discretion is a better part of valor. Have fully disengaged away from this, but can they get back in time? Lethal trying to set something up with that ultimate, but it's a disengage from Farrell here. They do not want a bar of it. What are they doing?
They're giving up so much space, man.
Could they not just push that through? They have the numbers still. Very, very safe play, but I wonder if they let a golden opportunity go begging just now. They're going to play around Top Dragon. Death Blossom, and he throws it instantly. Ultraviolet is down. The stun comes in, though, and Top Dragon is knocked out of the game. Hawk's able to find two massive eliminations, and Sugar-Free tends to the card. Still, there's fighting to be done. Charge there for KSG. Admiral being hunted by Slay, but he can't finish the job. With Nico falling, Slay's going to go back, but there's only 10 seconds left.
Oh, and it feels like Barrel just kind of disengaging from that previous fight, just playing way too passive at that moment, may have just let SSG take this one.
He has to stall, he has to get overtime, but the cage fight is going to be in place, and Farrell can only send Top Dragon, the person that catapulted them onto the international stage, to try and keep them in the game. Hawk pushing out, TP forward there by Top Dragon, and they know it, they're ready for him. Admiral cleans up the Reaper, charging from Hawk, knockdown on KSG, and it's all gone horribly wrong for Farrell at the start of this fight. No Malga, no problem for Space Station Gaming. They'll run it on down, and Slay has been felled. Staying in orbit, SSG preserve their right to reach for the stars.
Psycho has the pulse bomb. Callan's about to run out of block.
So you have to get back. Yeah, you can't really stay around here whatsoever. Luke Camino dashing forward briefly. He's going to have to give up control of the point.
Good Vortex from Ice as well, just to make sure that Dalsfield can't close up the distance and stop Virtus.pro's cap. What's Sunjin up to, though?
Needs to hit a pulse. All that. All Chronic. Just opening the fire again. Sure.
Oh, that pulse was filthy. Soundbite from Fixer's going to save, and those they try and barrel on forward without Psycho now. It's a 4v5 in the front line as Chronic and Fixer end up trading. A cap coming through for the Dallas Fuel as well. They've got ults. They managed to flip the fight on this team. I mean, Virtus.pro need to react now. Sunjin trying to close the doors on Kevster, who goes dangerously low, but Sunjin doesn't have a recall to play around. Psycho's now going to match up in the 1v1 as this rush from the Virtus.pro side of things is just basically useless.
It's off point.
There's 3 ults for VP. Icedom's going to rip the Annihilation just to try and stay alive. They need the support to get back, but Chronic ends up just isolating him and getting the kill. Oh, and the pulse bomb too. Shrugs it off.
great Susie from CJ. Chronic just stands still, has full trust that his Kiriko will be able to cleanse him, and Dallas Fuel holds strong. Sanctuary should be able to absorb Kev's to spree, so Virtus.pro can't even hinge their hopes on that.
Extending the fight is what is key here for the Fuel. Get this to OT, get these ults, and get the win. Nerves from Kellen don't look apparent right now. Full confidence from the tank, from the Fuel. There's a spree from Kevster. He needs to also make a big impact. Only ult for VP right now. There's the Annihilation, the Sanctuary. There's just so much to try and deal with here. Kevster dashes in with the spree, shuts down Sonja, but Ice Dome, the front line for VP, already gone. The Dallas Fuel, it's a 4v4 and they have control. Landon toppled. Virtus.pro coming back on the wrecking ball to get a final touch, but NA's best here. NA's #1 seed dismantling VP. Ice Dome's going to be able to get another retouch here, but the hopes and dreams of EMEA are fading. Sonjin with a pulse too. Desperation from VP. It's 5, 6, 7 touches, but you're going to need a whole lot more than that to stop Chronic. Dallas Fuel do it in 2. They secure their spot in the playoffs. VP and EMEA, their keys are getting crushed. FACEIT's going to clean up. The ultimate economy game from GK is sublime.
It feels like Finn was using that amplification to bait the shatter as well, with how ready Ziad is on the Sigma shield to be able to stop it. And JD Gaming, Pineapple, is now onto the Bastion, just to try to have any form of burst damage on that Symmetra teleporter movement.
Actuating the barrier. All right, Kaneki with the TP gets the team across the chasm. Ziad kind of playing with his food right now, just waiting for them to appear. The spheres aren't hitting anything, so he knows something's up. The flux on the height is going to be big. He ends up hitting 3. Nice wall in response. The team are going to be immune to pretty much everything right now, but look at the damage actually being thrown in. That wall's going to get deleted in just a moment. Alfie's going to deploy a wall of his own, and now this Monk window from the high ground might be what they need to win this fight. Shooting at the wall means it's going to get deleted. That health is going to get chunked down pretty readily, especially with this Bastion now.
Yeah, just sitting behind the amplification matrix.
They're not pushing, by the way.
Done, and yeah, Cart just static.
Soundbar from Mewtwo ends up hitting 3. Quick teleport, a reposition from Lambda. Kellex goes dangerously low as they've ended up swapping the map again. Like, what world are we in? It's like the Mad Hatter's table.
Oh, Ziad trying to stand up.
Oh, Kaneki.
But it's Lambda.
30 seconds to go as well, Moxie. They need to hit a reset here.
I don't think they'll let them, though. GK just keep applying pressure.
Yeah, Mewtwo's just going to go down as well. He's not with the rest of the team. Bellisree tries to get an emergency pin, emergency kill, anything to stay alive.
This feels like round. Monk has to use Immortality Field just to live.
It's over. They're just going to leave Monk. You can push the payload, don't matter. It really just does not matter. You've not got a chance to get back in.
This is done. GK locking down Route 66, might as well have the key already on the Crusher.
Bellisree is going to get another touch here. A little final one. Overtime does end up getting triggered, but they got a beat, they got a flux coming up, they got a window, they got everything they need. Monk has to be the savior, but they're just too distracted with their own small little tasks. A nice 2-player flux. Mewtwo, Pineapple put in the dirt. JD Gaming are gonna go down. GK Esports, they secure that final spot in the playoffs.
You guys are so loud, so dedicated, so energetic, so passionate. I want to know what is the strategy behind each of your organization to cultivate such an incredible fan base? I'm gonna start with you.
For Vietnam, for us, we were able to fly over 30 super fans over from Vietnam. Many of them, this is their first time leaving the country. A lot of them, all of them, first time being in Paris. So for us to have front row seats, not only are they watching GAM, but they're also watching T1. We don't have as many fans as KC here, but we try to do our part to bring the energy. But
a lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why?
you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Hey guys, we're Team Liquid, and today we're going to be attempting to decipher some French voice lines from Overwatch.
On est sur une bonne lancée. Ne gâchons pas tout.
Dude, I don't even know what character that is.
Okay, wait. They sounded like stern. They were talking pretty stern.
Maybe it's
right?
Ash.
Bro, I feel like it could be Alari or something, low-key.
Alari could be good.
Alari's not a bad shout. No, honestly, I'm gonna guess Alari.
I'm fine going with Alari.
Oh, Ash. Oh, I trolled.
It's
Yeah,
fine, it's fine.
Moi qui croyais que t'allais me donner du fil à retordre.
Juno.
Juno? Oh, yeah.
Juno. I think it's Juno because you could hear like her head mask filter, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's definitely Juno.
Diva? Oh my god.
That was Diva?
Okay, we're getting cooked right now.
Okay.
All right, let's come back. We got this.
Je croyais en avoir fini, mais on dirait que non.
No, that's definitely Sombra. Dude, you can hear the sass in the voice, bro. That's definitely Sombra.
Okay, Sombra's our final guess. Oh my god, we're getting good.
Nous naissons tous fous. Quelques-uns le demeurent.
Wait, that's definitely Zarya. Yeah.
Zarya.
Okay, we got
Zarya
that
for sure.
Definitely Zarya.
Okay, let's go Zarya.
No. How is that not Zarya?
No, okay, it's fine. You know we're good.
Je suis bien à la maison. Tous mes crochets sont là.
Roadhog. That's Roadhog.
Yeah.
That's
okay,
Roadhog.
no, if that is another character,
Roadhog.
if that is another character, that's gonna be insane.
Imagine it's like Alari or Juno. Yeah, let's go Roadhog.
Yeah, just Roadhog. Okay,
we got one. We're on the board.
I don't think I ever would have trusted myself again in anything if it wasn't Roadhog.
At least we're on the board.
Y'a pas à tortiller. Pour que ce soit bien fait, il faut le faire soi-même.
Well, what about Torb?
I'm thinking either Torb or Junk, honestly. That's what I'm leaning with.
I think it's more Torb because the voice line with Junk, I would have had him laughing.
So let's go Torbjorn.
Oh,
okay. Nice.
Tu n'as jamais l'impression d'être un simple vigile qui surveille le gantelet de Doomfist?
Doomfist.
Oh, wait, yeah. You're right.
Doomfist. Let's be a little nice because we don't speak French. Maybe like a 4 out of 10, maybe.
Dude, I'd say like 3.5.
Okay, we can go 3.5. That's what we'll rate ourselves.
I'd say 3.5.
Thank you everyone for watching. This has been Team Liquid trying to decipher French voice lines. We did very poorly, but thank you all for the support.
I need to learn from these guys over here because they are absolutely
What's
nuts.
the secret?
Actually, the secret is to let the fans do what they want to do.
Yes.
To be very transparent, we don't control them. They have their own association where they organize themselves. We just try to create the connections between the organizer and the fans. We are very happy to be at the EWC because everything is made for the fans here.
Yeah.
And they are very, very happy. And then when we play, they are just themselves, you know?
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
We're going to be looking at ranking all of our teams that we have participating. So I'm Gut Moxie. I'm joined here by Landon, Psycho, and Fixer from Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro, and I'm going to be throwing a whole bunch of team names at you, and I want you guys to give me a rank in Overwatch terms of where you would place. It can be anything, bronze to champion. So let's start off with our defending title champion teams, Team Falcons.
What do you guys think? like Champ 3, you know? Like, pretty good, but not like, you know.
Yeah, Champ 3?
Yeah.
3.
Champ 3 for Falcons, okay. Crazy Raccoon.
Champ 1?
Yeah, Champ 1.
Yeah.
Do you think Crazy Raccoon highest of everyone?
Yeah, probably them or us. Yeah, highest level.
Okay. Team Liquid. Let's have a look at some NA versus EMEA action.
Champ 4?
Maybe a little lower.
Do you mind to down GM?
Maybe like GM1.
GM1. GM1, okay.
GM1.
I'm down to 7 on GM1.
Maybe like high GM1, you know?
Okay.
Almost Champ 5, but they're getting there.
They're getting there, okay.
What about the Fuel? Higher or lower than Liquid?
Champ 4.
Yeah, Champ 4. Fuel are pretty good.
Yeah. Fuel are the best NA team by far, so Champ 4. Okay.
Virtus.pro.
Champ 1.
Champ 1.
Yeah. Champ 1.
99% Champ 1.
Oh, 100%.
Higher or lower than Crazy Raccoon?
Same.
Exact same.
Exact same. Perfectly level.
Yeah.
Space Station Gaming.
Bronze.
Down to 1. Yeah, maybe like bronze 2. We gotta leave room.
Yeah, maybe bronze 2.
Why so low for SSG?
They just haven't figured out their stuff yet, but they're getting there.
I'm thinking Master Build.
Masters?
Master Build, yeah. I'm down to.
That's too generous.
Maybe, we can go like silver.
Okay, we can silver 1.
Silver 1.
Or, yeah.
What about Twisted Minds, the teams that you've toppled to be able to take over EMEA?
Maybe Champ 4, like same as Dallas kind of.
Champ 4?
Champ.
I mean, maybe Champ 3.
Champ 2.
I would give them at least Champ 2.
Champ 2.
Champ 2.
Champ 2
Okay,
for
sure.
Team Secret.
I'm gonna go with the bronze 5 here.
The bronze 5?
I don't know the roster, so it can't be good.
They won the Pacific tournament.
AGAL.
Bronze 4. Moving up a little bit.
Let's put them in silver. Same as SSG. I think they're actually similar to SSG.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So what did we put SSG? Silver 1?
Yeah, silver 1.
Yeah, silver 1.
What about T1?
Champ 2 as well?
Yeah,
like
down.
TM?
Champ 2 or 3?
No, I'd put them same as TM probably.
TM?
Or maybe a little bit lower.
Maybe like
maybe same as TM.
Right in the middle, you know.
Varel.
What do you think, Fix?
Tough question. We haven't screamed at them, but
what would you expect?
I mean, they're looking good now.
I thought they're good. Maybe GM1?
GM1? I can go with GM1.
I'm down to GM1, yeah.
GM1 Champ 5, you know.
But we haven't scrimmed them, so
yeah.
9Z Globant.
Bronze. What's the lowest 5?
You're like bronze 5, 0%,
bronze
you know.
5.
Just a quick
Go
play.
into like Rust territory or?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe just quick play. It's not even ranked. Unranked team.
WBG, Weibo Gaming.
Haven't scrimmed them either, but
yeah, versus Chinese team.
They can't be that bad.
Champ 5?
Yeah, I'm down with Champ 5.
Champ 5 for WBG. JD Gaming.
GM1?
I don't know.
I mean,
they
Weibo,
won the Weibo.
Oh, they beat Weibo?
In the China stage.
Yeah. Like
but
in
not
one
in
of
the finals, right?
Not in the finals, but in one of the matches.
And if we put Weibo Champ 5, we should put JD GM1.
Yeah, GM1, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Zeta Division.
Champ 1?
Yeah, Champ 1. Part of the big
They have firepower.
Yeah, I agree.
Would you put them above or below Crazy Raccoon
Below.
and yourself?
Below?
Yeah, below.
Below for Zeta, so not on the same level as you and Crazy Raccoon.
But like right there, you know.
I mean, on their day, they can beat anyone, but in general,
Almost close, yeah, in general.
a little bit lower.
Okay, and our last one, GK Esports.
Champ 2 as well?
Yeah, I think Champ 2. GK's really good.
Okay, well, that does it. Not as spicy, I think, for some teams that we were expecting. Just as spicy for some teams that we were expecting. Thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck in your matches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hello and welcome to playoff day here in Paris at EWC. The Midseason Championship continues on as we are down to just the final 8 teams. The STC Arena is pumping as fans have filed in from around the globe. We've got people celebrating honeymoons, people who have been watching for over a decade, all here to watch their favorite players. I've got Jake and Reinforce, 2 of my favorite former players. And I want to start with you, Reinforce. This is playoff day. There's a specific energy in the venue. What is it?
This is one of the biggest events of the year, and now finally it comes down to the last 2 days. Single elimination, you have no extra life in the lower bracket. It's now or never.
Jake, there's a lot of pressure on these teams. The good news, though, is it's going to be first to 3, right? So we're going to have longer series, potentially more games. Are we going to go the distance?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get deeper in the strat book for all these teams. It's going to be a test of their preparation. Like Johnny said, no extra life, no excuses. It's time to put up or shut up. We got to crown a champion soon.
If you didn't catch up with the action yesterday, let's take a look at your bracket, remind you who is in the competition. Johnny, I want to start with you. In your playoff bracket, who is your favorite team to watch?
Well, we got to give a shout out to Crazy Raccoon. They are the reigning major champions from Champions Clash a couple of months ago, but they've been relatively untested so far, taking down Secret and then Space Station Gaming. But this is a team that is a force to be reckoned with, going up against T1 in their first matchup of today, and then potentially a matchup against their rival Set of Division waiting in the semi-finals. This is going to be an unbelievable gauntlet, but Crazy Raccoon, they have to be the favorites given they are the previous champions.
Crazy Raccoon, always a fan favorite. They put on so many highlights. Jake, are they the biggest threat in the bracket in your eyes?
I think it'd be maybe fair to say they're the biggest threat, but for me, when it comes to these offline events, when the chips are down and it's up to the best team in the world on stage in the moment, for me, I always have to consider Twisted Minds as a very serious name in that conversation. Quartz as an individual, for me, he's one of the best to ever do it in the hit scan role, and he's flanked by an incredible roster that is looking to go the distance here on land. They might be the 3rd place online from EMEA, but this is just a team that is a different animal entirely here on the stage.
Let's take a look here at Twisted Minds, because TVMT was taken over in that tank role. They also have a fantastic front line and the back line keeping everyone healthy. Is Yubi or Quartz the player to watch, though, today for TM?
I mean, they serve 2 very different purposes, and they are both equally skilled at their role. I mean, Yubi, best Symmetra player in the world, and usually we talk about all the Koreans, right? But in this case, it's all about Saudi Arabia's both Quartz and Yubi, huge contributors to the World Finals champions, Twisted Minds, still being very competitive tournament after tournament.
Both these teams looking to score in our club championship as well, as Twisted Minds finished top 4 last year. We'll see if they can make another run. 2 other teams to look out for, though. We've got to keep eyes on our North American squad and our Chinese teams. We'll be talking about them in just a moment. But Jake, as we close things out here on Twisted Minds, what is going to take for them to make it to a championship Sunday?
I mean, I think TVNT showed us some things we have not seen in a very long time in competitive Overwatch. The flexibility, the Reinhardt gameplay. I mean, it makes your heart sing, doesn't it?
Reinhardt gameplay.
I mean, crazy shatters. He's doing stuff that no one else in the world dares to try. And so for Twisted Minds, for me, it's TVNT, the tip of the spear, the one who's going to be tested in these next couple of days.
That, of course, is going to be the final match of the day as Twisted Minds takes on GK Esports. But Johnny, that 3rd match of the day is actually our Sony story to look at. So let's dive in deep. Why is Weibo Space Station such an exciting matchup for all these Overwatch fans?
Well, look, North America and China, 2 regions that are disappointing the last few majors, but now both of those regions find themselves fighting for a top 4 spot here at the Esports World Cup, and undoubtedly a huge storyline going into today, of course. Weibo Gaming, for years we've been waiting for them to win a tournament, and they just haven't been competitive enough. Now up against Space Station in our first matchup here in the playoffs. This is going to be an incredible matchup for 2 regions who are very invested in their performances.
Either China or North America is guaranteed top 4, and we had Ginny checking in with Weibo Gaming. Here's what they had to say.
Thank you, Puckett. I'm standing by here with Sin, who is the general manager for Weibo, and Sure, who is the team manager. And we're going to have a little bit of a discussion about the club championship points. So, Sin, I'm going to have to start with you here because you guys are doing really well. You already have 800 points with above top 8 finishes in TFT, in Street Fighter 6, as well as Overwatch now. And also on top of that, you had it for Fatal Fury. What was the plan this year for EWC to get all these points?
We first identify the top player or team in the every project worldwide and compare the offer and to select the best option. And the goal for selecting the player is to make it into the top 8. It's our goal, yeah.
And it's been very successful, so you guys did a very good job at that.
So far, we are doing well.
Yes, absolutely. You still have 2 more games, though, that are coming up as well in the future. Rainbow Six Siege and Chess. What do you think will be the outcome for those games?
I think Duda is a great master in chess. And he played very well in the qualified event. And defeats the Carlsen in the past. So I hope Duda and Carlsen can meet in the finals this year.
Oh, okay.
And Rainbow Six, we are the real Asian champion. They're very good. So I hope Rainbow Six, we can make the Asian history this year.
All right.
To make it into the top 4.
That would be very cool to see. I'm looking forward for that one. But of course, we also have you here joining us, and we have Overwatch happening today against SSG. So what are your expectations for this game? How do you think it will go?
So, I mean, we have 6 tremendous players in our Overwatch roster, and they are absolutely the king of China. And they met SSG a few times before in the big tournament, and I think you guys will know the answer.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Xie. I appreciate it for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day. And that's it from us. Bucket, back to you.
Awesome stuff there from Weibo. We got to turn our attention, though, to the squads representing Korea. Crazy Raccoon, we're all smiles today in the lobby. The vibes are high. What do we think about Stalker's crew coming into a big day Saturday?
I mean, we got to say that they're a bit of a sneaky contender here. Obviously, like I just talked about, they're one of the favorites here, Jake, but they haven't truly been tested. I've been talking a lot about Zeta Division, but he's saying Stalker. I mean, these giants, they're a force to be reckoned with.
On the other side of this fight, we have T1, and we saw Fleta, who used to be the meta as a pro player. He is now the coach of T1. Expectations for our squad that's trying to pull off the upset.
For T1, I feel like they've got to be the underdogs here. I mean, Crazy Raccoon are a team that has been here so many times. I mean, for them, a top 8, I don't even know that they feel the pressure just yet. I mean, for this is like a grand final type team. For T1, they've been that little brother, right, in the Korean region for some time, and you know, with only one life, it's hard to kind of really believe that they can get it done over Junbin and the boys.
Johnny, they may be little brother recently, but they were big brother to the Falcons in the matchup yesterday. Let's take a look at how they won their decider play-in.
Yeah, look, this is a team that has leveled up, and you saw the emotion in which they took down Team Falcons. It mattered so much to them, and I think this is another matchup in which they feel like if they can get over this hump and finally take down a team like Crazy Raccoon, that would be an enormous victory for them. Standout players like Zest, of course, who has a long history now in Overwatch Esports, but Donghak is the young talent for this team, who for years now have been playing at the top level, and he needs to be instrumental in today's matchup against Crazy Raccoon.
Donghak was so instrumental, taking out his former backline. Now he is moving on into the Final 8 as the Falcons are planning their planes home. Jake, we take a look, though, at T1. Their strongest portion of the game, is it Donghak in your eyes?
Oh, it's a tough team to really call their strongest player because they're so stacked across the board. I'd also look at a player like Skewed with a very long history. His stability on the Kiriko, you know, you're not going to necessarily see the flashy highlight plays so much out of him, but he's the one who's just never getting picked off early, always creating opportunities for the team to succeed, always making the right call in the clutch, and that's maybe the more important asset to have in this kind of a high-pressure scenario on LAN.
We've got some incredible T1 fans, but no one is bigger than this guy. He goes by the name of Poco. Known for his Poco bombs, now his live streaming. There's a double dose of Bucket, but Poco will be joining us here in a moment. Poco has been so fun to chat with, and to see his team here in the playoffs is a bit of surprise. Poco, are you here?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
I hear you now. Let's see if I can see your face.
Wonderful.
Poco, tell me a little bit about your team. How has T1 been playing, and why are you guys in the playoff bracket?
Why?
Yeah.
Why not? Come on, we are T1. Yesterday that was easy against Falcon, 2-0. I wasn't expecting anything else from my team. Today, I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be a little tougher. Crazy Raccoon, but I think they can do it. T1 is better when they have no pressure on their shoulder and they are the underdog, like you guys said. So I believe, I will say, if I had to do a prediction, 3-2, amazing.
3-2, amazing. I love it. Okay, let's switch roles here for a little bit. So you be the analyst this time. You obviously been watching your team play a lot of matches. Crazy Raccoon, a lot of experience against this team. When you look at the past few matchups between Crazy Raccoon and T1, what have you been seeing from these teams, like the compositions they're playing and this matchup? What are the important kind of parts for T1 to get over the finish line and take out Crazy Raccoon?
I'm not gonna leak anything, Reinforce. I know you, I know what you're trying to say, but no, I'm not gonna leak anything from what the coach have told me, but the boys got some stuff cooked and they're ready, don't worry. But yeah, T1 has a very unique style. I like Dongak a lot. I think he's the best Moga in the world, and yeah, I think they're going to impress you today.
They're cooking.
Yep.
I mean, Poco, a lot of young threats on this T1 team, and you said they're better as the underdogs. But of course, if they get this over the line, they're going to have to defeat one of the best teams in the game right now in Crazy Raccoon. In your eyes, this Crazy Raccoon squad, who do you think they need to stop the most? Who is the biggest threat on this team in the current meta?
It's tough to say. It's tough to choose. Like a good. But I think the backlane of Crazy Raccoon, especially Chorong, I think we're gonna have to focus him a lot and put pressure on the backlane. Maybe do some Ajax. Maybe go crazy.
Some Ajax, yeah.
Pogo, if I was looking to drop some subs, where are you streaming at tonight?
I'm gonna be streaming on my channel, twitch.tv.poco. Come guys, I can speak English pretty well, I think, and it's mostly French, but hey, come learn.
Go party with the French, Poco. We'll see you in a bit.
Thank you.
That is Poco. He'll be supporting T1, but on the other side of this fight, we have a Crazy Raccoon. They are the top dogs coming out of Korea, and they were favorites last year. They didn't accomplish their goal at EWC. Is this the time for revenge? We take a look at the roster. Walk me through these 5 players, Jake. Maybe 6 could be on the stage today.
He's saying in Stalker, you got to talk about this DPS lineup. Stalker is having a phenomenal year, maybe his best ever on the hit scan role, which is an insane thing to be saying considering his pedigree. You match him up with Heesang, maybe one of the most flexible players in the world, certainly a very serious contender anytime we talk about that asset in the DPS role. And then, of course, for me, it's Junbin on the tank. This guy is an absolute monster. Him versus Donghak is going to be a clash of titans. But also, of course, Poco mentioned this, the backline. For me, Chorong, one of the smartest players in the game, period. Like, you're trying to get this guy to Ajax, I just got to say good luck. Good luck. He doesn't really make mistakes.
He's not going to drop that Lucio beat too early, Johnny. Crazy Raccoon coming in with all kinds of confidence. Do they swap in Max or maybe Lip today?
Look, they're always going to sub in Max, and that's kind of been a big discussion point over the years. It's just like, you look so much better with Junbin. Why not just play Junbin all the time? But Max is their dedicated kind of brawl tank, pull out the Ramatra, stuff like that. So we're undoubtedly going to see Max today, and I think they look better with Max in the mix as well. But that is definitely a substitution to watch out for.
Keep your eyes on the tanks, and of course, always stay focused on the back line. We had Danny Lim talking with Vigilante, trying to keep his team up today.
What's good, everybody? I'm here joined by Vigilante from Crazy Raccoon. Now, Vigilante, I know you guys had a day off, and I'm pretty sure you guys were busy scrimming, but did you get to explore Paris? And if you did, what was your favorite thing about Paris? 자, 어제 좀 연습하느라고 스크림 때문에 좀 바쁘셨을 것 같은데, 그래도 좀 파리를 좀 이렇게 돌아다니시고 좀 여행을 조금 해보셨는지, 뭐 좋아하는 음식이라던가 좀 이런 거 좀 찾으셨나요?
에펠탑에 한번 가봤는데 그걸 제가 실제로 봐보니까 감회가 새롭더라고요. 사진으로만 보던 거예요.
I actually went to go see the Eiffel Tower with the team, and that was very eye-opening. It was something that I've always seen in pictures, so seeing it in person was very fresh and new. All right, let's talk about your match that is coming up very soon. You guys are facing off against T1. Vigilante, do you have any message for T1 members? 자, 곧 있을 경기, T1과의 경기가 있습니다. 좀 T1 멤버들, 이제 그 선수분들에게 한 말씀 하자면 어떤 말씀을 하고 싶으신가요?
아무래도 제가 있던 팀이라서 좀 잘 아니까 이제 그걸 토대로 상대해 보겠습니다.
Definitely. I mean, T1 is a very familiar team for me. I was in the team as well. I know all of the members, so I'll probably use that knowledge to get the win against T1 today. All right. How confident are you feeling for that match? 자, 좀 자신감이 있나요? 좀 2대 0으로 좀 쉽게 이길 수 있을 것 같으신가요?
가능하죠.
당연해요?
네,
2대 0?
그거 아니에요? 3선 아니에요?
Sorry guys, I messed up. It's not first to 2 anymore. It is first to 3. Yes, you're right. 3승이기 때문에 지금 3대 0으로 이기실 것 같으십니까?
가능할 것 같습니다.
All right, Vigilante says it is first to 3, so we will win. We will beat them 3-0 against T1. All right, Vigilante, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much. 화이팅 하시기 바랍니다. 화이팅!
화이팅!
Crazy Raccoon predicting a hot 3-0. We'll see if they're able to dish that out on the stage. And before we do, I want to check in with you gentlemen and of course the audience to find out how much faith do we have in Crazy Raccoon? Well, the pick'ems are in, Jake, and 77% of the fans believe that Crazy Raccoon is going to win this thing.
For me, that's about right. You know, Crazy Raccoon, I'd call them the favorites, but this is certainly a winnable one for T1. However, if they could win this, it's a huge narrative change, considering in the past, it's always been CR able to get it done here in the high pressure moments on land. So for T1, you know, they've been this exciting team to follow, but can they make it happen today?
Johnny, we got 20 seconds. Give me your pick 'em.
I got Crazy Raccoon in this one, but I want to go the distance. Let's make it 5 maps. 3-2.
Want to go 5 maps? Chat, let us know, how do you see this one playing out? Crazy Raccoon are the heavy favorites, but it's been chaos here at EWC, and we'll find out if T1 can cause it once again. Let's check in with the casters to get their thoughts.
Good morning, Paris. Yes, it's time to do your pick'ems. And this one's very important because we're starting the playoffs, so I brought some experts. We got Moxie and Jaws next to me. All right, guys, I need your help because I want to get all of my predictions right, okay? Starting with the first one, T1 versus Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon?
Crazy Raccoon. Going off of track record, Crazy Raccoon always win versus T1.
Crazy Raccoon 3-0 or 3-1?
T1, baby. I don't want to go Crazy Raccoon.
Okay, so it's
Okay, all right, it's split. I'm going to go with CR 3-1 then.
3-2.
What?
3-2.
3-2? 3-2?
3-1 in the past. 2-1, they've started really improving.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. 3-2 then. I'm going to go with Moxie's opinion. All right, let's go. The second one, Zeta Division versus Dallas Fuel. I think it's going to be Zeta getting the win 3-1.
Fuel, baby, every day.
Are you just doing this just to mess with me?
Zeta.
Zeta?
Zeta 3-1.
3-1. Zeta 3-1. Okay, let's go. Third one, big day for Chinese Overwatch. Weibo Gaming versus Space Station Gaming. I am going with Weibo 3-1.
Kushui on top, baby. Weibo.
Let's go.
All agreement. It has to be Weibo.
And last but not least, final match of the day, Twisted Minds versus GK. Twisted Minds 3-0 for me.
3-1. Twisted Minds.
3-2 Twisted Minds.
Hey, but we're all picking Twisted Minds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? Perfect. What do you guys think?
Thank you very much, Jaws and Moxie. Awesome to see their faces on the broadcast. And of course, you can hear their voice throughout the day. I want to hear your voices, though, as we dive into the tank discussion. We've got 2 greats on both sides of this fight. I want to start with Donghack, though. Everyone said if T1 is going to win, he could be an MVP performer. Johnny, when he's playing at his best, what heroes do you want to see him on? What does he bring to the table?
Well, the Maga has been a go-to tank hero for most of this tournament, and I think it's going to be critical today as well, in 2 aspects. The first one being, when T1 was quite competitive with Twisted Minds, he did a fantastic job of jumping onto UB, using the overrun at the right time to get on top of the Symmetra. And I think we might see a similar scenario today, getting on top of Heesang. Now also, yesterday he did a great job as well, getting on top of someone on the Ramatra. And so he shifts kind of his priority where he wants to overrun, depending on the matchup. And I think his kind of tactical decision-making today will be pivotal.
Jake, let's take a look at some of the numbers from Donghack and walk me through the ones that matter.
Yeah, you know, for Donghack, right, his individual skill, you can't question it, right? His effectiveness, it's here in the stats. It's pretty dominant. But for me, I mean, we talk about him a lot as a young player, as like this exciting up-and-comer, but he's been around long enough now. He's a leader on this team. This is the kind of player that not only it's about his individual performance in the match, what can he do on Maga? I want to see this guy talking. I want to see this guy leading and keeping the faith alive, because you know against Crazy Raccoon, it is not going to be a smooth and comfortable ride. That much is guaranteed.
And is he the only tank on T1?
No, actually, they have the Jasmine wedding in the mix as well.
Do we expect that to be seen on stage?
No.
On the other side, you mentioned we're going to see both tanks for Crazy Raccoon potentially. Where do you put Max in? Where do you put Jumbin in?
Well, look, Max is going to get playtime on New Junk City or like those close range kind of maps as well. Maybe even some hybrid maps if need be. We can go to something like a Neon Junction, honestly. There's been a map where maybe you can mix it up a little bit like that. But Junbin is going, I'm hoping for a Wrecking Ball matchup. Like, we haven't mentioned that, but like Junbin, Donghack, like we're looking forward to a Wrecking Ball matchup. It just doesn't seem to be the meta here at the moment.
Jake, with the final 30 seconds, I want to hear about the duelist, the DPS. Who is the best right now? Who can have the biggest impact when it comes to heroes?
Oh man, Zest versus Heesang, Proud versus Stalker. It's an embarrassment of riches here at the Esports World Cup. This is an amazing match to open the day with some of the highest skilled players in the world right now representing Korea. But for me, I got to give it to Crazy Raccoon. I mean, the pedigree of Stalker and Heesang, these guys have lifted trophies. Top 8 is nothing to them. A lot of pressure on T1.
The match is ready, and so are we. Lock in EWC because we're about to crush some keys.
The winners are rewarded, of course they are. But losers, it's brutal, it's punishing, It's crushing, quite literally, Lou.
Easy win, tough loss, easy win. So yeah, that's how I would describe it.
The top of NA is definitely better than the top of EU. About time we're back in consideration for top 3, top 2 regions. Whoever we end up playing in playoffs, watch out, we're coming for you.
没有人想在后面的比赛遇到我们。
아무래도 목숨을 하루하루 연장해온 저희가 매우 무서울 겁니다.
After this tournament, NA will be back.
그래도 저희가 제타라는 팀에서 우승을 많이 하긴 했는데 국제전에서는 우승이 아직 없어가지고 이번에 꼭 우승하고 싶고
حاب اشكر الجميع فيسد اللي حضروا الستيج واللي يتابعون اونلاين يعطيكم الف عافيه على الدعم وان شاء الله نبيض وجيه.
저희는 방심하지 않기 때문에 준비 단단히 하고 오셔야 될 것 같습니다.
Able to keep him alive. TBNT, hold on. Wait, TBNT! What is that? Virtus.pro give him a series of 1v1s and he is grinning. Nerves from Kellen don't look apparent right now. Full confidence, big impact. Only ult for VP right now. There's the Annihilation, the Sanctuary. There's just so much to try and deal with. Down Sonja, but Ice Dome, the front line for VP. Desperation from VP.
3 days ago, teams from all over the world arrived here in Paris. Now, some of them came armed with previous trophies and high expectations. Others came here hoping that this would be the tournament that changes everything.
But now, only 8 remain. Ils étaient 16, ils ne sont plus que 8, and from now on, there's nowhere left to fall. No lower bracket, no extra life, no revive button. À partir de maintenant, c'est do or die. Lose a match, and you're out. Ciao, bye-bye. Au revoir, Paris.
If you win, you take another step closer to the trophy, into the semi-finals. Now, I want to just get nice and tight on this right here in the center where the winner places their key. This says in Korean, nothing is granted, everything is earned. And that is pretty poetic to start off the day here.
Look, Ian learned Korean just for the occasion. As we're heading to a full Korean banger matchup, Ian, may I teach you how to encourage the teams in Korean? You just have to say, "Hwaiting."
Hwaiting! That means good luck, right?
Yeah, good luck, do your best, but do you feel like they're gonna need it?
I think everyone left standing needs it. Let's welcome our first team onto the stage. It's Crazy Raccoon! Champions Clash winners, the overall #1 seed. And through 3 days here in Paris, the standard remains exactly where they left it. They have not given an opponent enough oxygen to believe an upset was even possible. But domination in the groups guarantees nothing now. They arrived here as the favorites. Today, they begin the task of turning that label into a Paris championship.
And on the other side, the legendary, the one and only T1! The last time they were in Europe, it was for words. They finished 5th. But if they win here today, they are guaranteed to be top 4. Peuvent-ils enfin s'illustrer à l'international sur Overwatch? High stakes, high pressure, thousands of fans of all the world.
It's the benchmark against the breakthrough. Championship weekend begins now.
T1 with a single win against CR in the entirety of 2026, and they have played a grand total of 6 times already, Moxie. This will be their 7th in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and there is no lower bracket run, which means if T1 falter here, they are out of this tournament. But Crazy Raccoon, we expect expected to be dominant. T1, I think, have caught a lot of people by surprise with how scrappy they've been able to make a lot of their matches. And something to talk about yesterday, after they had such an easy victory versus Falcons, was the interview that Proud gave afterwards. He had something very insightful to say. He feels like T1 are very good at fighting and beating Symmetra teams. And Crazy Raccoon have been playing a whole lot of Symmetra lately.
Mauga ban. They mentioned it on the desk already how good Mauga has been at this tournament. It's actually CR banning it. Not too surprised. I think Jumbin would rather flex on something else.
Yeah, it's Domina. It for sure is Domina time coming out for Crazy Raccoon as they take us to Nepal. This is where we've seen them play the Domina. Not just always on Village as well. Sometimes they've liked to keep it on maps like Sanctum and Shrine. So very interesting to see how T1 tries to react to this. Domina, as we've talked about, is one of those heroes where I think we're still trying to work out where exactly she falls within the hierarchy of tanks. There's some pretty good swaps that you can make into her. Pharah has always been very problematic since you just shoot above the shield.
And it feels like the secret weapon for this tournament too. Like, we haven't seen a whole lot of Domina leading up into this. It's been a sprinkling, but yeah, after that last patch, you know what? Domina looking pretty spicy. Nepal is going to be the first map, and as we're in the quarterfinals now, Moxie, we're at that little group stage. We are in a 1st to 3. There's an extra chance, but like you mentioned a moment ago, there's no lower bracket here. A loss means your key is crushed and elimination from the tournament.
Two very hefty bans from both sides as well. Crazy Raccoon targeting the Mauga, which can be played on any map. T1 taking out the Bastion, which is 1 out of 2 chances that you have of removing the Bastion Cat. Crazy Raccoon could obviously still play the Cat if they want to, alongside something like Cassidy, or just pair it with a Kiriko, the way a lot of teams really seem to have evolved into using. But they'll be keeping Stalker on the Sojourn and Heesang on that Pharah. No Symmetra that T1 were hoping to be able to shut down. This was just the poke composition with so much damage.
Yeah, let's see if T1 have cooked up something a little different here to deal with Jumbin's Domina, which we know was coming. Nice teleport forward, but what a shot from Stalker to start off with. Proud sliding in front of his team to try and get an off angle on Heesang.
Stalker just trying to put punishment onto T1's disengagement as Crazy Raccoon get ready to keep up that presence on the point, but Donghak still alive, threatening presence on the side, but not on the point itself, which means that the first cap goes to CR.
T1 are in a bit of an odd spot right now. They are in this lower, and they are going to use the teleport to get out. Okay, way too dangerous to stay around. They teleport onto the Lucio as they try and chase down Chorong. Looks like Vigilante is going to be the first one to go down, though. Tried to TP in to save the Lucio, but ended up sacrificing himself as Bibs has been in the corner. Is going to put, well, Jumping in an odd spot. Half HP left, quickly deleted there with only Chorong to heal. And Zest makes short work of the backline.
Beautiful Suzu as well from Skewed, pressing it onto Donghak to make sure that you don't lose that tank. And we're starting to see T1's game plan. Avoid the Domina, but first force Jumbin to have to hold the point to stop the cap, then teleport onto Crazy Raccoon's players. So Heesang understands, okay, we have to find a way of out-rotating T1, we have to switch to the Sim.
Look at this, a really early rush here from Skewed. They're trying to beat Crazy Raccoon before they can set up, and it's working.
Yeah, this is actually going to buy them all of that point percent that they missed out. Also, puts a lot of pressure on how Stalker and Vigilante can use their rush too, right? T1 do not have to hold their ground to meet it. They can simply force Crazy Raccoon to have to burn an ultimate to force the space and exit.
Panopticon coming up for Jumbin. See if T want to go fast again. I mean, look, they've already set these turrets up as soon as Crazy Raccoon trying to move in. Feels like Donghak might try and do something funny with the Terror Surge. Although saying that, Crazy Raccoon actually teleporting themselves past that choke point. Now, they put the rush on the point. It's up to T1 to try and re-engage here, but Donghak's already half HP and he's used the gold. Terror Surge is going to get popped. Everybody's still just bathed in the glow of that Suzu, so they take basically no damage. Zest is now going to go down as Proud ends up sliding away. Stalker takes charge of the fight and snipes Donghak from across the way.
Oh, huge pick onto Zest. Allows Stalker's overclock to find so much ground. No sim, no sim wall. Bliss is forced to part with the beat to try to keep T1 standing, and they lose it. Crazy Raccoon now beat advantage and sim wall advantage. T1, they'll have to make a play to just warp point the way that Crazy Raccoon did with that sim wall, but Crazy Raccoon can hold their ground with the Lucio ult to stop the flip.
There's the sim wall as they TP on the point, but Crazy Raccoon have got the same idea. Sound barrier for Chorong as they now try and defend and keep hold of this point. It's going to be a little bit tougher against Donghak when he's got the Annihilation, but look at that. 5-man beats there for Crazy Raccoon as they barrel onto T1. Because Donghak has only just switched, he's only 56% towards that Annihilation, so we're looking maybe at only one fight from the ramp for T1.
Yeah, which is why Chorong feels the confidence to be able to use the beat aggressively as opposed to hold it defensively. And now for Crazy Raccoon, you tax T1's walk up to buy even more point percent, and then you fall back to make sure that you don't lose a player early. But by holding this close, they're stopping Zest teleport forward.
Jumbin already half HP. Chorong's going to try and go for an aggressive boop here, but has left his tank alone and isolated in the front line. Proud's got some easy pick-ins as Bliss ends up getting a double. Late touch here for T-Ron needed. They're just inting into the spawn. I mean, look at this. Bliss is the only one on the point. It's a team kill for T1 as Crazy Raccoon overextend.
Yeah, great touch from Bliss. Crazy Raccoon trying to do everything they can to just stop T1 from getting passed onto that point for the OT, but it allows T1 entrance back into the map. Vigilante with that rush, though, could be a difference.
The conk is so good. The AoE damage is nice, and Zest hits a nasty direct onto Chorong. Quick reset for Crazy Raccoon yet again, but they do end up using their rush. An Annihilation gets popped to the very end here to extend some of these deaths. Vigilante and Heesang going down really late, 10% to go, T1 hold.
Quick reset denied.
Oh, look at this.
Has to go for a fast touch.
Zest doesn't get the conk though. Surely it's going to be a touch from the ball or the cat or somebody. Chorong gets there eventually. Zest quickly deals with him, but waiting on the wings is Jumbin. He ends up getting booped off, but the OT is still ticking down. Another boop, another conk. Not quite going to get there. But they ain't got numbers, they ain't got health, they ain't got nothing to save them now. A wall, maybe, but no. T1, they've got sound barrier, they got barrage, they got everything. Round one for T1.
T1, it feels, reading Crazy Raccoon's playbook. Swapping to that Pharah, being able to put so much more pressure around the team since the Domina does nothing to be able to shut it down. Beautiful concussive too. As T1 understands, rush advantage to Crazy Raccoon if they're allowed out of choke onto point to use that rush. That is the flip. You can't stand up to it. You will lose players, and you have to play for the second stage. But playing for second stage is risky when you know that Overclock is waiting on the other side that you cannot compete with. Now though, surely, as we head to maps like Village, we'll see that Domina continue. Or do Crazy Raccoon feel like that strategy has been spent with the swap onto the Pharah? No, Jumbin rolls out on the Domina once more as we head to Shrine.
They've got to have had so much practice with this comp at this point. Looks like T1 are going to change things up though. Proud on the M-Ray, Zest, Reaper. More dangerous for Jumbin to kind of stay around. You can already see how much damage is being he's taking. I mean, what, sub 100 HP as soon as he walks up the little ramp, and the shield doesn't exactly last too long.
No pressure on Proud as well. His health bar has not dropped once.
It's very much a front-to-back comp with Crazy Raccoon playing with the Domina and then using Heesang to burn people in the front line. But Zest is going to be able to match that with the Reaper.
Yeah, if you're Crazy Raccoon, how do you take angles against this too? Because like you're having to look at the Ramatra. Stalker's not getting the opportunity to fire towards Pride, which means uncontested M-Ray, firing shots off. And yep, Jumbin has to swap off the Domina and match the Ram. Less front to back though from Crazy Raccoon. Heesang on the Tracer, much more fluidity to be able to work his way through these angles onto that back line to force T1 to look at their position.
Proud's on this high ground though, basically immune to all damage. Takes a railgun shot as soon as I said that, to be fair, but he's got Bliss at his back. Oh my goodness, Jumpin is just getting absolutely wrecked in the front line. It doesn't really feel close right now. It feels like T1 have come up with a secret sauce to secure this round, but we'll see if Crazy Raccoon can make this next fight an ult fight.
Heesang forcing Proud to have to divert attention to the Tracer so that Stalker gets a little bit more opportunity to disengage with Vigilante since you're putting so much stock into this Kitsune rush.
They're going to try and go in this one. Jumbin's going to arrive in just a moment, but the Annihilation is going to force them off of their own rush. Donghak taking a fair bit of damage, but pretty immune, immortal in his Nemesis form.
Stalker has to find so much value with this overclock too. T1 running the cat instead of the Lucio, no sound barrier, no sim wall to be able to stop it off too.
Heesang trying to force a CD out skewed right now, has got that pulse bomb too, but Stalker gets dragged off of the edge mid-ult. Perfect pickup by Bliss. And Crazy Raccoon, they not got the answers to the questions T1 are throwing at them right now, with only one fight remaining before T1 secures the map.
I mean, Crazy Raccoon at least are about to hit Sound Barrier to propel them forward, Jumbin with the Annihilation.
Oh, that's a bad pick. That's a bad pick. Heesang's going to get the touch. He's got a pulse. Matched quickly by Zest. Sound Barrier for Crazy Raccoon, still dead in Sport. Bliss extremely low. Heesang can't even finish off the cat. Has to go for another touch as the Annihilation from Jumbin is going to sustain them here. Sound Barrier finally hits 3 on the point. Zest dead. But can they actually finish off this fight? Proud pretty immortal on this high ground too, but eventually taken care of by Stalker. A heavy investment here for Crazy Raccoon, but a needed one.
Well, they'll finish the fight, but the question remains, can they finish the map now? As like you said, heavy ult investment. Vigilante at least will have Rush ahead of Skewed, but T1 can play the time game here. Or they can just set Donghack up to be able to run interference through Vigilante's Rush with that Annihilation as Proud, carried by Bliss, to be able to gain those high ground vantage points that Crazy Raccoons have to respect. Long rotation up to the high ground to not lose anyone early to Stalker, get too close enough to the point to start putting Zest and Donghack in prime position.
Ooh. All right. Well, Zest just gets obliterated by Stalker. Bliss on the other side of the fight, but with Zest dead, I mean, quick reset. Donghack just done that ult too, so it's really just an ult dump for the next fight.
Crazy Raccoon, they won't let that fast reset happen. They get a quite late kill onto Donghack, making sure that what should have only been about 10% of the point is converted to 20. As T1 yet again have to try to pick their way through. Stalker having that one-shot potential that they have to respect. They might have the ultimate, they might be at 99%, but lose someone early, they'll very quickly see that point percentage disappear.
Can Bliss do something fancy again? Wow, forcing Heesang's recall really early, just a triple burst to the dome. Here come the rushes from both teams with the focus fight just going on to Jumbin. The stun from Bliss just hit 3! And then Proud just cleans them up. It's so easy when they're just standing still. I say standing, laying on the ground. Heesang is just going to get dominated by Proud too. What a stun from Bliss. What a play from the Cats.
Yep.
That's map 1 to T1.
Bliss, for me, has to be hero of the hour. Being able to use the catnap to shut down the overclock when you don't have Sound Barrier. It would have minced your team. And then that stun onto Free. T1, they just farm up Rush to be able to have the match. Look at this.
Yoo. Oh, you're ulting? Nah, no worries. Not a problem. Look, there you go. Bang. Hits 3 people.
Catches Vigilante as well to drag him off the map, so no chance to Suzu to be able to stop that.
All Proud in the kill feed there, but it's all on Bliss. You know those support highlights are coming in thick and fast when Bliss is on the field. Let's get a quick word in from Poco and Ian, though, as T1 claim their first map.
Yeah, I'm dropping a Poco bomb right now on the show live. Poco, you must be just absolutely delighted right now, but I almost feel like you saw this coming.
I mean, I don't want to brag, but it's only the first game. It's Crazy Raccoon against us. They are so good. So yeah, first map is very good, 2-0, perfect. But let's focus, keep going and fighting, guys.
When you guys drew Crazy Raccoon in the draw going into the quarterfinals, what was your first reaction?
I cried a little, yeah. But I mean, if we want to win the tournament, we have to win against all the teams, so it doesn't matter. Crazy Raccoon, Zeta, all of them. We need to win one by one, step after step.
As a Frenchman, having the Esports World Cup here in Paris, how fun is this for you and what does it mean?
It's amazing, seeing all the French crowd. Merci beaucoup les gars, vous êtes là, ça fait plaisir. And yeah, so many amazing people, you guys are doing such a good job. And yeah, thank you for having me.
You're doing a great job too. Now, I always see on your Instagram your photographs of your beautiful cats. What are they doing right now, and have you got a message for them? Because I imagine they're watching the show right now.
Meow meow. Meow meow, meow meow meow.
Yeah, I think they'll enjoy that. So do you think that you can clutch this up in 2, or do you predict this potentially going, clutch this up in 3, sorry, or do you see this going to a long distance in this best of 5?
I hope it's going to be a close game. I don't want to be 3-0, doesn't matter which side. I just want 3-2 and a good fight.
Do you miss it? Do you know when you're sitting here watching it all, does it give you the itch to get back out there and playing?
Oh, hell no. Hell no, 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 no. This is way more fun, way more, like, such easy. Over there, they are, like, hardworking. It's such a tough. I don't think people realize how much they're working and how hard it is to be on stage.
How much like time and effort when you were at your prime, because you were in your prime during like Overwatch's like early heyday and everything, like how much hours were you putting into this game back then?
Way too much. Way too much. You need to sacrifice everything, and it's not even granted. Like, so many people try, so many people don't succeed. You just see the happy story, but yeah, it's such a tough life. And yeah.
Final message to your fans here in the building and watching at home right now.
Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you for making my life a dream. And merci beaucoup les gars, et continuez à donner de la voix.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Poco. Let's keep moving.
An absolute legend, of course, Poco. Been around. I mean, Ian kind of asked him, but look, you've been around since the dawn of time in Overwatch, over 10 years at this point, right?
Yeah.
Philadelphia Fusion, then Soul Infernal, the transition between the teams, and then straight into T1. I mean, this organization at its back has also had a lot of involvement within Overwatch Esports as a whole. No matter the team name, there's still a whole lot of success to be gained here for T1. And they're up a map, so confidence, but still locked in and focused. Same for Crazy Raccoon, though, who is subbing Jumpin out and putting Max in now.
This is also the first map that Crazy Raccoon have lost here for the mid-season clash within EWC. It's a normality versus T1 when they play their region playoffs. T1 typically do pull one map, sometimes, occasionally two, but for the most part, the one. As yes, we do have Max coming in, replacing Jimbin, which would suggest maps like Neon Junction could be the potential turn within the road that Crazy Raccoon think will be able to steer them back on track, being able to play things like that Sigma. And yeah, you have to think like they want to probably avoid places where Mauga would be run, since they burned that Mauga ban very early on.
They burned it and they lost.
Yeah.
That is going to be the worst feeling of all time. Hey, a priority ban. And we lost the map anyway.
Yeah. Do they try to ban the cat? Potentially. They like to run the Kiriko Lucio. And
okay, Bliss is cooking like that.
Yeah, Bliss is finding a whole lot of value. You could take out the cat. If you're going Neon Junction, you probably want to leave the sim in so you can play it yourself to be able to hop over a lot of those chokes and position yourself up onto high ground. But at the same time, I feel like the sim way of play might be a trap for Crazy Raccoon, since T1, like, they set themselves yesterday. They feel confident taking on Symmetra teams, and when you look at how they performed around that Symmetra team on Nepal, they were ready for those teleports.
Yeah, I don't mind the cat ban at all if you're Crazy Raccoon right now. I think with how these series normally go too, I mean, I mentioned how the head-to-head win rate not so much in favor of T1. It's about 80% CR's way. We are going to Neon Junction, but a lot of them T1 are taking a map, but they're also going to 5. It's very variable. In 2026, the series that they did win in the regular season in Stage 1, T1, they did bring it all the way to a map number 5. It was a 3-2, but that was at the beginning of the year. It's been so long since T1 have taken a victory over Crazy Raccoon. It will be a Diva ban for T1. That's the second ban here. Neon Junction, the newest map in Overwatch, of course. We've seen a whole bunch of it too, and different ideas of how players and people want to run the map too. Vendetta ban for Crazy Raccoon.
Not surprised about that one. Twice we've seen already before today, teams go after T1's Vendetta. It does have a huge target upon its back, and yeah, T1 understanding without that Vendetta being able to chunk through the mech, not having to care about defense matrix, removing the Diva just as an option of play is always a good way to spend a ban, since we'll see a whole bunch of Sigma, potentially some Ramatra, maybe some of that Mauga that we talked about, as it is Donghak's best hero.
In some of the early iterations of the comps on this map too, we did see a lot of Rhine being played, especially with the Sim.
Yeah, I feel like Ryan always sees a lot of play when you're expecting Sigma, simply because a lot of the time it's played with the Mizuki, and what is Mizuki going to do versus Ryan? As long as the Ryan himself does not play silly, drop the shield, try to charge a little bit too far forward, you don't get those same opportunities to chain the tank as you do things like the D.Va or the Ramattra when they're running straight for your face. But that does mean that the Symmetra is still open, so as expected, I think like that's something else that Crazy Raccoon's going for that Vendetta does, right? It safeguards the DPS slot, so you make sure that you do get that Symmetra, you get the Cassidy as well, potentially if you want to play that, maybe a little bit of the Mei, as we will be heading to map shortly. Neon Junction still, I feel, tempo. Very much a tempo map. It can be defensively favored, but once the attack gets the ball rolling, it can be very hard for the defense to slow it down until you hit third.
It feels like Havana.
Yeah, we had this discussion yesterday.
Yeah, it really does.
Havana
Second doesn't
2.0.
exist a lot of the time, especially if you cap first pretty easily, and then third, indefensible fortress type beat. As we jump on to our second map here in the quarterfinals. This bracket too, it's pretty, I'm a fan. I think having this almost underdog story for T1 facing Crazy Raccoon again, I think it has been such a blessing. Yeah, it's a matchup we've seen a lot this year, but I think for T1, they feel like they're playing on a different level in this tournament.
The result also not set in stone, right? Map 1 has proved T1 leveled up this competition since we saw them within the region playoffs, as we'll get to see this composition that they played. There's Bliss on the Cat, Zest will be playing alongside him on that Bastion, no Symmetra to funnel him around, you're just relying on the Cat's mobility, and Proud on that Freya to be able to take advantage of all of these distance angles before Crazy Raccoon can try to collapse on top of T1. Stopping that Bastion is the name of the game, as Crazy Raccoon will go the Sim and play the Shion.
That Bastion, we're so back. Statue control is going to be really important so the Bastion doesn't get shot from multiple angles. So Donghak trying his darndest to hold this one down.
So brutal to have to attack to a Freya already set up 45% to the first bowler shot.
Well, there's the off angle you like to see if you're Crazy Raccoon. P-Sang on here solo, but it acts like a tracer in that regard, just being able to get away easily with a couple of CDs, although jumped off high ground and used one of those already. Max taking a brunt to the damage now as Zest transforms into turret 4, goes wheels mode.
Pride still holding that high ground, Donghak falling low, has to hide behind the shield, Crazy Raccoon waiting for that swing by.
Been waiting for quite some time. Yeah, Stork's taking a lot of damage here from Proud. Look at that, bowler already earned.
Artillery formed from Stalker on the field, into the rush.
Yeah, Donghak's going to go down though. This rush from Vigilante. The amount of firepower, the DPS leverage there by Stalker is just absurd. Zest now on the point. He's the one trying to contest here, trying to pick off Max. Here comes the artillery barrage, and Zest dragged away from the team fight straight into no man's land and straight back to his own spawn. Crazy Raccoon going to get the first point.
Max with Annihilation to propel Crazy Raccoon forward for this next fight too. Zest might just have to burn the artillery strike, keeping Crazy Raccoon's momentum at bay, allowing Donghak to be able to build up his own ultimate before Max uses his.
Hey, just a small jostle on the corner from both Rams to begin with. I know last year how much people like Avril were like bigging up Proud. Didn't really perform at all, to be honest, last year, to put it lightly. But it's taken, you know, about a year, especially on an international stage, and Proud feels like he's kind of in it to win it at this point. Well, there's the barrage, there's the bowler to try and stop that Bastion from getting away from the artillery barrage, but it's actually Chorong that dies to the AoE.
Yeah, Zest just baits Chorong's position. Pride follows up with the bowler shot. Now absorbs the high ground take, but Donghak still having to melt through Crazy Raccoon's front line. He sang, uses the spree trying to find any exit trade to force the defense back and allow the attacking team to move forward as he's off the Xion onto the Tracer. He has to find a way to put pressure onto Skewed.
Tracer's going to be a bit better at that, that's for sure. There we go. Here comes the focus fire onto Donghak. They're actually just going to TP past him and just hit that rush instead. But now Donghak's going to put a giant brick wall in front of him. Some of that annihilation. Stalker can't move up here. His hellfire is dwindling. Still shooting at Donghak though, as Heesang, unfortunately, caught in the crossfire, dies to the annihilation. Good positioning from Donghak, walking in front of Max and just separating Stalker from his targets.
Not just that, Bliss actually catnapped Stalker to make sure that the Bastion can't play around the Ram's block damage reduction, and Donghak survives the whole duration of his ult until they find value. Crazy Raccoon actually just going to be going for a whole lot of mobility. Heesang, Stalker, pinch potential with both the Tracer and the Xion as T1 back up. They want to be able to scout out where exactly those DPS pop up so that they're ready to deal with them.
Well, here's the swing in. Look at Chorog already taking his meanest mug to Bliss up in the sky. 2 HP though, a little bit too far overextended, but Crazy Raccoon is still up a player. Make that 3. Chorong dead, no problem. T1 flattened on the defense as Crazy Raccoon get a team kill. Now 4 players on the payload trying to push up.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon more than happy to force T1 to have to split their team. Most of T1's composition wants to play front to back, so Crazy Raccoon are starting to widen out some of those lanes and take full advantage of the Tracer being free. Pride with that bowler shot could allow T1 to find early picks off here though.
Oh, stick. Oh, Suzu, I heard it. Straight in the back lines there, but Bliss ends up going down. Hubris finally catching up to him there as Chorong just repays the favor from that last map. Remember how good Bliss was with the ults, just being aggressive. Now Stalker trying to go for the 1v1 versus death. No wheels mode, so no problem there for Heesang and Stalker. And like we said, very Havana-esque second point, not really existing here, as Crazy Raccoon are going to get the cap.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon though, rush advantage too, so they might be able to breach the fortress walls that are third if Vigilante is able to use his ultimate ahead of Skewed. T1 now moving away from the Freya Cat Bastion. No free movement for the Cat Bastion to operate, so instead you want to have that Reaper and Xion to be able to try and match the Witch with Stalker and Heesang, who's already just double blink past T1.
Zest, look at that, how much pressure he's putting on Max already. Has got the annihilation, of course, but doesn't really want to blow it all too early. Donghak doing the same. They're trading Nemesis forms right now as once more Crazy Raccoon is trying to find an off angle with their dive DPS. Well, here comes the Nemesis form coming through from Donghak to try and sustain through this fight. Again, he's trying to separate the team, but Donghak just running forward and killing Vigilante. Stalker using his ult as more of a disengage tool. The spree not doing all too much. The AoE from Donghak just ripping them to shreds as they find a team kill eventually.
Assist from Bliss. Yet again, Catnap right on top of the rush for rush allows Donghak all of the follow through required. Crazy Raccoon, they're keeping the Bastion. Heesang now goes on to the Mei as well. T1 will have to take a whole bunch of damage if they want to be able to control these main lanes as the Mei will blocks off Zest flank.
2 pairs of eyes draw towards Zest again. He's just in this room permanently. He's set up shop. He's playing a little bit of red too. It's first of the month, by the way, so you should do that as well at home.
He's fully still behind them though.
He is indeed. Heesang now just trying to pressure Donghak. Donghak now can't overextend like he's been doing. Fearing the wall, especially without Nemesis form. On the sidelines, Zest finally checked. Even a nade from Stalker sent towards him. Here's the spray from Proud though. Eliminated Chorong so quickly, but quickly traded by Stalker. Crazy Raccoon now down to only 3 players. Heesang without a block is basically isolated on the Mei. Gets pushed back by Bliss. And with only a minute to go, Crazy Raccoon, we know this is a hard point to cap, but T1 making it look extra difficult.
Zest will be hiding with that Death Blossom too. Crazy Raccoon, ult track, know that the Reaper has the ult, have to take time clearing out all of these lanes to work out where exactly he is. We can see him, he's right there in that corner, but if Crazy Raccoon don't manage to find him, this fight's done.
Well, he gave himself away there just really early on, but Bliss just bumping into the ice block. Heesang's been forced to use that CD already.
He's still there. Crowd is actually having to keep eyes on the Reaper, on the Sojourn of all things now.
The Cat's already been the difference maker. Zest TP, got a Death Blossom straight in the back as well. What a knockdown from Bliss again! His Cat performance so far this series has just been undominable. Proud snipes, Heesang. Map rips the annihilation, takes care of two, but has he got the sustain? Zest in hot pursuit. Refresh of the armor for Max, but needs to touch. Chorong's going to be able to back him up, and a quick TP from Vigilante to join the rest of them.
Here's the issue though, T1, annihilation overtime. Crazy Raccoon can't run this away.
Yeah, no ults either. Stalker closest one here for CR. All about sustain. Vigilante Chorong gonna have to be on their best behavior.
Stalker's so close to the OC. If he can build it, Crazy Raccoon have a chance.
Here we go, Donghak now again, separating the fight, but Chorong's already dead to Proud. Look at the low health bars from CR already. It's all over. Overtime depleted. T1 hold on that last point. Bliss, give this guy MVP of the match already.
Here's the cat who got the cream. He's potentially the cat who allows T1 to go 2 maps up versus Crazy Raccoon. The catnap, the knockdown, we'll see it, I'm sure, within these replays. Being able to use that cat stun to set up your Reaper Death Blossom so that it's extra spicy, finds 2 kills instead of getting your Reaper sent to respawn early. Such team synergy between Bliss and the rest of his teammates.
I wonder how nervous they were going into this series compared to yesterday. I did end up speaking to Donghak just a little bit and Swing, the GM for T1. We're like, yeah, a little bit nervous yesterday, like shaking a little bit, but CR, they are always a different beast. They've been playing them so much this year, but with the level up, T1 are feeling like a different beast of themselves. I think with how well they've been performing on even map choices of Crazy Raccoon, you got to imagine those nerves have been shaken off already.
T1 now on the attack as well. Crazy Raccoon, if they think that it's going to be Cat Bastion, they might be a little bit surprised. We just go through the motions, Widow, Life Weaver, be able to reset fast.
Oh, he's changing from the ball.
And yeah, off the ball. Bliss actually onto the Wu Yang as T1. They're just going to try to overwhelm Crazy Raccoon before the defense can hold their ground long enough to build ults or find picks.
I want a little bit of fan service in this series. I want Junbin Ball versus Donghak Ball.
I hate to tell you, but T1 Crazy Raccoon usually both ban Wrecking Ball.
This is so sad. Everybody wants it. I saw a few signs already. Begging for it. Wow. Early kill onto Proud. This is a very annoying position Zest is playing in currently. Hard to kind of take down, but they have the tools to do it, CR. Stalker on the M-Ray for the defense.
Oh, but you lose Churong to Donghak just running at Crazy Raccoon's backlines and so many people looking at Zest.
Yep, Zest out of the way already though. All good, no problem. Slow, staggered approach from T1. They've already got a pick and now Max forced into a position he doesn't really want to be in. Heesang already dashing away too. Stalker dead. T1 getting this snowball rolling now as Crazy Raccoon forced to back up.
Less a snowball, more an avalanche as T1 first fight essentially, almost finding all 3 ticks.
They got 2 already, that's to be certain. Chorong Vigilante very low. Zest finishes him off with a little bit of poke. Crazy Raccoon, I wonder what postcode you're in right now, because it doesn't feel like you're in Paris. Doesn't feel like you're in France even.
Well,
this is not the team we're used to seeing. I expect a lot more from CR here.
They looked a little lost, a little bit split. Max, because it was 3rd tick, was on point, so T1 just go past the ram and run at the rest of Crazy Raccoon when they have no chance of disengaging, because if they do, dead ram, lost point, 2 second we go. And because they died late, Jack, they're not set up on corner. So T1 already taking high ground prep positions and getting Proud and Bliss into options of taking Crazy Raccoon down early.
Chorong wish he had old Brig with the 1 million health shield. Because the amount of poke damage he's also taking from Bliss, I mean, you can't really hold an aggressive position with the Brig.
This will be a rush exchange for both teams. Heesang 10% off the spree to be able to find more threat to her.
This is just going to be an ult time. Skewed already popping that rush. Vigilante is going to do the same. Zest half HP, but has got the barrage. He's looking for people. Oh, Vigilante, you got to run, buddy. A nice little Susan on himself when he takes down Zest anyway. But now Donghak looking at the front. Vigilante completely distracted, trying to find that solo kill of himself as Donghak takes down Max. A spree from Heesang, a decent amount of damage, but still has to dash away as the tidal blast from Bliss attaches it to himself. and solo kills Heesang. Crazy Raccoon only down to Vigilante now, who has to get back. This second point is theirs.
If they do try to get back, it's walking into overclock. So if you're Crazy Raccoon, it's so hard to be able to win this fight. Yeah, you don't even try. Max falls back, already has to be so much more positive since he used that Nemesis form, as we have Heesang actually swapping onto the Reaper. Just playing very, very quietly, uncontested at the moment, unmarked. If T1 tried to get aggressive through a window and put Bliss onto Poke.
The time is crazy too. 4.5 minutes and they're already on this last point. Heesang turns around, Zest shooting him in the back of the head. He's going to get checked up in the high ground though in just a moment. There you go, some Lucio shots as well from Choron connecting. But Donghak already taken down Heesang and the snowball continues. This avalanche just getting out of control now. Proud, OC, well, he's doing a little bit of damage to Max in the front line, but it is space that he has bought for the team. Chorong dies to AoE. I mean, is this all you've got, CR? Really? You bring this to a quarterfinals? Max and Heesang get a trade there, but it's actually enough. Proud eventually health to heal as he gets taken down by Heesang, but it is all Zest and Bliss. It's all Zest and Bliss all day. Chorong annihilated, and T1, they're up to match point already.
One map away. In the blink of an eye, Crazy Raccoon have gone from a potential golden stage, 0 maps dropped within groups, easily flying through to playoffs, now potentially flying home. As T1 2 maps up. The fact that they're able to win out that fight, like you can see the panic from Crazy Raccoon. They're losing players, they're investing ultimates, they're trying to find any way of stopping the momentum from the attack, burning out that rush, still not able to slam the brakes on T1's composition. 4 minutes cap on Neon Junction third. Feels magical saying it.
A smile wider than the English channel there from Zest, up 2 maps already, and a look of elation in the green room as well for the T1 backroom staff. Let's jump down to Lou with a Crazy Raccoon fan down on the stage.
Thank you very much, guys. I am very glad to be with Levin, a Crazy Raccoon fan from China here. Bonjour. Levin, pleasure to have you here, of course. First things first, I want to know, why do you think Crazy Raccoon are the best team? Basic.
Yeah, because first of all, Leap is my GOAT of Overwatch all time, and I started to see Shanghai Dragons for 6 or 7 years, and also Moon, Kong, and Leap are all still in Crazy Raccoons, and Crazy Raccoon is the best team.
Crazy Raccoon is the best team. Donc effectivement, première question, pourquoi est-ce que tu dirais que Crazy Raccoon sont les meilleurs? Eh ben, je suis Leap depuis super longtemps, je suis un grand fan. Déjà à l'époque où il était chez les Shanghai Dragons depuis 6 ou 7 years. Once again, yes. Second question, I wanted to ask you, I'm starting to play Overwatch. I'm trying, to get there. And I asked a T1 co-streamer if he had an advice for me to start. And he said, have fun. I don't think it's the best advice. So could you give me something else? Maybe something to do, a role to play? Tell me about it.
Yeah, and my suggestion would be you can see some matches first and to pick your favorite players. And also my suggestion would be Leap and his son in Crazy Raccoons, and you can try to learn from them and imitate their plays.
I am not sure I have the skill level to imitate the DPS player Leap and Heesang. As you see here, we have a big fan. Donc moi, ma question, c'était la dernière fois que j'ai parlé avec un co-streamer T1 français dans l'arena que vous connaissez tous évidemment. Poco, il m'a dit, amuse-toi. Je pense que c'est pas suffisant. Donc est-ce que tu peux me donner un autre conseil? Regarde des pros jouer. Prends ton joueur préféré, Heesang ou Leap par exemple. And the boys are down 0-2 now in the series. So do you think they can come back?
Yeah, I think they're not in their best today, but they are still able to do it, and I think there will be a reverse sweep.
Oh, reverse sweep incoming for Crazy Raccoon. Il y croit, il pense qu'ils peuvent remonter évidemment. Thank you so much for joining me. 11 Crazy Raccoon fighting, and let's get back to the game.
A reverse sweep? Is that possible here, do you think, Moxie?
It is possible. It's Crazy Raccoon. I feel like it's almost impossible to count them out. But when you add in context of how fast that Neon Junction was. It was brutal. That was what, 2 full team fights? 3,
They clapped
if
him.
you count third.
Destroyed him.
But it was just a speed run of Neon Junction. An absolute dismantling of Crazy Raccoon's Ramatra composition, punishing the staticness of Max, and just going past on to the rest of the team.
Jumping in, Max out, just saw him sit back down in that tank slot for CR. Remember, there's no lower bracket either. CR lose. They are out. T1 advance. Map number 3 coming up in just a moment. They got to ban the cat though, Moxie.
Yeah,
And,
surely.
That's what I'm thinking.
Surely a cat ban will follow to start off the potential of this reverse sweep. I feel like they tried to keep the cat in so they could match it. On Neon Junction, they thought, okay, well, if you can play Cat Bastion, so too can we, and then we can try to just swing by, avoid the all-out pressure of the defense, being able to stall out the attack, take those high ground positions. But we will have to see. Bliss has been instrumental so far on that hero. On T1's absolute dominance. When he has Catnap, we've always seen T1 swing that fight so quickly. Suravasa
Ooh, that's
will
a
be
rare
the
one.
pick. And you know what? Maybe this means, Jack, maybe you get your wish. Maybe this is Wrecking Ball
Alari?
versus Wrecking Ball.
Oh, right, yeah. That one too.
Wow, you were wishing for Alari?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, if there's
see
2
T1 on
presents below the Christmas tree.
I pick one of them, and I might get Ball. You know
Yeah,
what? I'm happy with
Ball
that.
or
I saw
Alari.
5 or 6 fan signs that say Junbin Ball. So I'm down, I'm down. Tracer ban from T1, and a Lucio ban from CR. There you go.
No
Boom.
cap, Jack.
But no cat ban, yeah.
No cap. Lucio as well, like, that still means that Kiriko Cat can be in play.
I mean, at this point, Cat is like, it can just be played with anything. Any map, anything.
Yeah.
It's just so good. People have gotten so good with ult, obviously,
Yeah.
but also just picking up a DPS or a tank and just
dropping
navigating them around and just
and
dropping
Suravasa
them
has
in.
so many places where you can do that, right? There's whole points that have the ceiling open so you can just drop someone through. So many environmental drop-offs as well where you're fighting directly next to.
Dub. Yeah, they're like, if we don't see some environmentals here from Bliss or any of the Cat players, I'm
Yeah.
going to be very mad.
Okay,
All right.
Sia, you're leaving it on the table. As I do like T1's ban here onto the Tracer. Heesang's Tracer was really getting a whole lot done
One of the best in the world.
for Crazy Raccoon, especially on second, right? When he went to that Tracer, when they played for just being able to have that pressure, as well as claps onto the Bastion through those rushes, doing such a good job. But we'll have to see. Jumbin coming back does mean that Crazy Raccoon's tank flexibility has opened up a whole lot more outside of just playing the Ramatra and that Sigma. Oh no, it's
They're
spreading.
so cute. They're so cute. The plushies are so damn cute.
They are adorable.
They are secret Easter egg moments, but they're on Neon Junction.
Yes.
They are adorable. Because we, in Tokyo, they had the Genji
the hero
ones.
themes,
The hero theme
Genji,
ones.
Tracer, Kiriko.
Yeah, it was so sick.
I have all 3.
Yeah. One of the cutest mascots of all time. Zeta Division, obviously, we'll see later today. But let's lock back into this one. T1 and Crazy Raccoon. Now, if you're Crazy Raccoon, to be fair, if you're a lot of teams, I'd be like, okay, is the mental kind of getting to them? Is the tilt kind of setting in? Is the pressure weighing on their shoulders? But for a team like CR, I don't really think that's a factor. I really don't. I think with how much experience, both in Overwatch League and out and taking trophies and taking stages, I think CR, that's not even a point of conversation.
No. You don't lift trophies without going through tough matches. And to get through tough matches, you have to be able to pull off reverse sweeps. Suravasa, I feel we've seen it so rarely. In fact, this is the first time that we're getting to see it this tournament. So Crazy Raccoon potentially wanting to go for a strategy that T1 have not first seen to be able to counter.
Third map, match point for T1. Those Crazy Raccoon fan chants need to get a little bit louder, it feels like. Gates are going to unlock. Bliss back on the cat. Donghack. It's going to be the Mauga versus Jumbin on the Ram. This DPS lineup, though, for T1, again, kind of pivoting towards the Emre.
I mean, Donghack on that Mauga can go for Jumbin or can go for that back line. Crazy Raccoon have to know that the Mauga was coming. How did they try to deal with it? Heesang or Stalker? How do you stop Donghack engaging T1 forward and allowing Pride to follow up from the slam?
Heesang, a little bit of AFK for the time being until the point unlocks. Now he can look towards Donghack. Very early charge away, but look at that, hot on his heels. Zest right behind him that entire time. TP up to the high ground as Heesang, dire triggers. Bam, Zest dead, first blood over to Heesang, looking for more too as he sends Bliss very low.
Yeah, great pressure onto Donghack as well, since Bliss was forced away by the Reaper. Only Kiriko heals, and Crazy Raccoon more than enough burst damage with that Bastion to be able to take the tank down. First cap Crazy Raccoon. They're looking to hit that recovery as T1 look to hit the retake with the Bastion flyby.
Getting into this position, though, is quite difficult sometimes. Hello, there's a cat there. A little bit of scouting from Chorong.
So where's Stalker then? If Chorong's there alone.
He's right there. Oh, nice Suzu. Really early, really proactive there from Vigilante, making sure he doesn't get bursted down.
Vigilante building up to this rush too. T1, it feels like, won't take a step forward and commit unless Proud can find early picks. Or Skewed builds the rush to match Vigilantes.
They're making this one fight, this Bastion cat comps. They do take a little bit of time to get into a position where they can succeed. Jumbin ends up just getting rolled though. Okay, I mean, rush for rush. There's the kidnap for Chorong. Ends up dragging one player in. It's going to be Bliss, but can they actually secure the kill? No, is the answer to that. And in fact, Bliss kills Stalker instead.
Donghack actually has swapped off of the Mauga onto the Ramatra to be able to match Jumbin, also provide good shield for the team to be able to survive, have some form of cover versus Stalker as T1 gets aggressive, taking the fight outside the point, not allowing Crazy Raccoon the opportunity to walk Jumbin and Heesang forward since they have the ult advantage and could use those to force T1 to have to give up precious point cap.
They're fighting them, yeah, so far forward. I like this, trying to even burn something out of Heesang. Annihilation and the Death Blossom for Crazy Raccoon is now T1 on the back foot, get to the point.
You can answer, though, the Annihilation with something like the Living Weapon from Proud.
Oh, speaking of which, there it is. Override Protocol, Death Blossom up on the high ground, trying to tag Proud out of the sky. Unwise at the best of times for Proud. He ends up a swing and a miss with the right clicks. Even a nade is going to get absorbed by that Suzu. Jumbin rips the Annihilation. Heesang Charm, Vigilante, filling that kill feed with blue as T1 crumble.
Yeah, fading out that Living Weapon, then using Jumbin's Annihilation once it's done. Donghack actually tries to match Annihilation of his own, but he's just too low and instantly topples over. As Proud now off of the Emre onto the Freya, but Crazy Raccoon, one-sided Kitsune rush to be able to secure up this next fight. Keep your eye on Bliss though, because this point is dangerously close to a drop-off.
Yeah, he's got the ult too. Same with Chorong, to be fair, so whichever cat blinks first. Rush Vigilante skewed 10% away. They might actually just wait and play for this rush. He's very close to it, and the point's not unlocked yet. 5 seconds to go.
Ult dump fight for both teams. Freya versus Reaper.
They're going to try and go first, but Skewed has already got his. Straight to the skies goes Bliss, trying to go for the 1v1. There's the cat. Now Bliss is going to go for the counter though, but already the fight is done. Donghack and Zest taken out of the fight. As Bliss tried to get one up on Chorong, but Crazy Raccoons, they look more locked in now.
Yeah, Heesang has so much more follow-up, right? When all of those players are prone on the ground and he's fighting within the confines of that rush. Donghack off of the Ramatra was not working. Crazy Raccoon able to work around the shield, put pressure on the rest of his team, looking at the DPS first instead of the tank, taking out the resources, then turning their attention to Donghack afterwards. So onto the Mauga he goes. If his DPS get pressure enough to pull the support's attention, he at least can survive with his own health.
Oh wow, still taking a lot of damage from the take aim shots. Here comes the artillery barrage. Skewed's going to Suzu that one on Proud, but now hasn't got it to actually save him again. Jumbin forced to get back this time around. Here comes the bowler. He's going to turn the attention towards Vigilante. Zest manages to take him out. Stalker, on the other hand, I'm not entirely sure what happened to him. He ends up eliminate himself? Not sure. Donghack though, 2 large miniguns straight at the face of Jumbin. There's an easy kill on Chorong, will make sure the fight is easy. 92% though for CR, as T1 get their first capture point here.
Oh, Hisang swapping Symmetra as well now that Donghack is sticking with this Mauga. Actually, no, goes back onto the Reaper, but we're already starting to see Donghack was forcing Hisang to make a choice. Look at me or look at the rest of my team, and it's freeing up Proud and Zest to be able to find these kills.
Catnap for Chorong, 10%. Hisang not willing to give his location away for the time being, but Donghack is going to sniff him out.
It has to be this Annihilation for Crazy Raccoon. Jumbin will have it. T1 don't have the Catnap just yet to be able to stop it. Donghack 10% away from the cage to put it through timeout. Crazy Raccoon have to go now or that Mauga ult will be active.
Hisang trying to get a backstab here. He's going to teleport forward, but yeah, not quite as stealthy as Ezio Auditore. T1 still got this cage as well in the front line. Stalker gets eliminated from the sky. Proud's accuracy on these take aims just looks so good. As soon as Stalker swings in, Proud is ready with like a triple take aim to eliminate him.
I mean, do they get a chance to try to
I don't think they do. Look,
no, they don't.
They're decided against it. Look at Zest.
Yeah, it took them so long to set up that last fight. Then they got scouted out before they could go for that commitment. T1 finding the kill, stopping Crazy Raccoon, having the confidence of committing ultimates. Now at least it'll be set up for pallets with this high ground position and one-sided rush alongside that Annihilation.
The cage is something I fear here.
Cage bowler could be devastating.
Exactly, very, very quick amount of damage. A lot of burst. Stalker cannot get caught slacking.
Well, Jumbin can't get caught within the cage, and Crazy Raccoon rely on Annihilation.
All right, here comes the charge. Jumbin low HP already, and instantly they're going to catch Jumbin. He's so damn low, but the teleport in with the Suzu is just so good. Now the Annihilation can pop, as Jumbin is just going to stand there in the front line. That Suzu had to come in, and it had to come in quick. Perfect timing from Vigilante.
Feels like Crazy Raccoon are just getting so much more value from these Kitsune rushes with the follow-up of that Reaper and that Ramatra. T1 lose skewed late, have to beat a hasty retreat. Crazy Raccoon find the cap, stop pushing up that 0.%, but they have to pay respect to Skewed, letting T1 have that rush for the retake. Hisang though with the Death Blossom might be able to play within it, stopping T1 from capitalizing.
A little Rusher starts off here, I'd imagine. Going to try and go forward first. There you go. TP up to the high ground, but oh, he's lifted him up! Straight up to the high ground goes Hisang. That looked like a perfect play there from Chorong, to be honest. Lifting Hisang up as he was ulting, popped him on the high ground, but T1 had the answers. That would look spicy if it worked out.
Yeah. What goes up must come down, and what goes up, T1 stocks within this fight. 1-to-1 flashpoint. Crazy Raccoon yet again having Hisang go back onto that Reaper. Stalker with the artillery strike. That shouldn't find kills though. T1, they're about to hit so many ultimates to combo with this Mauga cage. Jumbin's just not close enough to the Annihilation. If they wait too long to build something like that rush, they're giving up so much .%. It's so risky.
Well, yeah, one of the forbidden combos coming up, Cage with that Bastion artillery barrage. Hisang forced a Wraith Form really early on. Donghack's going to back out, knowing that Crazy Raccoon have control over the point. Here comes the artillery barrage now, trying to separate as Jumbin gets stunned. Catnap, re-catnap. Bliss ends up getting stunned up in the front line. Donghack going extremely low. Now the rush is going to get played on from CR as they run over this front line. Donghack, they had like 4 or 5 players from CR focusing him down, and that is going to be the point. No chance for a retouch. CR now 1 away from keeping themselves in the series.
Yeah, CR got the flip before investing that rush, so the whole time the fight goes on, they're banking up the .%. 2-to-1, Crazy Raccoon 1 flashpoint away from starting this comeback. Annihilation to work with, but could be shut down by Donghack's cage, especially with Skewed so close to that one-sided rush. We've seen both of these teams, when they're close to the Kiriko ultimate, play it slow so they can have the advantage of the support. Crazy Raccoon know they have to try to go fast with this round.
There's the cage, but already it's a fool me once, fool me twice situation here as Jumbin pops the Annihilation as soon as the cage lands straight on top of him. But with Stalker dead, there's almost no damage to back Jumbin up in the cage. Zest just dropped straight in the middle of the team fight as he picks up 3 kills.
Such a cheap way to win the fight too. Mauga Cage versus Annihilation. You hold on to the rush to have to close out this next fight. Or you can make it painful, you can make it slow. You can use the threat of that one-sided rush to hold Crazy Raccoon hostage, that they don't have the confidence to make the play forward until Vigilante has the match, which means that T1 hit.
What is Bro doing there? Zesk gets dropped into the fight, instantly dies to Stalker, but they trade for Heesang. Now the artillery barrage from Stalker to try and get them back in the fight, get them some more space. Proud up on the high ground, misses the bowler. Charang taking so much damage though. Aerial superiority from T1. They control the skies as they push Crazy Raccoon back. Donghak though, 19 HP as Proud picks up yet another kill, and now a rush to push them forward. No touching at the point here for CR. A very scrappy fight with Bliss still above Jumpin.
That's rush from Crazy Raccoon gone. No rush to leverage for the point flip.
Yes, they're so low too, but the bonus is going to connect. Oh, and it connects with the cat. Chorong's going to get flattened in the front line as T1. They make it up to 2-2. One more point, and that's a clean sweep of CR.
I fear the investment of that rush might well punish Crazy Raccoons. That's just totally shut down the kill potential with the artillery strike right through.
And a quick rotation too. Look at the positioning already for T1.
Donghak will be able to hit Cage at the same time as Jumbin's Annihilation as well. So even though T1 don't have the Catnap, don't have something like the Lucio to be able to fortify the health bars versus the Ramatra, they won't have to worry about Annihilation totally taking them down.
Oh, Zest with a swing in super early, the proactivity play. And Crazy Raccoon just not expecting it. That's point.
This is brutal for Crazy Raccoon. Scoot will be able to hit rush far ahead of Vigilante. You get 3 fights potentially before you're out of this tournament. And T1 just keep finding kills. Jumpin ran in. Out of position, too far forward, instantly punished for it. He's the one that Crazy Raccoon have to look to. He's the one with Annihilation, and T1 kill him, which means that Crazy Raccoon have to wait for the tank to come back before they make a play, which means 30% picked up for T1 already.
Think of how long Crazy Raccoon have been kings of Overwatch, kings of their region, kings of the world almost. They don't want to go down like this. Not against a team that they've been playing for the entire year and beating for the entire year too. There's the cage. Jumbin's got the Annihilation, but actually dodges out of it. The artillery barrage, but Bliss again! He ends up hitting a massive catnap. 65% in building. And Bliss dominates them.
We'll get a replay from Pride's position.
Look at this stun.
Out that bowler. So much follow through on the Mauga Cage.
They're going to go fast.
They
want to go fast right now. They want to end this game. They want to end this series. They want to move on. They want to crush the key of Crazy Raccoon. The bowler's going to hit from Proud. And it's too little too late, CR. Chorong's on the point, but he's also lonesome. The rest of T1 are going to collapse on the cat. Bliss takes the final kill. And T1, they are the kings of Korea now. Finally taken down Crazy Raccoon. History had been set in stone for the last 6 games in a row. So they get to the international and they 3-0 CR to knock them out of midseason.
Well, that's the pick'ems ruin for a whole lot of people, I feel. T1, that has to feel so good. Working for so long, fighting Crazy Raccoon every region playoff, always falling short. This time though, they're so far ahead. They were so ready to deal with the Ram, the Symmetra, the Domina. This is a team that's on absolute fire. This is a team that could be on the very top of competitive professional Overwatch.
Being on the edge of success. Not being able to beat Crazy Raccoon for so long this year. Their first matchup, it was a nail biter, went to 5, but this was anything but. T1 get a 3-0 against CR. Like you said, no one's expecting that. No one's predicting, at least in this fashion, they would get it done. Let's jump down to the stage to get a little interview with Donghak and Luke.
Thank you very much, guys. It is lovely to be here on stage with Donghak and Maddox after what happened. Donghak, congratulations again. This looks like magic, what you have done this tournament, taking down Falcons, taking down Crazy Raccoon, such favorite teams. So did your loss against Twisted Minds on the first day kind of work like a wake-up call? And how did you find the secret recipe to just come back?
일단 동학 선수 승리 정말 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문으로는 사실 이렇게까지 정말 마법 같은 경기력을 보여줄 거라고 생각을 못했는데 팔콘과 이제 라쿤까지 무너뜨리면서 4강에 올라오게 되셨습니다. 사실 첫 대결에서 트위스티드 마인드한테 패배를 하신 게 좀 경종을 울리는 계기가 되었는지, 좀 어떤 계기로 이렇게 반등할 수 있었는지 좀 궁금해서 좀 묻고 싶습니다.
일단 저희 트마랑 경기할 때가 제가 많이 좀 긴장하고 많이 절어서 졌다 생각해가지고 그 경기 토대로 실수한 것들 다 리플레이 다 같이 보고, 그래서 저희 긴장 안 하고 그냥 즐겁게 즐기면서 하자 해서 저희 할 거 잘 되면서 잘 된 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I think in my first match against Twisted Minds, I think nerve got it kicked in so much, so I think we made a lot of mistakes in that process. That being said, we reviewed the replays, reviewed our plays, how it's been, and we mended our mistakes, and we just told ourselves, like, yeah, let's just play for ourselves. Let's play our game, and we played it our game, and that went perfectly.
A lot of VOD reviewing, a lot of work, and now success. Donc ouais, première question, est-ce que votre défaite contre Twisted Mind ce premier jour, c'est ce qui vous a permis de revenir, de vous réveiller, d'éliminer Falcons, d'éliminer derrière Crazy Raccoon, des gros favoris du tournoi? Bah ouais, c'est clair. Je pense qu'on était vraiment stressés. Moi, je me suis sentie un peu débordée par mes émotions sur cette première game contre Twisted. On a VOD review, on a travaillé, on s'est dit, les gars, go jouer un petit peu notre jeu, go jouer aussi pour nous, et ça va le faire. And I know you were elected the Rookie of the Year in Overwatch League in 2023. You're not a rookie anymore, you know, in 2026. So what have you learned throughout these 3 years? Because I'm sure that you've grown outside and inside of the game. So what are the lessons that you have learned?
이제 동학 선수가 2023년 오버워치 리그 마지막 시즌에 이제 신인상을 수상을 하시고 이제 3년이 지났습니다. 이제는 더 이상 루키가 아니고 이제 주축 선수로서 이제 자리매김하셨는데, 지난 3년 동안 어떤 거를 많이 배우셨고 그 과정에서 좀 어떤 성장을 이루셨는지 궁금합니다.
23년 시절에는 제가 좀 경력도 적고 짬도 없었다 생각해서 그때 제가 좀 콜적인 부분이나 인게임에 좀 리딩하는 능력 그런 게 좀 부족했는데, 24년부터 저랑 좀 나이대 비슷하고 다 말 잘 들어주는 아이들이랑 같이 하면서 제 리딩 능력들 잘 키우고 그러면서 짬도 엄청 차가지고 이제 막 긴장도 잘 안 하고 잘 해진 것 같습니다.
Yeah, back then, I mean, my lack of experience got me a lot of factors. Honestly, like I was literally like black, like I was literally just white sheet. However, my lack of calls got better, and we have more teammates that are much younger and almost like my age.
Yeah.
And now they follow me, they follow my order, and my calls got better. So like the communication just got way up for the team. So I think that's why.
That is very inspiring, also being able to lead some of your teammates now that you're experienced. Donc deuxième question, tu étais rookie de l'année en Overwatch League en 2023. On est en 2026, tu as grandi dans et en dehors du jeu. Qu'est-ce que tu as appris? Et ben honnêtement, oui, j'étais juste une page blanche sur laquelle il fallait écrire des choses en 2023. J'ai pris de l'expérience, j'ai appris à com. Je me suis améliorée aussi. Maintenant, mes coéquipiers qui sont plus jeunes que moi ou qui ont mon âge me suivent et j'ai vraiment pris en confiance. Donc sur ça, je suis extrêmement fière, and I think you can be proud of yourself, Donghak. And we're going to lead up to the Key Crusher. That's going to be an exciting moment. Is it the first time or have you done it already in the past?
혹시 지금 이권이 처음 그 키 부수는 것일까요? It is first.
First time.
First time.
Let's go for it. That's going to be an epic moment. And the Key Master is going to walk Donghak through the key crushing process. You know it's CWC. That's how it works here in front of the crowd. So many T1 and Crazy Raccoon fans, but only one standing. Captain Donghak smashing the key. I love the captain pose. That was very, very good, Donghak. Once again, 정말 축하해요. Congratulations. I'm going to welcome you back here to ask you one more question. Can you tell me why this year you think this trophy can be yours?
마지막으로 저 앞에 있는 트로피가 T1의 차지가 될 것이라고 생각하는 이유를 묻고 싶습니다.
저 트로피에 솔직히 막 집착은 하지 않고요. 지금 단계에서 저희가 잘 즐기면서 하다 보면 저 트로피는 잘 따라오는 거라 생각합니다. 그래서 저희 T1이 가져왔으면 좋겠네요.
Well, honestly, at this point, I'm not trying to think about that trophy right now.
Of course.
But that being said, we'll just try our best to bring our best performance, and then we can lift our trophy in the process.
Step by step, indeed, thinking match after match. Thank you so much for joining me once again. 감사합니다 and 축하해요 again for this insane victory, and I'm sure many T1 fans are very happy with it. Stay with us, guys, because we're going to be heading to our next quarterfinal, Zeta versus Dallas Fuel, after a short break. See you there.
Thank you so much, Lou Maddox, and of course a big salute to Donghak and their crew. They're taking down the old guard. They finally get over that hurdle, and they do it twice this event as well, right? Kicking out Falcons first, and now they just yeeted Crazy Raccoon out of the tournament. This is crazy, and they've done it in a 3-0 fashion, guys.
Sorry, this is maybe the beginning of a new era. For a long time, for T1, hey, 3rd, 4th place in Korea, not bad. It's a pretty tough region, but they've never really been in contention for the top slot. Now, evicting two of the biggest competitors from their region, and this time in 3-0 fashion. An incredible result for these players. You can see what it means to them on their faces.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable performance by T1, and just from the start of the series, it just felt like it was a different energy about this team. Several individuals stepped up where maybe previously in history, like they hadn't really been as competitive with Crazy Raccoon. I'm looking at the damage players for this team, because if we were making like tier makers of like who are the best damage players in the Overwatch esports scene, like Cest and Proud, we've been waiting for those guys to kind of like compete with the S tier level players like He's and Stalker, but they've never really been on that same tier. Here today though, I feel like those damage players really shown, and they had some big individual performances, and that was a big difference maker for the entire series.
I couldn't agree more. I think that the proactiveness from both of these players and the team as a whole, they played aggressive, they didn't play scared. They went in like fearlessly.
Yeah, for me, I felt like I could feel Donghak's comms in the server, right? He talked about that. At one time when he came into the scene, he was such an exciting player to watch because his individual mechanics were so impressive. You could just feel the potential oozing out of him. But this is more than potential. I mean, what it takes to go from that promising young player who people are excited to see for their individual mechanics. Sure, that's one thing that's nice to have on your team, but when that player can rise and become a leader, can lead the team into battle against a foe that has defeated you so many times, and yet you can still bring that confidence, this is an incredible moment for Donghak and for T1 entirely. I mean, honestly, with a win like this, the sky's the limit. They could go all the way here. Why not Zeta next?
Yeah, looking at map 1 here, how this series kicked off. It's going to be the Domina approach here from Crazy Raccoon, and we've seen a few teams experiment with this Domina. I'm not the biggest fan. I think we've seen it kind of been countered by the Reinhardt from TVNT, for example, here. But obviously, Crazy Raccoon, they see something in it, but look, T1, they had all the answers for this one. And Proud, making some big plays here. Obviously, we've been hyping out Proud now for several years as a new hit scan talent that could make it all the way and compete with some of the finest in the world. I feel like this was the first time where I think on the international stage, Proud had really stepped up in such a way and made that big difference. And I think you saw it on Neon Junction too, where you forced a couple of cooldowns out from the opposing damage players, and suddenly Crazy Raccoon are just on the back foot. They're forced to invest extra abilities just to stay in the fight, and it's like a slippery slope. And because you get that first kind of ultimate or ability used by Crazy Raccoon, that just means that the entire team fight is just gonna go the way of T1. And so I think Proud did a fantastic job here today.
I'm sorry, I cannot. So it keeps on going. Where's the end? There's the end.
Okay, just cycling back.
Really
it's an infinite loop. But I mean, for me, I think Proud's a great shout out. For him, I think the Freya was explosive, not only on Neon Junction, but also I felt that on Saravasa, they were constantly pushing the pace. It felt like Crazy Raccoon are always the team that gets to take the initiative, that gets to be in control of the series, and yet it didn't feel like that today. It was T1, as you said, Johnny, more often than not, able to initiate on their own terms because of the performances most often of Proud, and then Donghak, he seems more than ready to follow up that aggression, to pile on more and more. Here we saw Zest also getting hugely active on the Reaper.
Yeah, also Bliss, like, this was one of the best Cat performances I think I've ever seen. Like, every stun had incredible impact in the backline and just setting his team up for success. And you're playing Jetpack. Like, after all, it's a support.
Yeah.
It's a support hero. You're not supposed to have that level of impact, but I really feel like
Nobody told Bliss. Nobody told Bliss. I feel like to carry.
I want to dig into this a little bit more, though, because we talked about it in the green room. Jake, the usage of them with the cat light, you call it, I believe. Like, can you walk us through it? Because they don't hard commit to those cat compositions.
You know, this is something we've started to see, I think, more and more in this meta, where for a long time we always talked about Cat Bastion, right? It's almost as if it's one hero, almost as if it's one single unit, because that's how Cat was really used in the last meta. Now I think more and more teams have started to develop a more nuanced style, recognizing that Cat can contribute in different ways, sometimes a rollout assist, sometimes a reposition to a key player. We've seen Cat bring Tracer into the backline at times. But then the Cat has a lot more freedom about how they want to approach the fight from there. They can support with the heals, look for damage, be assist as a flanker, and that incredible flexibility, it almost reminds me of like a DPS like Tracer in a way that it can contribute in all these different ways. That honestly becomes a huge challenge on a huge stage like this with all the pressure on you. You have a million options. It's not obvious which one to take. To see a player like Bliss like constantly getting good value, almost never picked off, that is a hugely impressive result up against Crazy Raccoon.
Now, of course, the number one from their region is Zeta Division. We will see them very soon as well. Could T1 take them down? Like, do you see a possibility for that with how they performed thus far in this tournament?
Yeah, well, I mean, you just saw T1 beat Crazy Raccoon 3-0. And Crazy Raccoon, they are like the reigning major champions from Champions Clash a couple of months ago. So yeah, Zeta Division, they won regionally. But I still feel like this is a massive accomplishment by T1. And I actually think that T1, they looked even better like earlier in the tournament as well. Even when they lost to Twisted Minds, they went 2-1, they went to Route 66 and took a loss there. But the way they beat Twisted Minds on Atlas, beating Yubi's Symmetra composition, I think that bode really well for the rest of the tournament here as well. So this is a T1 team that's proven that they can take down Crazy Raccoon 3-0, but they can also hang with the EMEA teams. And I think here in the best of 5 format in the playoffs, that could be another big key here for T1. So I think they've shown us everything required to make us at least believe that there is a possibility they could win the entire thing.
You agree with that? Do you feel like there is any team left that could cause like real big issues for them stylistically when they go up against them?
Yeah, one thing I do expect it to be Zeta in the next matchup. I mean, Zeta are such an insanely strong team. I think they will prevail over Dallas Fuel, so I'm kind of predicting that to be the next challenge for T1. That being said, you know, some of the success of the Jetpack Cat that we saw from T1 in this match, the real test of that is going to be a Zeta. That's the best team in the world right now at these like chaotic styles. Everybody's making plays all over the map. Violet has been a real pioneer of that style, and you know, that'll be a different type of test. But to your point, Johnny, I feel like T1 has been the best team in Korea at making that rush style their own. It actually, if you can hang with TM on LAN, make that a competitive series, there's no one else in the world that can play on their level. So for me, maybe T1 can be the full package, but getting past Zeta is another enormous hurdle. And that being said, if they do it, if they successfully eliminate the 3 other teams out of Korea, I mean, I can see the Grim Reaper memes already.
Someone's got to be that team. You know, Twisted Minds has been that team last year. Maybe it's going to be T1. Either way, it's already a historic moment for this very team. Let's see how far they can take it as they're awaiting their opponents. It's going to be Dallas Fuel or Zeta Division, and they will be playing next right after this.
Club championship points are, of course, absolutely crucial when we're looking at the entirety of EWC. I mean, why else would we have this entire setup? But bit of a rundown because things are heating up over the weekend. When we're looking over at Street Fighter 6, Weibo are playing Falcons today. This is the last remaining Falcon players out of 3 players that they had, which is a little bit concerning. But over for COD, Twisted Minds are going through flawlessly. They're also the title defender, so that's a good spot for them to be in. When we're looking at the teams that have already qualified for the finals, we're looking at T1, Gen G, AJL, as well as Virtus.pro, so a couple more points up for grabs for them as well. It is, however, Team Vitality as well as Falcons that have a little bit of a disappointing performance because they now need to be in the top 6 of the survival stage to actually move over to tomorrow. And MLBB is where the action is truly at. Yesterday, I was fully believing in the reverse sweep, but Falcons unfortunately were not able to do it. They don't go forward to the finals today. But when it comes to the action that we're going to be looking at for MLBB in the finals, I think we're going to have to bring in an expert for this one round because the truth is, whoa!
Stop it, okay? Because it happened so quickly, I had to come running in. We give her another mic. Okay, that's only fair.
You think you can take my mic?
This is your show, I will allow you that. But Falcons just got smoked, frankly, in that third, fourth playoffs match. I mean, Onyx were absolutely fantastic. It all happened so quickly, though. That's why I had to sprint in, Jenny. I thought I'd be rude.
Yeah, thank you so much for being the expert. I appreciate it. And you're looking fly today. Ready for the finals?
2 weeks. I had to bring the tail.
Well, that's it from us. Enough of the glaze. We're going to keep you guys updated, of course.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
왔어. 거점 가야 돼. 키리 볼게. 나 키리온. 키리온 쪽에. 그냥 할게. 호이.
보여주면 끝이다 이거 얘들아.
리퍼찍.
나이스. 나이스. 들어 씨발 없지. 레버.
손 놓지 말라고.
Hi everyone, I'm Kitty and I'm here at the EWC Arena to show you around. For those who didn't know, if you're coming here at the EWC Arena, you have a chance to win some very cool stuff. PlayStation 5, computers, if you're spinning the wheel, you can do challenges, you have a vault. Why would you not come here? Speaking of activities you can do here at the EWC Arena, you can play games. And speaking of gaming, I'm a game addict myself, so I'm just gonna drop the mic and start playing. You can come in here and have a lot of different activities learning about Korea and the culture, the things you can do over there. You have VR, you have PlayStation right behind me. It's just awesome. You also have different booths for French orgs. Vitality right behind me, you have Carmichael, Gentlemate. You can maybe meet your favorite players. Sometimes this place is packed, so make sure you're coming in. Yet another place where you can go and you can have nice, very little setups where you can game, you can rest over there. This place evolves every week. First week we had Valorant, second week we had League of Legends, third week we have this very nice evolving feature, and most likely it's gonna evolve next week as well, so make sure you tune in. The more the merrier, so please bring your friends along because after sitting here all day, you might want to play some games as well. Basketball, football, and actually, you know what? I'm gonna play as well. We are here at the trophy area where the champions rise above. Speaking of champions, every week we have different champions for each game finishing, and there's already more than 10 games that finished, and the losers get their key crushed in being in the sand right next to me. But I have one more question. Who is gonna lift that precious club championship trophy? We'll know by the end of August. If you want to finish your journey the best way, you can buy souvenirs here, jerseys and other stuff that are very cool. I have myself some jerseys I prefer more than others, so make sure you're coming here and experience EWC yourself.
Hello and welcome back, one and all, to the Midseason Championship. Coming to you live from beautiful Paris. We're sitting here at the EWC looking at these handsome players who just arrived in the venue. Dallas Fuel will be taking on Zeta Division in our second quarter final match. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. And guys, these are the top seeds from their respective regions. They have been dominant. They've had good records in the past. This is going to be a very interesting clash, especially if we're looking at those two teams stylistically, because they're both the wonky ones, right? They're the ones that kind of play their own thing. And how is that going to look like, Jake, when they clash against each other?
Yeah, I think this can be a particularly interesting one to predict, because these are both teams that in their respective regions go their own way, play their own style. But oddly enough, I feel like they've arrived at similar locations, right? Really putting a lot of emphasis on their supports, playing double flex at times. You know, this is Shu and Violet versus Luke, Mino, and CJ. So obviously you give more pedigree to Shu and Violet, but Dallas have already impressed us, already, I think, delivered more than people expected from North America. So I won't count them out just yet.
Yeah, I think this Dallas Fuel roster is one that has nothing to lose in a scenario like this. You're going up against Zeta Division, who are, you know, arguably tournament favorites at this point, especially with Crazy Raccoon knocked out. And so I think this is a Dallas Fuel team that has so much relied on individual skill, on mechanics, you know, fantastic players on this, at least regionally, and now here on the international stage. You really just gotta keep hammering that play style. We're gonna put it in the hands of Chronic, on Sunjun, on Luke and Mino, and we're just gonna see how the chips may fall.
I really feel like the DPS here especially, they've leveled it up. Sunjun had a phenomenal event thus far. What do you expect to see in today's match?
Yeah, this has to be the star player for Dallas Fuel, and obviously a little bit of the similar thing we saw with T1 just now. It's been little brother for quite some time, dating back to last year. Played on WAVE, played on All Gamers over in Korea, and that time it's a lot of third placements. It's fourth placements over in Korea, never getting over that hump. And then over to North America, playing for Dallas Fuel, of course, and this has been an incredible star player. Even though they took a loss against Falcons, then they dominated Liquid here in the lower bracket, and then finally came through against Virtus.pro as well. And every single time, Sunjun has been the star player for this team, taking out his counterpart in that flex damage role. But this time against Zeta Division, that counterpart is a bit of a tougher test for Sunjun.
Can they do it though? Like, looking at them, like, really with how they performed this year, like, have CJ and friends stepped it up enough to take on those, well, veteran giants, really?
I mean, you look at the strength of the region overall, and we've got to call Zeta the heavy favorites here. I mean, you got to call a spade on that one. But of course, for Dallas, I really feel like some of their stories are a little bit similar, right? These are young players who've shown impressive performances, at time on weaker teams, but now they've come together and formed something of a super team, looking at their results in North America, defeating Virtus.pro to be here, right? Like, at some point, we got to start to believe in that this Dallas Fuel team has put together serious hitters. I think Chronic is a player you've got to respect. And yeah, Knife on the other side, that's going to be a tough ask. But honestly, I don't hate Chronic's chances in this matchup. If he can just get on that hard hit scan roll and get this game off to a good start, I feel like they could build up some steam and maybe, just maybe, steal this one away.
We're about to find out. But first, let's hear it from CJ, who chatted to Danny.
Hey guys, what's up? I am here joined by CJ from Dallas Fuel. He is just about to go up on stage to face off against Zeta Division. I mean, I feel like your first match against Zeta Division in the playoff, not an easy opponent. What are your thoughts on Zeta?
Honestly, I think Zeta is like kind of the same team as us. We kind of have our own styles in like the region. I do think that they're like maybe a little bit better at like the carries, but I definitely think we have a good shot at winning.
When you found out that your first opponent was going to be Zeta yesterday from the group drawings, what was your honest reaction?
Honestly, I don't think sad is the word I'd use. I'd be like, I'd rather someone else. But I mean, if you want to give us like the best team first, like that's fine too. You gotta beat the best to be the best.
That is also true. I feel like you seem very confident. I feel Dallas Fuel is very confident. How do you think Dallas Fuel could beat Zeta Division today?
I think, honestly, just beating them at their own comps. I think that mechanically, I think we're better individually. I just think we just got to show it.
All right. Well, you're just about to go up on stage to face off against Zeta Division. CJ, do you have any message for your teammates?
I believe in us. I know we can do it. And let's just go out there and have fun.
I can appreciate the confidence that CJ displays here in that interview, but saying that you are mechanically, like, individually the better team, That's a big statement if you're going up against legends like Shu, Proper, like Johnny. Are we overcooking?
Well, you gotta feel that way. If you're a player, you have to feel that way, even though you're going up against Zeta Division. And the other day, I mean, I said that this is potentially the best Overwatch team we've ever seen play. And the reason I say that is obviously because you look at the individuals and they're some of the best players of all time. But the fact that they're playing all these different compositions as well, they are competitive with the Symmetra, with the Jetpack Cat, and the Symmetra, in the Mauga without any of those options. Like, they just play all kinds of heroes and then just take down their opponent. It doesn't matter what the opponent is playing, we're gonna adjust, we're gonna be flexible, and then we have the individual skill to back it up. So this team right here, I think they are the Goliath at this point. They look unbeatable.
They've been looking scary. I mean, Shu back on that Ana, right? And now Proper. Now Proper is just like about the scariest thing. Like, that's nightmare fuel for sure. This is going to be a tall order for Dallas Fuel, I think, as they're definitely not considered the favorite in this bout. Zeta Division has been a force, and of course the streamers as well. That's right. We're going to check in with Tayo, who's been heavily affiliated with the Zeta Division guys, of course. Tayo, welcome to the show. I feel like we've seen so much of you this event already. Like, we should just have a perma Tayo cam. Have you been enjoying yourself?
Yeah, it's been an amazing event. I've seen so many matches. As you can tell, my voice is almost gone now. I have one more day to go stream, but I don't know if I can make it, but I'm ready to watch some good Overwatch.
Well, so are we. How do you feel about this particular matchup? Dallas Fuel versus Zeta Division. I mean, two teams that, you know, did derive a little different when it comes to the meta. Do you feel like it's going to be a clash of styles, and who's going to come out on top?
So, as CJ said, they have like similar kind of compositions, but the way they play the game is very different. I feel Zeta has their own charm to the game, their own like way of playing Overwatch. And so, like, seeing the difference between them, it would be a very interesting point of the match. But I do feel like Zeta is just so good at escort and hybrid kind of maps. So as long as they can win those two, and then maybe like Koth on the side, I think Zeta will be able to win this game.
Tayo, I got to ask you, you know, as a former professional player, you know that, hey, you've got to come into these matches with confidence no matter how the stakes look, no matter what teams expect of you. But CJ, in that pregame interview, was saying, hey, he thinks that Dallas is individually, mechanically better. And, I mean, for the Flex support to be saying that going up against Shu, you really need to be confident to believe in that. Is he completely crazy, or do you think there's something to this Dallas Fuel squad? Do you think there's a chance for young players like Sanjin to really show up today?
No, honestly, I think that Dallas Fuel are a very great team mechanically and as a team. And I mean, they've got first place, right? So you can't really say that they're really bad or anything. But I do feel like this individual style of play, like these are so, like, the biggest veterans in Overwatch are on Zeta Division right now. And they have a very good coaching roster as well. So let's see how they pick maps and ban heroes, because that's going to be very important as well.
What were the vibes like coming back from Champions Clash, obviously in Japan as well? You know, Zeta Division is a huge org. Like, for maybe some people tuning in here who might not be familiar, like, you know, tell me a little bit about Zeta Division, the organization and everything that goes into it, the community, the fan base. Like, explain to us, like, in a couple of sentences, like, what is it like being part of Zeta Division?
So I would say I've been a part of this team since like 2019. I know the CEO very well, and he just loves video games. He actually made an Overwatch team back in, 2019 as well. So he really loves the game, and I feel like that kind of love for the game has come into the rosters that he builds. So I hope that Zeta can actually take the win this time.
Yeah, you're not alone in this one. Obviously, Zeta Division is a fan favorite. So are you. So thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. It's always great to talk to you. Anything you want to say to your fans and people tuning into your stream? What can they expect over there? You can do a little bit of self-plugging here.
I mean, my voice is almost gone, but I'm going to be still cheering for everyone that loves Overwatch. I love watching Overwatch, whether it be Zeta Division, Dallas Fuel, whatever team. I just want to see a very good Overwatch game. That's it.
So do we. Well, you might end up miming it tomorrow, but we're still going to tune in for that one. I think that would be quite clippable at the very least. So yeah, Tayo, thank you so much for joining us. And we are about to get set and ready for our second quarterfinal match. And I mean, I'm looking at the numbers over here. We just got the pickings, and it's heavily in favor for Zeta Division. Are we surprised about that? Did you expect a little more love for Dallas Fuel?
I'm not surprised. I mean, ultimately, this is a question of the strength of the regions, right? You ask anybody who's a stronger region, Korea versus North America, pretty much everybody is going to tell you, hey, Korea is producing stronger teams, more consistent players. There's a reason 44% of the pro players at this event are Korean, including a couple of the players on Dallas Fuel. And yet, there's still a part of me that thinks maybe people aren't giving Dallas Fuel quite enough credit. They have been doubted and disrespected for years at this point, but I think they could really put up a fight.
The European will shut down the American in a case like this. And say that, unfortunately, the only way to predict this series is that it's going to be a 3-0. But I think that's important to do because that is also setting the stakes. If Dallas Fuel were to be competitive in this series, if Dallas Fuel would do the impossible and take down Zeta Division Air, that would be one of the greatest upsets of all time. And so I think we should set the stages accordingly for that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if T1 can take them down or take the other giants down, maybe Dallas Fuel can do the same thing in their side of the bracket. This is going to be a good one, I am sure of it, because these teams came to play. We are, of course, here in a single elimination, so the loser is out and the winner will be moving on to face T1. So let's get into our second quarterfinals between the Dallas Fuel and Zeta Division, who are taking the stage right now.
Wow, wow, wow. What an upset here at the STC Arena. That T1 win surely shook many Overwatch fans. I'm happy about it. Ian, what are you doing, man? We need to get going.
I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Like, I thought I had everything planned out with my predictions, but I think if you're like me, just give up. Let's just see. Nobody knows what's going to happen next.
No one.
Absolutely no one. Who knows? It could be another huge shock to the system. Lou, should we bring out the next team?
Let's go for it. The pride of Japan and Korea, mesdames et messieurs, Zeta Division! La couronne de favori sur la tête semble devenir une malédiction, sauf pour eux. Korewa Nikano Hokori, the top qualifier from Korea, but will they do more?
Let's welcome to the stage, Dallas Fuel! Dallas Fuel have already lived this story once. An early playoff defeat in North America, a journey through the lower bracket, victory after victory until there was no one left in front of them, and they took the regional title. Here in Paris, they didn't reach these quarterfinals through a reputation. They just smashed through every team that stood in their way when survival was on the line.
The division versus the Fuel, the calm versus the fire. Welcome to our second quarterfinals.
Faites du bruit!
One team arrives carrying the weight of championship expectations. The other arrives with nothing to lose and everything to gain, frankly. Zeta Division are expected to reach Championship Sunday, but if Dallas Fuel can turn this series into a brawl instead of a chess match, then we might see our biggest upset of the tournament.
One of the biggest upsets ever, right? I mean, with the way we are positioned right now, we talked about it a little bit earlier, I know, in the week. Like, Zeta Division feels like they're due to get a tournament win. OWCS history, we haven't had an event where either CR or Falcons is not in our top three. This is the first time, right? Both those teams are out. The path is clearly laid out for Zeta Division to kind of go on a run here and finally hoist an international trophy.
And the one thing that I really had to adjust in watching Proper's newest team is the realization that, frankly, he doesn't have to carry the game anymore. Benar creates space, Violet drives tempo, Chu brings stability, Knife applies pressure. this team might be the most complete outfit we've ever seen, at least in this era of Overwatch.
It feels like a team that kind of came together around the fact that, you know, obviously they've had lots of success on other teams, you know, very recently, but they were, you know, these highly mechanically skilled players who were just kind of put in a box and just like, oh, we're going to play like a very like certain brand of Overwatch. And
very rigid.
Eventually they were like, you know what if we just kind of get together and just absolutely clown on people with just our absolute raw skill? And it feels like that, like with this team, is really kind of the angle they've unlocked. And it's like you force other people to kind of get into a shootout like that and nobody else can kind of match that firepower.
And frankly, we've not really seen Zeta Division tested yet. Not truly. Not like some of the other teams in this competition. The Dallas Fuel have always liked to play their own style. They talked about it often. That's what CJ said. It feels like in that sense, we are very similar. But I think the difference is going to be clear on paper once we get into the game.
So Dallas gets rid of D.Va. Mercy ban here for Zeta. That's most likely just a support protect, right? Whether it be for the Cat or the Ana. So good at, you know, these supports for this game on Dallas and Zeta, they are going to play a wild variety of stuff.
Yeah.
That is kind of the, you know, the specialty of these two teams.
North America's champions and Korea's champions. Two regions, two philosophies, one spot in the semi-finals. Let's play some Overwatch, folks. Out we go with Zeta Division on the blue side. They're going to start with Orisa here as Dallas favor this early Sigma look.
Sig with a Pharah here, so Pharah. And then you're also going to have Kiri Wooyoung. So some pretty nasty poke as Emmerich, the DPS choice here of the hit scan for Zeta Division, as Kellen is just getting bullied on back as, you know, there's the third DPS for Zeta Division. Violet on the Jetpack Cat.
Certainly the most volatile component of this Zeta Division team, but one who I've noticed has been pretty hard to punish for that kind of aggression over the course of this tournament so far. He always links up with Proper at the right time.
And you're watching, like, obviously from, you know, Violet's POV, the thing that makes them scary, right, is like, you're not really relying on Jetpack Cat for, you know, just HPS, right? Just kind of keeping players alive necessarily. Even if Violet goes in a little deep and maybe ends up falling, like, a shoe on the Ana is good enough to just kind of keep an entire team on his own alive. As I know we get Kellen here, airdrop.
Stop. Bounce around to the backline pretty nicely. Knife stunned up instantly, and Luke Mino's going to be there to follow up that charge on in. Kellen, though, is going to have to give up his life for this, and Dallas have to hope that the exchange has granted them some equity elsewhere. But they're not touching. Shu wards Sonjin away from the point entirely.
No, I mean, that's a trade you'll take if you're Zeta Division every day of the week. Bio Grenade actually deflected back next on to Bernard, but I mean, there is Violet just taking out his game. Nobody else is doing it at this level. And also, we were talking a little bit in the back, the way he uses, you know, just the ability to kind of grab players and move them into different spots is unlike anyone else. Look at this. I mean, Violet's never seen a fight that he doesn't like. Yeah.
And he got completely baited into that engagement. Sees Luke Mino on the other Jetpack Cat, goes from not realizing that Dallas is laying a trap for him. So, should be able to get a flip here. The Fuel, CJ under a lot of pressure though, with the Kitsune Rush now deployed by CJ. Should be good in the HPS department. Terra Surge, oh my goodness! Bernard gets two off that. Luke Mino and Chronic just don't have time to recover, and frankly, he's just washed the Fuel away.
I mean, that's the thing with Zeta Division, right? I mean, you could be down a player at the start of these fights, ultimate's available for the other team, it literally does not matter. Yep, just selecting perks in the middle of doing all this disruption is Bernard. Zeta Division so close to closing out this first round. Catnap.
I can't believe that.
Free available.
Bernard saw Chronic use his slide and then went for the ultimate. He knew. Oh, good lord, we're looking for Mondana's gold! Can Kellen be saved? No! Luke Mino gets taken down by Proper's spree while he was trying to fish his tank out of the drink.
I want to see Violet's damage and then just the amount of kills he has. He gets, after we see him drop off Kellen, he also gets Sunjin in the fight.
Yeah, Luke Mino desperately tried to reverse that and get his tank back. I really think that the Bernard versus Kellen matchup is actually the central one of this series. Proper's able to go and do a heck of a lot here. Remember though, in maps where we've needed to see Malga Reaper games where Proper doesn't have nearly as much space, he can't take things over. But this play for Bernard was decisive, round-ending stuff.
Filthy work there from Bernard. Proper at the end, closing it out with a spree. It's, now we'll see Zeta Division. Proper goes over and plays Tracer here. Ditching a hit scan is Dallas. They're just going to play all-out aggression here with the Tracer Xion.
Someone needs to control these flank angles for Proper. This at least puts Dallas in a position where either Sonjun and Chronic can actually take that fight and hope to have some success. Ooh, the vertical mobility there, not really what it needs to be for Sonjun, and Shu, what? From across the map, literally a diagonal biotic grenade, threads the needle and finds the Tracer.
I mean, also just kind of think about that as well. Yeah, how important of a cooldown, bio grenade is when there's a Mog on the other side, and Shoot feels like he can just kind of at range land it on Sunjun. And then also, by the way, to shoot Lucamino out of the sky. This team is so talented individually.
Right.
It's scary stuff.
But that's what happens when you have the space and the safety to use Bionic Grenade as an offensive tool on an enemy Tracer. Seems speculative, but it paid off. Now, like, how are you supposed to get back in? Benar is not on the kind of hero that concedes space easily at all. But that's nice from Luke. Sees an opportunity to go after Shu. He's certainly the key to this for Zeta Division, but it's costly. Benar's able to get rid of Chronic and CJ, further delaying that first Kitsune Rush opportunity.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to hold point here, right? Kellen getting dangerously low. He's going to have to back up. Knife is just putting in so much work here in the off angle on the Emre. Really high damage output.
There's a Terror Surge here for Benar, so virtual heal for him. Kellen ends up walking into it solo. And it was Chronic and CJ having fallen there. It's what prevents Dallas from actually getting a point take.
Yeah, just frontlining on Jetpack yet as he does. So this is what we saw them do constantly, right? They drop Proper into the back line with all his blinks and recall. They're just kind of hovering above the Dallas fuel at this moment.
As usual, Violet's looking for an opportunity. He gets sent packing, but he's going to be catnapping for both of these Jetpackers in this next fight. He gets Kitsune Rush now. Override Protocol for Knife. Needs to find some clean connection here, but Chronic's already been taken down. And 3 damage on Kellen, I think he's probably going to be happy enough with anyway, because Proper is... oh my god, this is impossible. Proper's just having to run up through that back line and find 2, because everyone's busy looking at life.
And just like... I think though this is where Zeta, like, their specialty is like they, with how like Violet plays and Proper, they kind of get you into like death matches constantly, right? And like there's no kind of 5 you would take currently in a deathmatch type of style other than Zeta Division at the moment. Dallas gonna move up here. Kellen already hit with a bio.
He's having to wait it out, but Proper's found his way into the back line, and people just don't want to fight him. There's no one that's really free to attend to him. Violet's able to win out the Jetpack Cat battle, and while Chronic found one off the spree, it was only Knife. Here's a cage for Proper. The only way you can hope to slow that guy down is by locking him in place. Kellen also got a bonus Jetpack Cat elimination off that now, and Bunar attempts to use the Fortify to withstand. Zeta will be prevented from ending the map.
They're gonna get very close though, right? Just one more fight needed to close out mount number 1 in really commanding fashion. Terror Surge plus Pulse Bomb. Interesting combination. As Knife here is going to go over and play Sojourn. Just going to be able to farm up these rails on Kellen. It'll also be Chronic playing the hit scan here. As we're just going to get Shu here on an off angle. Takes it on a perk for the headshot as well.
That is insane. That is insane, man, because the other major perk is unbelievably powerful. The bouncing bionic grenade is something you'd normally want to go for, you'd think. Okay, catnapping there for Luke Mino, I think, was just for some mobility. He is scratched up and not allowed to get back to safety.
Proper going to get airmailed here with a Pulse Bomb. Just into this high ground position, actually just forces Chronic down. So they finally do get Violet. That's huge.
It's a Matryoshka doll of delivery systems. It's delivering Proper, who's delivering a Pulse Bomb.
It's a huge fight win, though, for Dallas. They're right back in this. Kitsune Rush available. They probably only need one round, one fight to maybe take this round, so.
I like the Kitsune Rush here. Knife goes to Soj, probably to try and break through these cage fights if there's going to be another one. It's much easier than on the Xion. Early Suzu, very early. Chronic trying to get back here as a pulse bomb dropped at his feet. Proper's going in, catnapping, throwing to the point itself, and Chronic eventually succumbs. Proper delivers. It's the same promise he's always made to dominate. With Sonjin out of the game now, Dallas, just as they were poised to try and take this round back, are in deep trouble. Knife, the only casualty for them so far. Benar looking for opportunities to skewer some airborne targets here, but Kellen turns tail. He has to back away and hope to try and stall, but he's used his mobility in doing so. And Luke Mino is shot out of the sky with a critical from Shu. How many extra DPS players does this team have in the game? They have 4 DPS!
Essentially, right? I mean, Shu...
Taking a major perk is literally psychotic.
I mean, that's their game though, right? I mean, just the, you know, typically for a support to do that extra damage that you're like, man, it's really impactful. You need to play like a Wuyong, a Zen, like something along those lines, right? They can just do it with whoever. Doesn't really matter as we see Shu just kind of just so casually just rip him out of the sky. One on the headshot there.
At this level, you might also think, well, my opponent's a pretty good Kiriko, so maybe just having a bouncing Bionade, it's going to get cleansed anyway. Maybe I'm better off going for a little bit more lethality.
He's taking that regardless. He doesn't care at all. That's the perk that's being selected, so...
While I think that the tank matchup is the most pivotal in this game, I think the support matchup might be the most lopsided.
I don't know. It doesn't even feel like that to me, because it feels like if, like, Bernard, I think one of the better things about it is, like, you know, always plays pretty well, like doesn't make mistakes, right? Where if the other players on the team are going to be that aggressive and that mistake prone, like somebody on the team needs to be pretty safe, right? Where I feel like, you know, Bernard is that type of player.
That is great. The cat meme was getting yelled at.
Oh, yeah.
Best.
I mean, a longer series here, right? So Dallas, an opportunity to kind of, you know, force the issue here with maybe some of their bans. No possibility to protect Ana here, potentially for Zeta Division, right? So,
and Dallas rarely look like the finished product on day one of a tournament or map one of a series. Their best Overwatch normally arrives like a little bit after they do. They adapt, right? They lost to Liquid 3-0 in that NA playoff run. They managed to come back and win it all. They're great at adapting, and they've got some time to do it right now. But let's head down to the arena with Lou.
Thank you very much, guys. I am now with Lynn, a Zeta Division fan. Thank you so much for coming, Lynn. I heard you're from Germany, so I want to know what got you into watching Overwatch Esports. Like, what do you like about the game, about the team? Tell me.
So I first started in Stockholm in 2024, and I bought like tickets a week before that. And I started watching Crazy Raccoon, and they just blew my mind. Yeah, and then Shu switched to Zeta, and
then you became a Zeta fan as well.
Yeah.
That's the long story short. Donc effectivement, première question, qu'est-ce qui t'a mis dans Overwatch Esport? Qu'est-ce que tu kiffes à propos du jeu, à propos de l'e-sport? Bah déjà, j'ai acheté mes premiers billets pour aller à Stockholm en 2024 Worlds. Je me suis direct mis dedans. J'étais une fan de Crazy Raccoon. Puis Shu a switch chez Zeta, donc forcément, je suis devenue une grande fan. And I want to know, apart from Shu, like, who do you like on this team? Who do you think I should be watching and like VOD reviewing in order to get better at the game?
Proper. Definitely Proper.
Any reason why?
What?
Any reason why?
He's just the GOAT on Tracer. Like, his Tracer's really good.
He's the GOAT on Tracer, and I just learned a few days ago that Tracer is inspired by our lovely host, Zoe. So, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, est-ce qu'on peut faire du bruit, s'il vous plaît, pour Lynn et pour Zoé? Thank you so much for joining me, and she's viewing us. I love it. Thank you so much for joining me, Lynn. And we get back to the game to see if the Zeta boys can get it.
Citation may be required on that last one.
Bro, that Reaper cosplay though is tough.
I cannot believe it.
That is tough.
Honestly, and that was the Dragon's Sombra skin there as well. Fantastic cosplay.
I can barely make myself dinner and people are able to put together stuff like that.
You have a wife for that, bro. It's fine. You do. It's all about covering your weaknesses. Big shout out to the Soon crew.
We gotta get Soon on stage to get the chant going. We gotta get him out here.
So I did see
French
him on the desk, and they all walked by behind them with this long sign. Shout out to our French fans, very creative. And hey, it doesn't involve banging drums constantly.
We had an Unco sign. I saw an Unco sign.
An Unco sign?
Unco sign.
For the current year?
Yeah.
Previous Dallas Fuel player, just quietly. Man, I mean, also, Violet's gone up against multiple iterations of the Dallas Fuel in different eras of the game. Gave us one of the most compelling Overwatch League Grand Finals at BlizzCon.
Oh, yeah.
Dallas in the shock.
So Anaban here, that is directly targeting Shu, and then Sigma, which is a very strong hero for Kellen, out of the picture. So
come on,
the
that
Sombra cosplay too.
Yeah, astonishing.
The amount of detail is just mind-blowing.
So time to deliberate here for Dallas. We're talking about it beforehand, but it does feel like this team wants to answer the questions. There's kind of two ways you win. You either come out and you dominate everyone with like a game plan that's so airtight that you don't have to think too much about what your opponents are doing, right? You could do the Zeta way. The Dallas way is to usually try and solve you over a series, and it's pretty risky in a best of 3, right? Lose that control map and you're not in great shape. Here in a best of 5, you've got opportunities to get a read, to get data on them. I think this puts a lot of pressure on Wheats' shoulders. His map picks have to be sublime, and you've got to try and game the hero ban system to
There's only
mitigate
so much you can do, though.
Right, but can you force like proper onto Reaper in Amalga comp or something like that, right? Can you just ban the Tracer? I mean, can you ban the Tracer or otherwise make her unpickable? Find a map where she sucks, or I don't know, man.
Tracer's pretty good everywhere, just about. And I mean, it's not like proper can't go play like a Xion, can't go do something else, right? Like, so talented is, it'll be Neon Junction, the map coming up. So it'll be Zeta on defense, and they will end up playing the Orisa here. So they like that matchup into the Maga. And it will be the Shu Baptiste with Violet on the Alari. So doubling down on that support damage.
It's a composition that is greedy and lacks like a true healing or sort of survival-oriented support ultimate. Yeah, okay, Amplification Matrix might, boost your damage. Yeah, perhaps a quick discussion here earlier. So this is the kind of backline you play when you, again, want to lean into the fact that you've got 4 DPS players. I also think a poke comp can be pretty helpful against Malga looks over these longer distances. Malga doesn't have any direct damage mitigation for himself or the rest of his team. It's all healing oriented.
His body is his damage mitigation.
Yes. But he's not Mr. Fantastic. He cannot be stretched across a choke, for example.
So it'll be Tracer Sojourn here for Dallas. That is a nasty spear onto a Tracer there.
Welcome to the game, son. School of Hard Knocks has been waiting for you to give roll call.
Go back to the spawn and try again. Chronic gets picked off by Violet. Basically another hit scan. I mean, look how great Violet is like always. Whenever we're watching Bernard's POV, Violet's always in front of them, regardless of what hero.
The concept of position. Do not use Violet's gameplay as a blueprint.
I was like, that's where you play it right. Yeah.
My God. Okay, so Violet is going to give it a ground now. The Immortality Field comes at a great time to keep knifing the game, but it's just too much pressure. Dallas Field able to make use of just a nice little thrust up and momentum. Felon charging on in. Gets into the back line as well, and Shu is taken down. And I do feel like, Matt, this represents Zeta being punished somewhat for a very greedy defensive comp.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's very difficult, right? Especially when you have to use that Immortality Field really early to keep Knife alive. He was playing the Emery at that time, who doesn't have a ton of mobility, right? So they end up burning that massive cooldown that most likely they would have loved for Bernard on the point. And that's a great offense there from the Dallas Fuel.
If you're going to play a comp like that, you need to have very good positioning. Or you need to maintain favorable position.
Now with the Sojourn, you're going to be able to like slide out of these Maga stumps, and maybe you don't need to invest that heavy, from the support angle to be able to kind of keep the Sojourn alive. So looks like actually Helen is trying to get an angle up here on the high ground. He kind of.
What I like about this for Violet is that this is the kind of map where your healing pylons are really safe. They're really hard for your opponents to clear because of this like right angles, this L-shaped corner nature of the map. That means Violet can focus on doing what he does best, which is the deeps. He's probably trying to get to the back line now. CJ does let off the Kisune rush, but he's dealt with very quickly. And Violet zooming on overhead. There was a Captive Sun used. He probably just wanted the mobility more than anything. That gets stuck though. And that's not something that you will be able to prevent. Shu is on the Kiriko, not on the Baptiste anymore. But Zeta in a position to clean this fight up. The cart currently stationary.
Yeah, and the pylon's still active there, so
right
for Violet. So Violet
hard to
then
clear.
Yeah, he immediately switches after they win that, right? So the pylon doesn't go away during that interaction. So now it's going to be Kiri, Cat, and Match in terms of supports. Really, it's just Bernard wants to play this Orisa into the Maga.
Oh, slide. Okay. And that's why you want to wait for it to be burned early, but Chronic's able to slide away for the time being. Binance picked up, probably something to do with playing too aggressively, and here's a cage fight for Bernard. Catnap as well. Interesting utilization of that. It's going to be Dallas end up winning it out. The cage fight is a good starter. And Luke Mino just dives down on Bernard, who I think might have been fortified.
Yeah, maybe one more fight here for Zeta Division on defense, as Dallas doing a nice job here, 3 minutes plus in the time bank, marching towards that second checkpoint. He'll have a overclock, no massive support ult, like a sound barrier to be able to kind of keep players alive on through it.
Okay, overclock. Notice that there's no jetpack cat ferrying knife around, because that would only make him more vulnerable to someone like Chronic, who is down at this point, in fairness.
Cybernetics regulated.
Knife has done enough with this
I
ult.
think they know that Sunjin is here.
Yeah.
I just don't think they know exactly where he is. They know that he's a little bit on the flank. Now he gets out of dodge.
Pulse bombs are going to be relevant in this next fight, especially up against like two Malgas who are relatively easy to stick to.
Yeah, but rush available here for Zeta Division, right? I mean, Morgan or rush, very difficult to beat.
Yeah, to bring him down. The pulse bomb basically just tickles him. But you also have a Suzu on both sides. Maybe you're looking to force one out early. It's also tough to do unless you hit like a fat railgun. Okay, we're going to go for it now. Shu. Suzu's pulse bomb there dropped on the car. Proper though is well clear of it now. Doubles back to try and find Sonjun. He might prefer Luke Mino though, a bit more of a juicier target, but he's being dragged away from the engagement. Proper though really only has eyes for this jetpack cat. Eventually he's going to have to give up the game.
That's not bad for Dallas though, right? They kind of kite that, nobody dies. Now they end up with a rush of their own. They do lose Luke Mino right at the start of this fight.
Sonjun might die as well. That's a problem. Violet's found a second elimination. That is just wrong. This is what I mean about Proper not having to do it all anymore. He really just cleans up the fight.
I mean, I know that Dallas wants to play Jetpack Cat as well. But man, Violet is just... I mean, I think it's clear that he's like the best Jetpack Cat in the world. You know, with the way he's played.
Oh man, just as a swift step came in from CJ. I think you might be right, Matt. There's hardly any debating at this point.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's that close, to be honest.
There's no other team that are really doing it like Zeta Division. So Dallas Fuel, I blinked, and it went from 3 minutes to 1 minute on their time bank. Things have gotten a lot murkier for them here. Bogged down in the mire. The Fuel. Sonjun a little low now, and everyone disengaging away from Knife's overclock. Dangerous position for Luke Mino to be, but he's trying to be as safe as he can. Knife didn't even need to use a slide there. As he starts to clear this cage fight with the remainder of his overclock, and here's Violet dropping in now with a cat now. Big Chronic has fallen though. Sonjun down. Nice little disrupt the shot there from Knife. And that's enough for Zeta Division. They've done more than enough to secure this fight, putting down as Fuel on their last legs.
I mean, that is crazy value from Violet on the catnap, right? Gets into the cage, a pretty big stun. Even though they lose Bernard, gonna clean up the rest with Proper and Shu. So, I mean, look at this, is just
playing for the rafters.
Oh god. Like Proper needs any more advantage, right?
Yeah, look, he drops into the back line with all of his cooldowns available. That's insane.
And they rush into the spawn. I mean, only 10 seconds left.
Yep. Zeta Division here now, they know they can spawn camp the Fuel. No chance for Dallas to break out. And now they lost Luke Mino. No presence on the cart. No nothing. Recall forced by Sonjun. He goes for a pulse bomb, but he's far from the objective and won't have a chance to touch. Not while alive, anyway.
So you get rid of the Ana here, does Dallas, right? Obviously so powerful in the hands of Shu. But, you know, the Jetpack Cat in combination with Proper's Tracer, Violet and Proper, it just feels like, I mean, I couldn't even imagine what it feels like to be CJ and Luke Mino right now. Just the amount of pressure they're under constantly.
And Bernard's doing a bit of everything there in that first clip, right? It secures an elimination, forces the Maga back with that Javelin, make it really, really hard for Kellen to get in position to actually command the attention he needs. Sonjun who looked so good in previous series, tore some of his opponents apart now, is just struggling to get his name on the board.
It's just another level, though, right? I mean, 15-1 there from Proper.
And look at that damage, like 3k damage from Sonjin. Like, he is being kept very quiet.
3,600 damage from Violet. I mean,
I like to add the damage and healing for sort of the hybridized supports to try and determine their impact. So that's pretty good. Shu as well.
Yeah.
Kind of damage.
Let's get on with this.
He played a bunch of Kiriko there.
Yeah, he played like Baptiste early on, right? And then obviously Violet played like one spawn of Alari, but a lot of it just being Kiri with the cat.
Zen! Surely not. Thank you, Zhu. That was an extremely unserious moment. Seen it though against like Ramatra comps. Sometimes the Zen has felt pretty decent. But it is also Shu, and he can do whatever he wants as far as I'm concerned.
So this is where you think they look, you know, you're not going to say Zeta looks weak, but without Proper being on Tracer with like that high skill expression, it's a little bit easier to maybe deal with a Reaper.
Yeah, I just think he's a little bit more telegraphed a lot of the time. CJ, though, probably wouldn't agree with me at this point, as Proper's already found his way into the back line. And he's going to be forced back. There's definitely room for skill expression on the Reaper. It does help with the rest of your team of striking the fear of God in your opponents, and they're running in your direction to try and flee them. I will say, like, having the game brought to you certainly smooths out some of Reaper's inherent weaknesses.
Reaper looks pretty good firing into the opposing team's Maga.
Really good when it comes
the cardiac
inside.
overdrive is active, yeah. Looks like Proper going to make a change here. Going to go Tracer for this part of the map. Look, Lucamino's done really nice things on the Wuyong. I just worry how he's going to survive. Wuyong has like no real kind of self-survivability. He doesn't have great mobility here against the Tracer Cat.
It's his favorite hero. He also does think in some situations it's quite strong. I feel that Wuyong certainly needs perk support to really be oppressive. In terms of the damage and also in terms of, you know, just improving his healing throughput. Fighting Violet is an interesting proposition, but he does have the poke to try and pressure the cat down.
But then dies to the Tracer.
It's never just Violet.
Yeah.
It's never just Violet.
You have the Maga there. You're not going to be able to survive all of this, right?
No, it's the entire Adams family just elbow drops you as soon as you look at Violet. Like, Gomez is hitting you with a right hook. Lurch is sitting on you. It's impossible.
You just have that wave, you know, for the movement there of Wuyong, but it's very temporary. You're easy to kind of track there, so see if they're able to get a touch. Final fight for Dallas Fuel here on Neon Junction.
Kellen charges in, but even now he hesitates. He knows just how fearsome his opponents are. Kitsune Rush comes down for Violet here now. Shu rather. Violet is ready with a catnap. Shouldn't be required. It'll pull someone off the card at least. Knife fighting. Pulse Bomb dropped at his backside, but he's able to step ahead of it. And now the cage fight comes in. Tidal Blast on Kellen. The knockdown not useful there as Bernard's able to withstand it. Devastating here as Zeta Division will not be denied. Kellen now being out of the fight means touching is all but impossible. A moment for Sonjin to keep the game going, but Proper now is going hunting for the last remnants. And so Sonjin is handled. Shu did fall. That's not remotely enough to cause this team to sweat, to worry, to scowl. Zeta Division notch up yet another one, and frankly, this is exactly how they drew it up.
Yeah, they used the Tidal Blast there onto Kellen, but the focus fire between Bernard, Knife, and Violet so good that before he can like even kind of like pop, they're just able to burn through that extra HP. Doesn't even matter. Just kind of get rid of that Maga as, you know, we take a look at that exact moment there. Yeah, the headshot comes in, just gets rid of the Maga. And look, I know that Dallas wants to play some of these greedy support comps as well. It just feels like they're getting punished constantly for it, though.
Still some hope yet for the Dallas Fuel, but it's going to require a reverse sweep from this point out. Lou standing by with a fan. I wonder if they believe.
Thank you, boys. I have Fabio standing by with me here in Paris. Es un placer tenerte en París. Fabio, bienvenido. We're going to do the interview in English, of course, because we're not going to switch into different languages. But I was wondering, because you're supporting an American team in Europe, so what's wrong with you?
There's nothing wrong. Well, during the old days, there were only 2 EU teams, so you had to support someone. Dallas Fuel, I've been a fan since 2018. They're back in the OWCS. They have my full support.
Fair enough, and I think that's a beautiful support. So you've been watching the game for how long?
since the release, 2016.
That's absolutely insane. We have a true fan here. Je regarde du coup Overwatch depuis 2016 et à l'époque il fallait choisir entre deux équipes de roster évidemment européens et j'ai commencé à suivre évidemment les Dallas Fuel. Ils sont de retour en OWCS, donc ils ont tout mon soutien. Tell me a little bit more about you, about this team. Is there anyone that inspires you on that roster? What do you play? Which hero? Can you give me some tips?
Well, I love Anand Kiriko, like CJ. He's the one that I've got on my bag.
Show us, show the camera. CJ fan here.
See, not only it's a very special jersey to me because CJ gave it to me yesterday. It's game worn from the day before. So CJ's the absolute goal. I love him to bits.
Wow, CJ the GOAT, c'est un maillot très important pour moi. Je suis un grand fan de CJ. Je joue Kiriko et Anna comme lui. Et en fait, ce maillot, il me l'a donné hier après sa victoire. Donc, je suis vraiment refait. Thank you so much for joining me. That was a pleasure, an actual pleasure meeting you, of course. Let's get back to the game and see if Dallas Fuel and CJ can carry.
Game worn, that's tough. Never washed. CJ's a roller player. He used to play controller, so you know,
that's true.
All fine.
Talked
it's all fine. He can't do nothing wrong in my eyes.
It's interesting that he actually has his crouch bound to mouse 5 because he couldn't reach the after when transitioning over to playing keyboard, couldn't reach the control key. So Nepal was a bust. Neon Junction. Not much better for the Fuel.
Maybe a little bit, tad bit, but
they tried a couple of different things, right? Ended up in Amalgam Mirror with Proper on Reaper, the kind of one avenue that I teased where you might be able to get some equity against this team. They tried the Wu Yang for Luke Mino.
And I mean,
no good.
And there's just not many great paths. I mean, this is what's so tough about Zeta Division, right? There's not many great paths through even the ban process here, right? I mean, what, you ban Jetpack Cat, you're taking that from Lucamino, who wants to play it. They're a pretty good team at it as well. You know, Violet has picked up and obviously become very good at Lucio. It'll be Suravasa, it'll be a Cat ban, right? I mean, you kind of have to. You kind of have to there if you're Dallas Fuel, but that allows the Mauga ban to come on through. So it's going to allow, you know, what? I mean, you don't really want to play Sig here on Suravasa. That would feel kind of bad. Like, we've seen some Orisa here out of Bernard. I mean, is it going to be like a diva for Kellen? Like,
I honestly think there are some spots where Sigma is okay here. I don't mind it, like, for attack sides if they're trying to, like, poke. I think controlling that first high ground can be challenging on a Sigma composition. Normally, you want to poke and force your opponents to come to you.
Well, like, look, Lucio's available, right? So, like, Lucio, Kiri easily kind of fits into, like, Ramatra, potentially, right?
One day we'll have a chance to tell the Pigeon Camp story. I'm not sure if we have the time now.
Well, let's just get KSG up there and let him rip his computer out.
That'll be a nice little time buy. Okay. Sigma and Suravasa. Okay, so we've seen it. We've certainly seen it tried. And we're also seeing a trend of these more like static tanks that are poke-oriented, moved onto more of these brawling maps. We've seen it on Control. Riot teams have been playing Domina, for example, on Nepal on occasion.
This probably just goes into a Ram mirror, I would assume, right?
Sig versus Ramatra is also understandable. Who was it? Like Kaluge or something? Was he one of the first I remember watching in NA trying to play Sigma on this map? It's a while back.
Weyoung potentially here for Zeta Division as well. Obviously some time. Violet going to switch over, give his team speed. We'll see what he decides to play after that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Unironically playing Sigma here. Violet on the Wu Yang, so it's a pretty potent poke configuration. Rob took some poke down earlier, maybe from Luke Mino. Interesting, yeah, there's a lot of little things in the neutral like that can go wrong for you. Because these comps are both so effective at longer ranges without full engagements, the neutral fights can be very short.
See, Kellen pops Nemesis for him just to live, has to just block and just back up the entire time. Pretty rough start here as Chronic dies basically instantly as A Division will get first cap, and now you lose Kellen. So just gonna give you more time accrued here for Zeta.
The only reason this isn't cooked is because it took a while for the point to unlock. So Dallas Fuel have that to hang their hat on at least, but there's now a real question about how they're supposed to retake into this setup. right? These static shield tank compositions get a lot better when they already have that control. Dallas need to abuse some flank angles here.
Nemesis form here from Kellen. Just, I mean, trying to put some pressure down through the shield. Nice Suzu there from CJ. But no significant progress on the point. That's a nice shield, trying to block off the line of sight of Shu there.
Okay, go for the back line. You've got to pressure this down. Shu cleverly gets out of line of sight, though. Knife. That is speculative indeed. Sanju there finally finds Violet, so it's a backline run through here for Zeta Division. But look at this percentage, already up to 90. It takes so long to get the Sigma comp off the point.
Yeah, now a nano opportunity here for Proper on the Xion. Potentially you get like a nano with the spree. You will have, obviously, both support ultimates available for the Dallas Fuel. Same here for Zeta Division, though, so I mean, no, really, if you wanted, you give Proper everything.
Chu instinctively knew that someone was coming up behind him. It's a bionic grenade thrown at the ground, and Sunjun goes from one clip to one hit wonder.
Yeah, and then they end up giving the nano over to Bernard there, just to make sure he will be able to stay alive in case Shu falls. Shu doesn't fall anyway.
Man, just when you think you're coming up behind an Ana player. Sunjun never get a touch here to trigger overtime, but won't be able to get access now. Ooh, Tidal Blast! Okay, you have my attention. Everyone kites away from it though now, and they're going to be looking at Luke Mino. Clear here off. And this is really just Dallas hoping to have found a window here, but the odds are always low in scenarios such as these. Try and stall it out if they can, but Zeta Division, frankly, have just been dominant, as they have for much of the series.
CJ's trying his best there, ends up with like 2 kills in that fight, but ultimately the story is still the same. Zeta Division dominance there in point number 1. So Luke Camino now is going to go over and play Hilari here. So, see obviously how this plays out. They end up banning the Jetpack Cat, obviously with how good Violet's on it. Nice pulse bomb there from Sunjun. So that'll probably give them point advantage here off the rip.
I think Violet was trying to build a Tidal Blast before that bomb went off, but it wasn't to be. And Sunjun comes back for more. He's found Violet as well. This is what we need to see from Sunjun specifically. Moments like that are going to take a virtual 1v2. The Wu Young just gets ignored, and then he comes back to clean him up.
All 5 ultimates, though, available here for Zeta Division on the next fight. See, Knife actually gets hit with a Vortex here. It's going to be a Flux that comes on through. Spree as well.
Big flank for Proper. Oh, that is stunning stuff. Lumina caught out by the execute now, and Sunjun doesn't have anyone to take eyes off him. Proper just lines him up. A nice spree, one that looked a little risky, but Proper had found his way into the back line. Let's see that again.
I mean, they dumped everything into that fight, though. Like, we'll come out of this, you'll see. Ooh, nothing to work with here for Zeta coming up, so.
He's also perfectly preempted the 2 seconds, window for Tracer.
So Proper gonna go over to Tracer here, try and match in like more of a neutral type of fight. Violet as well, gonna ditch the Wu Young, gonna play Kiri here as like a full ultimate dump for Zeta, and then you get Bernard. This is great for Dallas.
Yeah. I think Proper's trying to give himself a bit of an edge against Sunjun, who can 1v1 him when he's on the Xion. Not so much now.
I was gonna say, at one point I feel like, yeah, we're gonna see Bernard swap, so D.Va is the call here. Felt like, obviously, the Ramatra has a pretty good matchup into the SIG. They were starting to get the upper hand.
I think you're trying to limit Chronic's impact now as well. Yeah. Swaps basically targeted at contesting both of the opponent's DPS. That's where Zeta are being given some punishment from right now. They're going to start a cap up here. Notice the Proper's only at 60 health right now, though. Eventually, that's going to be remediated. Luke Mino, dash, dash, dash. A lot of blinking there from Proper. Luke Mino going to go over the top here. This is audacious. Violet probably doesn't need to be hit with that Captain Sun, but Shu might be a viable target. Pumped with heals, with a burst, and the Captain Sun is too good. And there's Luke Mino, cutting through the backline all on his own. And that is huge for Dallas, just as Zeta are really contesting them. Finally, some signs of life from the Fuel.
That is a huge play from Luke Camino. Dallas ties it up. Let's take another look at this. The Captain Sun connects there onto Shu. Nice headshot there, using the outburst to get to the high ground there. Get a good angle As Dallas most certainly needed something to come alive. Another change here for Zeta. It'll be Emre instead of matching that Freya here for Knife. So Pulse Bomb goes sideways there for Sunjun, doesn't get anything.
Yeah, drop on the Nano. That's the mandate. Lukmina going to be chased down. You know, escape. Chronic also. This is why he switched the Diva into him. Benaz able to eat that ball shot up and completely nuke the impact of the Freya in that engagement. Despite how competitive that last point looked, this was a very simple fight for Zeta.
You know, Emre is also going to have an easier time shooting Chronic out of the sky than trying to match that Freya. Freya v Freya, a little bit harder to hit. Knife, obviously, with Emre's weapon, going to be able to like kind of scope in, keep that full mobility, and then kind of track Chronic a little bit better. I mean, that
he
is
took
just...
the headshot perk again.
I mean, why play Widowmaker when you can play Hana with the headshot
Widowmaker
there?
who heals?
Luke is going to go over and play Lucio now, so... I like that, though, right? Just try and get the Ramattra into the spots where Ramattra can be successful, not stuck at range.
You've got to make him harder to ignore, right? The Diva will just opt out of every engagement with Kellen. Create a frontline engagement that your opponents can't say no to. An offer they can't refuse, if you will. Kellen, though, did get nuked there. The problem is, Matt, the switch to the Lucio can impact your raw healing throughput.
I mean, I you know, in theory as well, the Lucio can better protect the CJ and Chronic, right, against the pressure that comes in from Proper. But it's not just Proper, right? I mean, it's Bernard there as well. Violet still being aggressive as now it's going to be Lukamino going over the Mizuki as just one more flashpoint here for Zeta to take the series.
I need that slowed down. Like, a lot.
Oh, wait, we get back into the game and CJ's dead. That's quite brutal, right? Not going to be able to kind of push on forward there without CJ.
Shu is just simply the best Ana player to have ever done it. Look at how much damage you get from that perk. Sorry to my ranked teammates. I'm picking that one now. I'm never going back.
Probably needed to apologize to them before you picked it.
I mean, the apology is implicit.
You're also, we're also assuming here Mitch Leslie is even going to make it to the major perk stage.
Yes, I won't switch off Ana. I will get there eventually, bro. Don't bother asking me. I won't be a voice chat. All right, here's the bomb. Kellen dropped down low. He is really struggling to get where he needs to be with any sort of help. Override protocol now, keeping Kellen quiet out on the point. He couldn't even spend enough time there to flip it.
And that was the rush as well there from Dallas, right? The override protocol, there's no way that Kellen can kind of interact with the Emre when he's up in the sky, with the annihilation. So you just get free damage there on Knife. Just being able to burn that Ramattra down. So you have not gotten close on this point. Chronic going to go over to the Cassidy here. Predicted bio nade from Shu, doesn't get anything but a nano here potentially for Proper.
Young for Lukmino. Everyone trying to stay grouped here. Zeta Division looking just to tear strips off Dallas Fuel as they approach. This might be Dallas Fuel's last hurrah of this Midseason Championship, and it has not gotten off to a jaunty start at all. In fact, Proper is the one having the time of his damn life. 90% and counting, and folks, I'll give it to you straight. There's not an opportunity for Dallas Fuel to get that touch. Take a bow! As every great era begins with that moment that everyone realizes what's happening. Zeta Division, your uncrowned kings here at the Esports World Cup, have taken one more determined step towards what's been promised them.
And at this point, it feels like it's their tournament to lose, right? I mean, with how good this team has been here in Paris, and then obviously in the lead up to it. Yeah, it just feels, at least what we've seen from them the entire tournament and the rest of the field, they feel inevitable at this point. I think you're probably looking over to that match that'll come up later between Twisted Minds and VK. It's the best opportunity to give this team some trouble, because right now, it looks like they're just going to bulldoze through the rest of this competition.
Twisted Minds, maybe T1. T1 Cinderella run is still well and truly intact. But this Zeta Division team are a completely different beast entirely. No one is really causing to break the sweat. there always seems to be that one team out of South Korea that is impervious, impenetrable, impassive as they walk through stage after stage of a tournament.
And you knew with this roster, it was just a matter of time. I mean, we have not had many years where Proper and Shu are not hoisting multiple trophies that, you know, obviously Champions Clash doesn't go ideal for them, right? But, you know, you just figured that it was about time this thing was going to start to click and work in a big way.
Violet, Proper, and Shu on the same team is absolutely terrifying. Let's head down to Lou on the stage for a post-match interview.
Thank you very much, guys. I am standing with one of the biggest names in the games, of course, Zeta. Violet just joined me, one of legendary support player. Violet, congratulations for this win. And it's clearly not your first time in Europe because a year ago you were still playing in EMEA. So I'm wondering, you know, now that you're back in a Korean team, nothing feels like home. Which difference does it make, you know, to have all the players speaking their native language on the server?
네, 일단 바이올렛 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 파리 무대 1년 만에 다시 들어오게 되셨는데 사실 유럽이 낯선 곳은 아니잖아요. 유럽 팀에서 이제 활약하셨다가 이제 다시 이제 고국으로 돌아와서 이제 고국 팀과 이제 모국어로 소통을 하게 되셨는데 좀 어떤 점이 좀 많이 달랐는지 좀 묻고 싶습니다.
일단은 작년에 비해서 확실히 경기장이 엄청 좋아져서 그게 되게 마음에 드는 부분인 것 같습니다. 그리고 연습실도 되게 잘 돼 있고 해서 그게 진짜 좋은 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, to comment for the stage, just there's a lot bigger stage here, and also really great training facility. So I enjoyed this returning here. So nothing more to say about the team much.
Okay, but you're enjoying your time here in Paris at the Esports World Cup. Donc effectivement, très content d'être ici. Il est sur une grande scène. Il y a aussi de très bons équipements pour s'entraîner, également avec sa team. Donc il est ravi d'être là. My second question is going to be about the upsets. We've seen a lot of upset matches. Falcons out, Crazy Raccoons out. How do you explain that these big teams get surprised by smaller ones, but not you guys at Zeta?
사실 요즘 이번 대회에서 이변이 좀 많이 나왔는데요. 팔콘도 탈락하고 또 크레이지 라쿤까지도 탈락하면서 정말 이변이 많이 나왔는데 아직 제타 디비전은 그래도 견제하는 것 같습니다. 그래서 제타 디비전은 좀 어떤 점이 다른지 좀 궁금해서 여쭙고 싶네요.
그냥 뭐 솔직히 해외 팀들도 되게 다 잘한다고 생각하기 때문에 솔직히 뭐 그냥 상대팀이 잘했다고 생각하고 저희 팀은 아직 그냥 뭐 저희가 잘하는 것도 있지만 그냥 운이 좋았다 생각하고요. 그냥 경건한 마음으로 다음 경기 잘 해봐야 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, all the teams here come to the stage, they're all great teams, so I think it's not that surprising that much. But however, that being said, we are trying to clear our minds. I think we were lucky this time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll prepare for our best performance.
Prepare even better for the next, and I'm sure that you're going to do that. Donc la deuxième question, on a vu beaucoup d'upsets ici sur scène. On a vu Falcons éliminés, on a vu Crazy Raccoon. Comment tu expliques que vous ne vous faites pas surprendre, mais les autres grosses équipes, oui. En vrai de vrai, je trouve que le niveau est très élevé à ce tournoi. Je suis pas surpris qu'il y ait eu ces upsets-là. Et honnêtement, nous, on n'est pas non plus à notre meilleur niveau. On a même eu un peu de chance. Donc voilà, on va continuer de se préparer pour avoir le meilleur niveau. Violet, should we get to the key crushing? I am very excited to see you crush the key from Dallas Fuel. Zeta Division Violet, mesdames et messieurs, ici sur scène à Paris. The key master is going to show you the way, of course, but I think he knows already what he has to do. Zeta Division Violet smashing, crushing the key of the American representatives, Dallas Fuel. They're out of the tournament. I was going to ask you, 괜찮아요?
Yeah, 괜찮아.
You're okay? You're okay? Because that was quite a big sound. listen to me, Violet. I know that you're used to trophies, right? You have such a wonderful career. You've had so many highlight moments. Were you expecting to face T1 next in the semifinals? How are we feeling about this game and the tournament in general?
마지막 질문은 사실 바이올렛 선수가 뭐 우승이 너무 익숙하시기 때문에 사실 대회가 조금 아직 긴장이 안 되실 수도 있지만 그래도 다음 상대가 또 T1이잖아요. 또 T1을 만날 거라고 예상을 하셨는지 그리고 T1 상대로 어떤 경기가 좀 예상이 되시는지 궁금합니다.
T1도 요즘 진짜 잘한 팀이어서 진짜 치열한 경기가 될 것 같고 솔직히 뭐 T1이란 상대는 한 번쯤 무조건 할 거라 생각해서 뭐 잘 준비해서 하면 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, I expected T1 to be up there because they are indeed a great team, and I expected to be on the match bracket someday. So yeah, I'm very excited to face them.
Excited, confidence, that's pretty much the definition of Violet. Mesdames et messieurs, encore s'il vous plaît, des applaudissements. Please make some noise for Violet. Of course, it's an honor to have you here once again. Kamsahamnida. Thank you for joining me for the interview. And stay with us because we're heading to our next game, SSG versus Weibo Gaming, after a short break.
That was a dominant performance from Zeta Division, pretty much what we expected to see from them. And while there were, of course, individuals on the Dallas Fuel roster that tried their hardest, they played their hearts out. I mean, Sunjun being one of them, Callan as well, but it was just not enough because honestly, Zeta Division played so aggressive, so oppressive.
I mean, they just got ran over by a freight train in this one, man. Zeta came to win, I think, a lot more than this top 8 match, now putting themselves into the top 4. But this is looking like a team that's here to win the tournament. I mean, this roster was put together really to win in Japan. They weren't able to accomplish that. But here, now at the Esports World Cup in Paris, things are finally coming together. And hey, it's the biggest tournament of the year, so it couldn't come at a better time for this team.
Yeah, look, Zeta Division, I think in the first tournament, like really with Champions Clash, of course, with this new roster of theirs, they didn't look as polished when it came to like the team chemistry, the team synergy. And I think that's where Crazy Raccoon kind of edged them out, having had so much history playing with each other. So Zeta Division, we saw earlier this year, tremendous amount of individual skill, and it feels like for this tournament it's finally coming together and they are clicking together and they're showing the flexibility combined with those mechanics. I mean, Violet, Diana, still in 2026 just able to turn team fights by itself, finding picks on the tracers, adding in a couple of headshots with that perk. It's just it's mind-blowing what this team is capable of.
You'd be happy to hear that I have never left the shoo-shoo train. Like I've been steering the ship, or the train rather. It's crazy that he still got it, and I love that we have Ana back in the mix. How much more Ana will we see from other teams?
Probably just about none. I mean, Shu's, I think, the only player in the tournament who's playing. I mean, he basically one-tricked at this series, which is a crazy thing to be able to pull off. I mean, Dallas Fuel, it felt like they were constantly on the back foot. Very rarely could they get something going in the enemy backline. And so, I mean, look at the final moments of Suravasa. Like, Shu just goes on a deep flank with Proper. Like, they are playing so fearlessly with so much confidence. You could really feel at that point in the series just how little was left in the tank for Dallas Fuel. I still want to give some honorable mention, though, to some of these Fuel players. Like, Chronic found plays. Sonjun was lights out. I'm so excited to see this guy play for the Korean team in the World Cup. He really showed in this series that he is a force to be reckoned with. I mean, when your team is struggling as hard as Dallas were in this series, to have Sonjun still be finding plays, still be making things happen was massive. But, I mean, in the end, Shu and Proper, the two of these guys getting active on the flank. Once you step onto the back foot, it feels like it's already lost.
Yeah, the backline was just constantly taken out from Dallas Fuel, so the rest of the team just fell right after that, Johnny.
Yeah, looking at Dallas Fuel, like what Jake said, though, I think that maybe if you don't go up against Zeta Division here in the very first round of the playoffs, this is a roster that actually has leveled up and should make North America proud in that they show that they can somewhat be competitive with some of the best teams in the world. Obviously, Zeta Division, they're one step above the rest, but I do think that North America overall, this has been a successful tournament for them. We got SSG coming up next. We'll see what they have in store as well. But this is a Dallas Fuel team that I think has impressed compared to what we saw at Champions Clash, which might have been a little bit of a disappointment for them.
Yeah, I mean, we've been really harsh with the region as a whole, right? We talked throughout the stage 2 how it is just looking like the weaker region from any other regions. EMA on top, and then VP, of course, an early exit. So far, I feel like NA has really exceeded our expectations for this tournament.
Yeah, for Dallas, right? A top 8 in this tournament is honestly a respectable result for them. SSG, of course, still alive. They're going to be up next against Weibo, and I think they have a genuine shot there. So, this has definitely been a bit of a redemption tournament for North America, but it really has felt like maybe a redemption year for Korea, right? With, of course, CR winning in Japan, with how good Zeta look right now. It's like, it's going to be either them or T1 in the grand final. And so, hey, there's still a lot of spice left in this region and still some incredibly heavy hitters, as we just saw in that last series.
Yeah, let's take a look at our bracket to see where we are standing. Currently playing through these quarterfinals. 2 done, 2 more to go. Zeta Division came out on top of the Dallas Fuel, and T1 taking down Crazy Raccoon in a very convincing fashion. And now it's going to be Zeta Division going up against T1. Does T1 stand a chance?
Wow, this is going to be a matchup for the ages. T1, what a story for them to come through with 3-0 against Crazy Raccoon. When we saw this first round yesterday after the playoffs draw, I was like, oh my God, what unbelievable quarterfinals matchups we're going to have here. And it's just been 2 3-0s here off the bat. T1, a big surprise what they were able to accomplish here earlier today, and I can't wait to see what they got in store for Zeta Division.
But what about the other teams that are still in the quarterfinals? Like, do you feel like any of these matches has a clear favorite, or do you feel like they're all pretty hard to predict?
I think I might be the only person who thinks SSG has not just a good shot. I'd call them the favorites. I think they're more. I expect them to win over Weibo Gaming. I mean,
what's the grin of eye? You don't agree?
We'll get to that segment.
Yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself, but I think maybe both of them could be pretty spicy. Even GK, I mean, it's been a huge level up year for them. Twisted Minds, though, on LAN, with the energy that the crowd has brought to Paris, they have traveled insanely well to this event. And so counting them out, but yeah, that's going to be way too early. A lot of great matches still on the cards today.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, the Lanimals will be up in a little bit later, actually. I believe they're the last match of the day. The next one is going to be Weibo going up against Space Station Gaming. And we'll be right back with all of that and so much more.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
We book Esports World Cup up.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
But at the end of the day, you know, the story of KC is very simple. We have a hero, Kameto, and he's trying to achieve his dreams.
Yeah.
And we just want to help him to do that. So it's like an hero of the modern world. And that's the best storytelling you can have. Just like watching a movie, just like Lord of the Rings, you know? At the end of the day, just you want to see people achieving their dreams. And our guy, it's Kameto, and we build everything around him.
Welcome back to the EWC. We are here currently in the quarterfinals of our OWCS Midseason Championship. 2 matches done, 2 more to go. We have lots of action to cover, and we have a special guest joining us to set the stage for our next one. Kafa, welcome to the show. How are you feeling? We got to see you earlier on in the week with your team Secret. Unfortunately, your journey was cut short by JDG, but did you have a good experience thus far?
Yeah, it's been awesome. I think it's always a great experience to be at LAN, and the stage is awesome. It's in France. That's always a blessing. Yeah, it's been a great experience. You know, we didn't go as far as we wanted to, but you know, we're a Pacific team at the end of the day.
So, Kafa, I want to start off, you know, talking about this series that we're looking at up next. It's SSG taking on Weibo Gaming. I think a lot of fans have been pretty impressed with Weibo. People have been saying, hey, you know, some of the wins they've been able to get have maybe moved the needle, maybe saying Chinese Overwatch could be back on the map. But SSG on the other side, I think people might be underestimating them. How do you look at this matchup? Do you think that there is a clear favorite?
I think it's really difficult. I think a lot of people are saying SSG's bracket has been pretty easy compared to the other teams. So I think they haven't really truly been tested yet. So maybe that's the thing that is difficult to read about them. But Weibo look really good. Yeah, I think this is a really hard game to decide. I'm leaning towards SSG because I've got the bias. I like those guys, you know, I played with them for a long time. But Weibo, yeah, you can't underestimate them.
Right. How do you look at the compositions, even going into this tournament when you were scrimming and such? I feel like we're seeing a lot of different compositions viable. Some teams like to play the Jetpack Cat, others don't. When you head into the playoffs here now, do you see a composition that stands out to you that you think is better, or can you pretty much play anything and get away with it if you play good enough?
I think the teams that are really good at Cat have like that in the back pocket, and they can always rely on that on certain maps. But in the SSG and Weibo, they both play Cat a fair amount, so it's going to be pretty interesting. I think that matchup will be pretty important, and whoever's better in that matchup might be the one who takes it home.
You just alluded to it, obviously, right? You have history with 2 of the players from that SSG roster, Admiral and UV. You played with him last year for Nightmare. Got to see you together in action. What kind of players are they in those big, high-pressure situations?
I think they're pretty good at dealing with it, yeah. I think that they've played a lot. They know what it's like in these high-stake games, so I don't think they're going to shy away from the moment. And yeah, I think they're going to do pretty well.
Yeah, for me, I think DPS is always going to be a role that is crucially important in these big matches. Like, who can just come up with those picks in the moment? You know, I think I look at Sugar Free and Lethal as players with a huge amount of expectation on them in North America, as really carrying the torch in terms of these classic styles. But of course, on the other side, it's Shy and Leave, right? 2 of the OGs of Elite Overwatch, 2 of the strongest representatives ever out of China. How do you see that particular match? I'm especially interested in your thoughts on like that hit scan duel, Lethal versus Shy. I mean, how do you think that's going to go?
I trust Dennis. I trust him. I think Lethal, you know, he gets a lot of flack sometimes, but in these big matches, he usually shows up. So I think today will be no different. Shy, he's got a lot of pressure. The Chinese fans are pretty harsh on him, from what I've seen. So I'm sure he's fighting to defend his title or his namesake. But yeah, I think Lethal's got it.
I love having Kaffa here because me and Jake, we can just ask all the questions to Kaffa instead, and we don't have to stand for any analysis here.
10% of your paycheck, by the way, in his bank account.
We'll settle after the show. Don't worry about it.
Sounds good.
I want to ask you about Hawk here now, because I feel like at times Hawk, coming into some of these major tournaments, like, he's obviously a very experienced player, but sometimes for SSG has been pretty disappointing the past couple of tournaments. They haven't had the results they wanted. How do you perceive Hawk as a tank player currently in 2026? What do you think his strengths are, and what do you think he needs to do to help SSG get the win here?
I think he just needs to play with confidence. I think like a few times he goes into these high stakes matches against like CR and stuff, like, oh, like we're just going to lose, like we can't beat the Koreans. I think like that narrative has definitely changed a lot in the last 2 years. So maybe he's just a bit behind the times in that sort of mindset, because before it was, it was, can't beat the Koreans, there's no winning. But yeah, I think he's a really good player, and I don't really see him shying away from this series.
I would love to hear your thoughts on how the regions are stacking up. Obviously, you're playing for a very underrepresented region in Pacific, and that is surely a motivation to do really well, put them on the radar, put them on the map. And I feel like teams like Weibo certainly feel the same way, since Chinese Overwatch has been on the back foot for such a long time. But so has NA Overwatch, so like, who wants it more here?
Yeah, I think this is really like a turning point for both regions. This is like where they both need to perform, and obviously one's going to go home today. So yeah, there's a lot of stakes on the line. I think Chinese Overwatch is due for a return to greatness. They've had so many times they fall short, map 5 to Falcons multiple times. But yeah, NA has been really lackluster for the better part of the year. So if it's going to happen today, I'm not sure. I hope that NA will do well, but I also really want Chinese Overwatch to do well. I'm conflicted.
So are we all. It's hard. One, vote with our hearts, vote with our heads. Usually are we wrong either way, so that's okay. For you personally though, and I think a lot of players that are playing on this stage this week, lots of scrim time had to be split between their World Cup teams and the teams they're rocking up here at EWC. How is that for your team? Because you're representing Australia, of course, and then you have representatives for Team Thailand, for Team Singapore. How did you manage to, fit it all into your schedule?
I think it's just been a bit of a back foot for the actual Overwatch World Cup whilst we're here, because it's too difficult to scrim. We're half the teams in Europe, half the teams back in Australia. Like the ping is just too high. So we just said we'll get back to it after the tournament.
Yeah, are you looking forward, of course, to Busan and to potentially BlizzCon, right? I mean, it's such a exciting moment in the Overwatch universe to get teams competing, out of this like pure competitive environment, I think back into like a place where, yeah, it's more about the heart. It's more about, what teams bring to it. To come from a team like Australia, right, that hasn't been able to get the win in the World Cup, but has had some pretty consistently good results. How do you kind of feel about your strengths and potential in the World Cup coming up?
Yeah, I'm pretty optimistic. I think Australia has fallen short the last few times. They were really good, 2017, 2018, when I was just like a teenager watching them, I was like, damn, like these guys are really good. Like I want to play for them one day. They'll go map 5 against China, against Canada. Like this is a country that has had a lot of promise in the early days of Overwatch, but it hasn't had much since then. And I really think that this year could be a chance to change those narratives. And yeah, I hope we beat UK, Mexico. I'm not sure about Saudi Arabia. I think that might be a little bit too difficult, but I think our group is like a really good spot, and I'm pretty confident. Yeah. I love playing for Australia as well. Like, World Cup is like always just a different thing. Like I feel like everyone is so much more involved, and you don't have to be supporting a certain team. You're just going to rally behind your country. So I think that's a great product, and I'm really glad it's back.
Yeah, I think we're all very, very fond of it. It's just different. It's very special to all of us. Now the numbers are in, guys, and in our EWC pick'ems heavily favor here for Weibo Gaming. Are you surprised at 82%? Did you think it would be more or less?
I thought it'd be more 50-50, to be honest. I think there's a little too much slander on SSG's name. I've got belief.
All right, well, these two boys seemingly got SSG, so I'll stand up for Weibo then.
That's
I think they have the compositions required to take down SSG in this one. I feel like Sugarfree is actually an individual that will have a lot of importance in this series, because we've seen Shy actually play a lot of Freya, and that is maybe when Sugarfree's Tracer could be really impactful in trying to shut that down. But also, I think the Sigma composition has been really good for Weibo on something like a Neon Junction. And then maybe we saw Falcons bring out the Mei. That is something that Sugarfree has done in North America as well. So I think Sugarfree is an individual to look out for SSG in this one.
Okay, who's your individual to watch out for in this match?
I think Sunso, if he takes over the server, it might be really hard for SSG. But on the other side, I think, Sugarfree for sure. Maybe Lethal. Yeah.
Sunso definitely had a really, really impressive event thus far. Jake, give me one guy to watch.
For me, it's Lethal. I think he's been one of the most exciting players to watch in North America for me personally. Like the individual level he can hit in these crucial high-stakes matches, is massive, and I think he could be set up for success to shut down the Jetpack Cat. Honestly, I feel like Hitscan may be the most important role when the enemy goes Cat. It's like, can you just 2-tap him out of the air? And there'd be few players out of North America I'd trust more with that responsibility than Lethal. So for me, he's the player to watch.
But you guys were very conflicted, though, with which team to root for here. What's the scoreline then? Are we expecting a close series? Is this one going to go the distance, Kappa?
I think it's a map 5 for sure. You know, we've moved away from the first of 2, so I think the series is going to get a lot more interesting. There's going to be a lot more important bands and maps, so I think this is going to go the full distance.
Yeah, I'm going full distance as well. And also shout out to Ultraviolet and Maka. Both of those guys have been wanting to play the Ana so far this tournament, so I hope we get some more of that as well.
Yeah, Zeta certainly showed that it is more than possible. You can definitely get the wins. For me, though, I'm going to go full distance, just like everybody else, 3-2 Space Station Gaming.
Okay, now I have to look at it. Who would they face? Twisted Minds or GK? That's what's potentially on the other side. Which of these two teams has a higher chance of making it all the way to the grand finals with their prospect opponents?
Wow, that's a difficult one. If you had to pick between SSG and Weibo, I mean...
Essentially, I'm asking you for two predictions.
Look, I'm not going to lie, I don't think either of these teams...
No,
like,
but
you don't think about the next match.
You got to drum it up. You got to drum it up.
Next match, guys.
What would the Cinderella story look like? And look, it's got to be Chinese Overwatch. I mean, for like years now, we've been waiting for this squad to actually come through and try to win a tournament. And you would have to beat like 3 amazing teams on the way there. But maybe there is a Cinderella story like hiding. They got Leave and Shy after all, 2 of the best damage players of all time. But it would be an incredible feat. I think both of these teams would just be happy making top 4, to be honest.
I think I agree with that. Now, Kaffa, we're about to head over to the stage. We have 25 seconds left on the counter. Anything you want to say to the fans who have been supporting you and the team?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we're a really small team, really small region. Pacific doesn't get a lot of love, so it's been great to get these guys some LAN experience. You know, I've played a fair amount, so I think this is like a goal to, level them up a bit. And, maybe we fell short of expectations, but I think it's always a good experience having the minor teams here.
It was a great time seeing you in action again, Kaffa. Thank you so much. We're getting ready over on the stage for our next series.
The first 2 quarterfinals of the Overwatch Champion Series Mid-Season Championship at the Esports World Cup have displayed 2 sides of a coin. In the first, we saw a favourite crash out of the tournament. Complete shock. In the second, we saw one rise to the occasion and get the job done. Now, Lou, which story will be told next?
Ian, we don't do favorites, we don't do odds anymore. This one is about revenge, because on one side, it's their opportunity of showing that they learned from their mistakes of Japan at the beginning of the year, and on the other side, it's about asserting dominance once again. Parce que d'un côté, il y a ceux qui ont gagné au Japon en début d'année, et de l'autre, ceux qui veulent se venger. So Ian, je t'en prie.
High stakes, high pressure, huge opportunity. Let's welcome onto the stage, Weibo Gaming! 2 Chinese stages, 2 regional titles, a reinforced roster that arrived in Paris with a mission, a region's return to international relevance. Their route has not always been easy, but it has been uninterrupted. And now Weibo stand 3 victories from the international title, still absent from their record.
And to face them, the last American team standing, Space Station Gaming! They took down Team Liquid, they took down Varro on the way, already marking Paris walls with their names. Il ne reste que du côté américain. Now, it's time to shine against another big name. So can Sugar Free and his boys exceed all expectations? Ian, c'est l'heure de rentrer dans la cour des grands.
It's a rematch from Tokyo. 2 rosters here to rep their regions, and this time a place in the Mid-Season Championship semi-finals is on the line. Paris, faites du bruit!
two regions looking for redemption on international stage. In fact, two regions looking for dominance on an international stage. And a familiar foe facing off against Space Station here. Weibo Gaming, the team that knocked them out in that lower bracket in Tokyo.
A chance for revenge as we go back to first to free format. And this map, this could set the tempo. This will actually set the tempo because so far, Weibo Gaming, yes, they were able to stay within the upper bracket, shoot through to playoffs so quickly, but all of their matches went 3 maps, and that's because they always lost control. So if they start this map type with a win versus Space Station Gaming, that's already 1 foot through the door to tomorrow's matches, 1 foot closer to going up on that stage and crushing the key of your opponent.
We knew the Weibo fans would be out here in force, and they are loud, happy to support their region here once again. What a Series 2 versus Falcons, an upset to defeat one of the better teams here in midseason.
A dominant defeat as well that Weibo were able to deal Falcons as, yeah, Des talked about it, Jake said, look to Lethal to potentially have to go shut down that Freya. No shutdown on Freya required outside of taking it off the ban draft as Weibo target out the Diva, securing the tank role and ensuring that they can play both the Ramatra or the Mauga if Gushwei desires.
Pretty significant loss as well, that lower bracket in Tokyo. It was a first to 2, but like you mentioned here, first to 3. Space Station Gaming didn't get a single point versus Weibo last time, and I spotted that sign in the audience too. We panned over to him briefly. Is Sugarfree's NA savior? Is he going to be the guy that leads the team to victory, Moxie?
It feels like there's always so much weight on his shoulders, so much expectation that we see from him. His hero pool has widened so much in the past. We used to be able to get to see just really the Tracer popping off, but now he plays so much like the Mei, the Sim, and he'll have to push through that hero pool because if Weibo do lose this control map, well, their game plan has always been the same. Go Neon Junction, sub Sunzo in, and absolutely dominate the competition with that Sigma composition. So Space Station, they know the path ahead of them. They know that it will be rocky. It will not be easy. Everyone on the desk, including us here, are expecting this to go the distance. As we start off on the pole, we'll get to see these compositions. So many of these teams have put priority on that jetpack cap, but as has already been discussed, both of these teams have played the Ana as well. Space Station actually playing it on the NA playoffs even before they headed off to Paris. But it looks like Ultraviolet will be rocking the Kiriko instead. Good rush potential, good Suzus as well, in case Weibo are trying to lean that Ana, and also stopping those engagement slams from Gushwei.
Cat bashing for both teams too. Gushwei in to start for Weibo. Good Nepal Village. NA's chance here to really upset on an international, and Space Station's chance for redemption as we roll out to mid. Gushwei really taking the brunt of the damage as both Lethal and Shy just trade forms. In fact, Mauga's trading positions too. Hawk quicker off the mark, taking down Shy early. That's SSG with a fight win.
Yeah, Shy not up in the sky, vulnerable to Hawk Slam. Space Station now sweeping out Weibo to be able to find first fight win, first fight cat.
Difference with Leave and Sugarfree, the Tracer versus the Reaper. Much easier for the Tracer to just pounce on any target. Leave much more looking at the front line, just punishing Hawk.
Yeah. Put more punishment on that Mauga, but Space Station already ahead. Both the Catnap and Artillery Strike available for Lethal since they were able to survive that fight.
Yeah, that's just so much ult charge already. I think Weibo are going to be a little bit bewildered when this comes in. There's the Storm Bastion already stunned. Shy in trouble now. Gushwei's already dead. This is domination so far from SSG. Abel's not even been able to use the ult. I mean, he doesn't need to at this point. Shy's going to be left on his lonesome on the high ground.
Weibo, yeah, they're gonna have to deal with this Mauga now. Nice little shift. There's the stun though, onto Hawk. And I think Lethal got dragged up in there too. The Wombo combo, just like they did Falcons in. The catnap into the artillery barrage. Shy gets 2, and that's the flip.
Yeah, Lever's bait. Hawk thinks he's vulnerable. A tasty snack to be lifted by Admiral to chase down without that teleport, but he just reforms out. Artillery strike, catnap combo from Weibo. We saw the music versus Falcons on Colosseo, and it's just as devastating here. Space Station losing that cap, but having so many ultimates to be able to play with. Mauga Cage follow through. Leaves might have to use Death Blossom defensively.
Shy trying to make it difficult for the Cat Bastion from SSG to move on to the point. Lee doing a bit of point guard. Nice little ray form there, dodges the stun. Pulse bomb on to Lee, though it does, but it doesn't matter. There's a Suzu. Of course, Market is going to be right behind him. A nice little Death Blossom ends up getting shut down, though, as Hawk just runs over Lee. Both the teams playing on their rush, but SSG coming out on top. The focus fire just too clean for Weibo to deal with.
Sugar Free on the Reaper to match Leave as well. Weibo were wise to the antics of the Tracer, going all the way around the team, pushing onto point, forcing out that back cap, forcing Weibo to have to hold their ground, and allow Space Station the entrance to walk forward with the rush, with the Mauga Cage to close the distance. As we get a pause, this allows both of these teams to just ruminate on what has happened so far. Gain some energy from the crowd, but also the stress, the pressure on your shoulders, especially for Weibo, understanding that Space Station are starting to pull ahead in terms of percent.
Looked like it was a small issue with Lethal, maybe? Not 100%, but looks like everybody's ready to lock back in. Yeah, really short pause, just getting a ready check from everybody, and then we'll be back into Village.
Well, how easily will Weibo be able to get back onto point? They burned Cage, they burned Rush, they used Death Blossom. It'll be a tough ask to be able to find some form of ground. Nepal Village, it's real hard to be able to sort of pilot these Bastion Cat flybys to buy you the space to walk back onto point, because there's just so much form of cover. The team themselves, who are just defending, can hold on the point itself. It has a roof above it, or you can play side room alongside it. As Space Station take to the high positions, Weibo will have to walk forward, but they have no ult to be able to hold their ground on point.
A little bit of point presence here for Weibo. Shy swung in on the high ground already. Haven't got the combo, not just yet. Lethal is going to get a lot of focus fire dished out to him here as Lee Sumin goes for the catnap. Ends up stealing Lethal away. Goes straight back to healing up Gushwei, who's just looking at Hawk. In fact, the entirety of Weibo Gaming forced to look at Hawk there. You ignore Sugar Free, take down the Mauga, less sustain, less kind of a wall of meat to deal with. All right, Weibo Gaming get a decent flip, but still Space Station in the lead at 89%.
Yeah, 1-5 win away. If they can find some late pickups on Weibo to be able to take this first round. Ultraviolet, Maka, both will have the Kitsune rush. Both of these teams will be looking to that Kiriko to open up the fight. A Sugar Free, scout site where Shy will be playing from. Space Station don't want to lose a player early. They have to be so careful just walking their way onto point, taking some bits of damage, fishing for that rush to solidify their push forward.
Leave waiting on an off angle. Oh, nice check in there from Hawk. Okay, we managed to spot the Reaper, force the Ray form, and then we can make our next move. Looks like Lethal's already popped Wheels mode. Hawk pretty low though. Eventually healed up. Does force them to take this one a little bit slower than they'd like.
Allows Leaf to take the high ground against them too.
There's the rush, there's the stomp in already. Hawk extremely low, but here's the catnap from Amble. Looks like he got Suzu though, instantly. Good frame perfect Suzu. Coming in from Maka, TP from Lee, but already Sugar Free's pulled the trigger on the ult. They are way too quick right now. A Death Blossom from Lee does end up getting a kill when trapped in the cage. He is with Hawk. Hawk so damn low. Lethal and Abra alive. The catnap though, Lee Su-min is not going to be able to survive though. Lethal puts himself on the point. A little bounce nade on top, but the cat ends his life. Space Station will get that first round under their belt. Momentum in their favor.
It comes down to the wire though. Weibo start losing that fight. Gushwei gives his life to secure that Mauga cage. for the follow-through of Leave's Death Blossom. But the trades, there's just too many for Space Station. Despite the catnap, they're able to just hold off Lee Soo-min, pick up that point before any recontest can come through. Yeah, Lethal just playing outside of the Mauga cage. Being able to drill that damage through onto Leave. And off of that, it's just tying up one loose end of that cat as we head to Sanctum and we break out the poke. Lee Soo-min, Ultraviolet, both matching the Wu Yang. Lethal actually understanding Weibo probably play the Wu Yang over the cat, going for the Ashe.
Oh, dearie me. Ultraviolet super low. Look at this pressure from Leave on the sidelines. Lethal was playing behind him too. A bit too over aggro there for UV. They're going to try and just punish them a little bit further. Lee Soo-min down, sure, but Sugar Free sitting at 100 HP after that dash. Easy pick up for Leave. They're now trying to re-group close to the point.
Same story for Space Station Gaming. They tried earlier to start Lethal on the Ashe. Had to swap him onto the Cassidy to deal with the Bastion Cat. This time it's the Sojourn to be able to deal with the Mauga.
Wow, UV dead again. Okay, Shy with the Disruptor shot. Ends up picking UV off. They're forced to reset completely. Point unlocked, Weibo gets it.
Yeah, this is great for Weibo as well. They're just going to be able to start building up the poke ahead of Space Station, making it really hard for Lethal and Sugar Free to be able to find these angles. This Leave just totally repositions with the speed of the bike, plays one lane, rotates to the other to cut off Lenny and Lethal's opportunity.
Oh, okay, a little bit of comeuppance there from Lee, playing on that hard off angle with Lee Soo-min. DPS for Space Station. Standing head and shoulders above the rest in this fight. Gushwei trying to go for a trade, not going to happen though. Surely Hawk just takes him down. Little stomp, no, not to be. Sugar Free with another couple.
Admiral have Rush, Mako have Rush to be able to match. No Tidal Blasts available for both of these Wu Yangs as well to supply that extra survivability onto something like Xion, for the Spree to have that extra bite to it, diving into a whole team, having that knockdown potential. Hawk with the Terror Surge means that Maka has to save the Suzu. It all comes down to this opening poke from Space Station, keeping Weibo at bay long enough for them to surpass point percent.
2v2 again on the side, but it's actually here we need to pay attention to. Both rushes have been used. There's the Tidal Blast. He's going to go on Leave. He's going to try and get into the mix. Lethal hunting for someone right now with this OC. Terror Surge to keep Hawk alive in the front line. There's Lethal on the board, finally. Picks off Shy. And Weber Gaming again. They're not winning this duel on the front. They managed to pick off UV a couple of times at the start of this map, or this round. They've not had the same success since.
Well, they hold 3 ultimates, and Lucy Moon is actually going to swap off of the Wu Yang onto the cat. Take an off angle against Space Station Gaming, who are trying to hold this lane.
Cheeky.
As we get a back flank.
Oh, dearie me, Leave. He's got the Spree though. It's getting shut down anyway by Sugar Free. Admiral also gets his one too. Sugar Free got that ultimate online as Space Station Gaming. They got player advantage and damage advantage too. Shy and Leave already dead. And with Gushwei trapped off to the side, he's got a cage to his name, but he needs to go for a reset or a kill. He's going to charge away eventually. But his support, on the other hand, had a different idea. A miscom there from Marker. Ends up teleporting in and gets destroyed by Sugar Free. Space Station going to take this map.
Yeah, get out or die fast. That's all Weibo can do right now, and Space Station won't allow it.
I think we're going to be able to do it. Look at this. Spree's going to go in and an extra bit of damage here. Oh, what was that cage? Gushwei shut Sugar Free down in the entrance of that little choke point. Now Hawk's got the Terror Surge. OT touch. Hawk pretty low. Gets healed up eventually. Here's the charge from Gushwei. Ult available from Marker in a moment, but I think it's too little too late here for the Chinese representative. Lee Soo-min dead, and that's all she wrote. Space Station starting off the series with a win.
History repeats itself. Weibo unable to lock up control. We know where we go next, Jack. Space Station, they know it too. I'm expecting that we'll have to talk a little bit extra when Sunzo is swapping out with Gushwei and we get ready to jet off to Neon Junction. As, oh, it's so costly. Like, Space Station with that flank, being able to totally shut down the overclock and the Spree. They do such a good job after losing that first fight. They just make sure to always stack the deck, have one extra player.
Let's jump down to the stage with Ian and Weibo's team manager to see what words he's got to say.
Yeah, we got some Weibo fans here in the building, and I'm here with Shu, the team manager. Shu, that was a hard start to this series.
Yeah, I see, but look, we have 6 tremendous players, like I said this morning, and some of them keep the highest level for like almost 10 years. I think that's definitely a not easy thing. And we have some players like Bush, Liv, Shai, and they representing China. I think here I want all the fans here. We from Hangzhou City to China, and now we are Paris, AWC. We want to show this to the world. So guys, please support us. Let's go Weibo! Let's go Weibo! Let's go Weibo!
One more time.
Let's go Weibo!
Look, there's a lot of talk about China having a comeback, a resurgence as a region. Do you feel pressure for your team to deliver that here?
Yes, absolutely. I think these players representing China to competing in this highest level for so many times, and we see there so many times nothing is granted, everything is earned, like we said. So I think absolutely they deserve a very wonderful ending. And so guys, let's continue to see this game.
Shu, you should do my job, you're so good. And we've got some fans here as well. I'll come back to you in a moment, Shu. What's your name?
My name is Felix.
Felix, you have been standing here in the crowd, gassing everybody up, getting everybody loud. What's your message to everybody here in the arena and watching at home right now?
Well, I've been watching this game for 10 years. I've seen all the upside down. And I think today we can say the word again. Let's make the world to see Chinese Overwatch once again!
Shu, I just want to say thank you as we throw back. Massive thanks to Shu, to all of the Weibo Gaming fans here in the building. Let's see if they can bring this thing back.
I mean, no lies heard there. 10 years of Overwatch, of course, and some of these players have been at the top of their game since the game released. We're seeing Sunzo step into the lineup now as Guxue takes a back seat for this next map.
Expecting Neon Junction, absolutely. Especially because Space Station burned the Freya ban, which means that we'll be able to see that one played. Now, do Weibo ban the Sim so that they can try and stop some of the movement of these teams? Freya is one of the DPS who does not suffer with the Symmetra out, since she has her own mobility to be able to claim stake to those high grounds, as opposed to something like the Cassidy, who has to take the actual stairs to be able to secure it. Weibo, I feel like this performance here, like, we weren't expecting a win from them on Control based off of the track record. If they lose Neon Junction, though, that's when you start feeling a little bit worried about how far this series can go.
They want that sweet revenge. They want to, SSG want to prove that NA is not to be trifled with. Making it this far for SSG, maybe a surprise to some. I think Dallas Fuel, people expected to make it a fair run. But for SSG, I think it means a whole lot more than that, considering their previous international performances. And for a lot of the players too. I think with Hawk taking a small break from the game and coming back, although that does feel like a lifetime ago, he's played on the biggest stages in Overwatch League. Like, he's played against the best players in the world. And, well, we're seeing that right here, of course, today. But historically, he has. He played on the Atlanta Reign team with Gator, of course, with players that are playing in this tournament too. I mean, the guy has also been around for a long time, ever since, what, beta Overwatch 10 plus years ago at this point.
Here we go. Weibo versus Space Station. No safety net. A loss here means that your region, your team is done. They are the last ones representing where they have come from. One of them will move forward, one of them we send home. Weibo have always found that safe ground on Neon Junction. It's always looked their most comfortable map. It's always been where they have been able to find their comeback. But what it does mean, Jack, is it makes them predictable. We know what compositions they play. We know what positions that they play, the bans that they use. Space Station, they've had 2 whole chances to see how Weibo play this map, 2 whole chances, and a very long time to be able to cook up a counter.
You know Christopher last night was watching that VOD 2, 3, 4 times over to make sure they were very well prepared for that situation. We'll go to Neon Junction, see what the bans are going to be, but with Sunzo in, this is an inevitability in this series where we're going to go here. Mizuki for SSG, and then a Mauga ban for Weibo.
Yeah, taking out the Mauga Hawks hero pool, it's limitless, it feels. He can play so much, and if you want to play things like the Sigma or the Ramatra for Sunzo, you want to remove the chances of that Mauga. Space Station, they'll go for the Mizuki. It's been something that Weibo have loved using on these Neon Junction defenses. Potentially, it even forces the Wuyang out with that Kiriko when they swap from the Lucio, something that Space Station proved more than happy to be able to match.
I'll just jump into this. Just a quick PC restart and then we'll be good to go. Will Chinese Overwatch rise again, or can NA shatter that dream?
No Simba as well. So Space Station, they can play that Symmetra if they so choose, making it so much easier to be able to contest up to those high ground positions as an attacking team, so that you don't get just pushed off trying to cross statue against a Frey who can constantly shoot versus your whole team.
Yeah, Neon Junction has been the flavor. I'm kind of shocked too, because normally when we do see new maps, they aren't picked as often as Neon Junction, but it has been the hybrid map of choice for most teams at this point.
I feel like it's one so many teams scrim as well. Like, it's one that you feel if you have the tempo push, if you're on attack, if you're on defense, you can just win.
And if we have the better ideas, because it's a new map, it's not been around for 10 years. You know, it's
less known
strats.
Well.
Exactly.
Much less established. And if you feel like you have to punch up versus your opponent, it allows you to cook up something that they're not quite ready for, to be able to catch them by surprise and start to push them down that tempo slide. Where if you win those fights and you start chaining those wins back to back, your ultimate economy is in a perfect position to just finish out the map, dropping very little time. In fact, when we have seen full pushes from Neon Junction, it's been upwards of 2 minutes on the time bank. And I say when, it is if, because we so rarely see those full pushes. As we said, this is very much a hybrid of Havana.
You either cap with a ton of time or you don't cap at all.
Yeah.
Basically, is what you're trying to put down there. I'm picking it up though.
Sometimes you get stuck halfway on second. Most of the time, the attacking teams tend to just snowball through second. Third is where they become stuck. Or first.
Dude, that's what I've been saying. Why does the cat have the jetpack?
Yeah, it is a little unfair that the cat got a
all
jetpack.
the supports jetpacks. Apart from Lucio. He
You
doesn't.
know what? One day they'll make a perk for Farah where you can lift Anna.
W. Put her on the back so you can start shooting from up there as well.
Like, we already started to move away from Farah can move Wivel as a perk to now it's just baked into her base kit.
Exactly. Why can't she pick other people up?
So just let her pick other people up.
Exactly.
That would be terrifying. Can you imagine all of the counters to Farah where you're dealing with barrage, Anna just hits with a sleep dart?
Yeah, I mean, look, you saw what happened last game. Shu was getting elevated
True.
on the Ana. That was freakish. I mean, Zeta have so many different ideas with this cat comp. It's so cool. I think we saw also Proper too getting kind of suspended in the air.
Well, Cat just breaks the game. Actually, I have a question for you, Jack. We were both playing Overwatch at the base release of Brigitte.
Sure, yeah.
Who do you think broke the game most? Break or Cat?
Break. Yeah. Brig formed a meta that lasted 2 years.
Yes.
Cat, it has not been 2 years. But it very well could.
It has not been 2 years yet.
Exactly. So we could end up in that state, but yet to be seen. We'll see. I'm sure Cat will get some more changes than Brig did.
I feel like Cat has an easier fix, right? You literally just put a time limit on Lifeline, and that cuts Cat's value by half. Although, as we are seeing, a support who has that high level of mobility and that disruptive and ultimate, even if you don't factor in being able to lift heroes like Cass, Anna, Bastion, give them mobility and the ability to do a whole bunch of damage when you're least expecting it, or forces your position because you have to respect the possibility of that happening, so you give up space and allow the team to walk forward, thus finally overcoming defense advantage. Cat's still very, very strong as a support, or DPS if you ask players like Bliss.
Let's get in map 2, SSG, the final hope for NA, and Weibo Gaming, the final hope for China. Weibo down a map already. Kali definitive win on that control for SSG, as we now go to a home turf of Weibo with Sunzo being subbed in for the team. We're going to start and choose to start on defense first.
I feel like that's expected, though.
Or attack,
Weibo...
sorry. We'll get the icons flipped in just a moment. Weibo on the attack, SSG on defense.
Yes. Weibo, they always feel, especially with Shy on that Freya, that they're very comfortable just pumping damage out to be able to push the defense back. Space Station, starting off with Sugarfree on the Xion, actually. Not a look we get to see all that much of from players on the defense, but really good at being able to control those off angles, plus reposition around Sunzo to be able to eat into the Kiriko. Great opening damage from Shy, 20% already off of the opening shots from that Freya.
Man, I thought Leave was going to stick on the Hanzo there. That would have been sick. But a little more consistent is the Xion.
I don't know how I feel about the lack of Mei, though. It does mean that Lenny has to win the 1v1s. You don't have the Mei wall to stop Weibo taking space.
Oh, that is a disgusting opening from Leave. I mean, even Shy, 2 different angles completely.
Yeah.
Forced them into the room with Leave, and, well, just Leave does the rest.
Yeah, lack of Mei means that you don't have to worry about this as a Xion. Just fully pushing on forward with the help of your Wu Yang to be able to set up the damage and have the heals, and first is broken. Weibo pushing through second, have to wait for Train, which at this point actually gives them more stall than Space Station's first fight.
Dude, that's facts. Well, you might be spinning with that one. Sunzo trying to hold this corner. Hawk able to get there pretty damn quick though, but it's all about these off angles that Shy and Leave are going to take once again. High ground for Shy, bowler in hand. What is this push up here from Ultraviolet? Instantly deleted by Shy, but they trade very quickly back. Leave on the cast. Sharpshooter connects with Lee Soo-min, but it is Shy getting yet another kill. China's best showing up so far on this map. Can SSG hold on? Can Lethal get another opening pick? Doesn't look like Weibo are going to give them a chance.
Yeah, not with Maka's rush, ready to go once the team regroup, and Space Station having to claw damage to be able to build Admirals to match.
Just keep up the tempo. Yeah, pop the rush, force Admiral to do the same. Why not? Flux for Sunzo, Hawk's got one as well. Rock connects, and now where's Hawk's ult? Oh wait, it's in spawn. Weibo just run over the tank of SSG. They're making this push look easy.
Yeah, here comes the snowball. Space Station likely going to have to hold ults and use them to stop Weibo's tempo push forward on third. This is dangerous though. Weibo is already so far ahead. 5:30 on the time bank. Space Station Gaming have to find picks or heavily invest in ultimates. As Shy off of the Freya onto the cast. Lethal so low. Space Station relying on Deadeye to be able to zone Weibo off.
By literally 1 HP. Ultraviolet Tidal Blast. Now to heal up Hawk for her. Anything can happen though. Now Shy is hunting on an off angle with Leave. White comes in, little miss, all good, not a problem. Leaf takes a headshot, and now Lethal can push on forward. A flux from Hawk connects with Sunzo, still got the grasp. The Suzu's going to come in, make sure he doesn't take any % damage as soon as he gets back down to ground. But that Tidal Blast, out of there on top, makes sure he's sent back. 4 and a bit minutes to go.
Oh, wait, Shy's waiting on the corner. Hawk is able to live, though, backs off with the shift. Using those spheres, catching the AoE, making sure to see the accuracy marker, knows that the cast is still there. Weibo have to pull back and approach from main. Lee Soo-min though, Tidal Blast combined with Spree could be devastating.
Well, there's the wave to heal up the front line here. Tidal Blast, like mentioned, there it is, perfectly called. Moxie, straight in. Leave actually struggling to find anybody there. Everybody disappeared in front of his eyes, but they gained some space. Shy with a kill on Sugar Free to start off with though. Marker very low on the side, almost had a skull above his head there. Lethal doesn't end up getting rocked. Leaf shuts him down from the high ground, and with still a Spree in the back pocket. Hawk's going to have to be careful. Bike straight at his face, you can't need that one. There's the Spree straight to the back. Admiral falls into the spawn doors. Oh boy! Weibo Gaming running over SSG. The High Noon ends up finishing off Sugar Free. That final bullet takes him down. 3 minutes in this time bank. It's Hawk back on the D.Va, but is it really going to be anything more than just stall? Oh, Shy falls, the Widow from Sugar Free. This is a rare sight. Can he get a shot off? He can, but it only hits the body. Sunzo with a triple at the end. 3.5 minutes. I mean, that is a disgusting push.
Neon Junction in a nutshell. Win all of your fights. Capped with so much time. Lose one fight on third. See your time bank down the drain. Weibo just perfectly using, even though that Tidal Blast gets nothing, right? It still forces the respect of Space Station to have to disengage. And you only closed up the distance with the dash and the bike. So then you wait for the hands to be thrown from the Sigma, and then you throw your Shion Spree right at the entirety of Space Station when they have no defense versus it.
Extreme elation from the fans' face, of course. They need this. You need some sort of momentum in the series, and this map is going to deliver that in spades. 20-1 for Leave on that first round.
This could be a statement from Weibo. If they full push with that amount of time into full holding Space Station, we could well see that 5-map series after all. As Weibo actually starting with Lee Soo-min on the Brigitte, in case Space Station try to play fast with something like that D.Va. Sugar Free showing the flexibility. Genji. So we've got Zarya bubble engaging Genji forward.
What meta are we in?
Juno break, apparently.
A couple of metas ago we were seeing this. Really throwing a spanner into the works. This is such a major departure from what we've seen in entire tournament. In fact, almost the entire stage since Cat Bastion was released.
Hawk on Zarya puts so much pressure on Sunzo on the 6-2.
Yeah, Sugar Free's up in his grill too. Double bubble on to Sugar Free, just trusting in the process.
Waiting, taking space from Weibo, forcing their way onto point.
So much energy as well. There's just so much spam from Weibo. It's so easy to put Hawk to be the third DPS here. Admiral's going to take down Lee Soo-min too, and now Hawk could just walk at them. They're going to flip here. However, Hawk's still chasing. And there's just nowhere really you can run. Lee takes down UV, sure, but still the spawn advantage for Space Station Gaming is apparent. That's first point over.
Oh.
Sugar Free. Nasty little reflect there on Leave, sends him packing.
Yeah, here come the swaps. Weibo miscalled the composition Space Station rolled out on. Brig, brilliant into something like D.Va. Great against the Genji too, but versus high charge Zarya, no answer, especially with only Brig Kiriko heals. That's just not enough. As Lee Soo-min swaps onto the Cat and drops Sunzo onto the high ground so that Weibo can hold close.
He's going to want to drop in just a moment. As soon as that payload gets under this high ground, though, he's going to make use of the time that he has got here.
Feels like we're about to have Rush versus Orbital Ray fight.
think that's about it. Sugarfree dashing over Sunzo's head there as he turns his attention to Hawk now. Ravenous Vortex the backline, so they play for their lives a little bit more. Sugarfree gets a bubble, dashes straight in, gets out again. Now he's got Blade. Orbital Ray from UV as well, but Hawk's already dead.
Yeah, you don't use that Juno ult when you're down a tank. Oh,
apparently you do. The Blade's going to get popped as well. Sugarfree knows to go absolute demon time here with the Blade, and he ends up getting 2 anyway. Can he get any more? Deflect's been used, dash as well. He's going to get collapsed on here by Lee Soo-min and the rest of the team. They're still looking for him, but Hawk ends up spawning and bubbling him to get out.
Space Station just taking advantage of how far pushed up Weibo were. Channeling all the damage on Zarya, chasing for more, walking to Space Station in a small room against a Genji with Blade through a Juno ult. Maka no chance to use Rush, but Weibo can use it here.
It's go time.
There's a Graviton Surge for Hawk, a nice little Suzu on the high ground. Lethal trying to tag down the cat. Lee Soo-min showing his body yet again. Lethal making sure the train doesn't end up collapsing on him as he takes an off angle. Nice Graviton Surge, he's going to catch Sunzo. Catnap actually is going to steal away Lethal on the sidelines, but Lethal ends up getting away anyway. Now Riley's going to get popped from Avril.
Means it's not there to stop Leaf's spree.
Oh, Sunzo under a dire need of assistance right now. There's the spree into the backline for Leave. The deflect from Sugarfree, not enough to save UV's life.
Weibo holds. This is just cleanup at this point. This is the hold that Space Station weren't able to find versus them. This is how, even if Space Station push through second, hit third, their time bank is so dwindled in comparison. As Hawk offered the Zarya onto the Orisa, wants to be able to have that walk potential versus this Ramatra, but Space Station have to play respect to Shy's overclock. They don't have anything to be able to shut it down, so just hiding and letting the time bank burn.
All taking a lot of damage there, so UV and Admiral can get some more ult charge. He's going to get lifted in up to the high ground. Should be good for the time being. Still got to be a little bit careful though. Shy now is going to be met in a 2v1. Rips the OC though. Admiral just way too far out of position.
Yeah, they were trying to drop Hawk onto Weibo past that Ramatra. And Shy just picks up Sugarfree.
Time's ticking.
Oh, they're so split, Jack. They're so split. Space Station lose Ultraviolet. The power slide from Shy. They want to collapse onto Hawk.
They just want to get more. They just want more. Burn off as much time as humanly possible. 2 minutes to go.
Maka has Rush as well. Space Station. If they try to wait for Ultraviolet to have Rush to match, you're down to a minute, potentially, to be able to complete this push for a second.
I'm asking Space Station to give a little bit extra here. Sugarfree's got Blade, but locking someone down against this comp is going to be tough.
What the catnap too from Lee Soo-min. Surely if Sugarfree
10%.
uses Blade, Lee Soo-min just grabs him.
Unless Sugarfree can take him out. But pretty impossible though, it feels like. Gonna get lifted up, still looking for the Blade. A little deflect getting popped as well. A little dash in will earn him the Blade surely. There it is, eventually. Soo-min goes for the dive in. Terror Surge is going to collapse. Lee Soo-min ends up going down. Blade still for Sugarfree available. Both rushes deployed on the point. Sunzu trying to stay alive, trying his darndest to stay healthy. Dancing around this shield, has to pop the Annihilation. Now Sugarfree's in danger too. Catnap comes in from Apple, goes wide though, but it still forces Sunzu all the way back. Oh, Lethal. Ends up picking up another one. Shy's going to follow as well. Space Station Gaming, they've still got ults. They've still got the Blade. Weibo Gaming can't say the same for them. They need to regroup. They haven't got 5 players to re-engage.
But they do have players close enough if they want to make a play for it.
They're going to try.
With that spree, they'll try.
There it is. He's got the spree, but Sugarfree can shut them down. Spree in the sky. He's going to tag Avril for at least one burst, but it's not going to matter. Now Sugarfree's going to give chase to Shy, but straight away, Lee Soo-min tries to get back to safety, but into the waiting arms of Sugarfree. 0.08 meters. It couldn't be closer, but Hawk hits that nail on the head.
Yeah,
and they get that second point.
Space Station, they might just have hit a speed bump because that was their ult bank. They have nothing in the tank to push third. Weibo more than happy to burn Space Station out of win resources when Shy's about to hit that overclock. Hawk on the Ramatra. Sugarfree on the Mei, trying to find any way of shutting down where Shy can pop up from. Give Space Station the opportunity to kite and also stop Weibo from being able to push Lee forward.
Shy's got the OC. This is looking like an OT finish here. Oh my God, come on, you can't go down like that. Oh, the body block. As cruel can be. And now with only a minute to go, they have to try and find something. At least we've been dead, whatever, who cares? Doesn't matter, we got spawns.
Yeah, Juno as well comes back so fast. The true target, the prize, would have been Shy because look at how far forward he is farming Railabulk.
Shy can be the hero and shut down this push from SSG. It's going to be a free attack, Moxie. That's to be stated if SSG can make it there. Lee flashing back, hasn't got that now. Sugar Free on the May, close to a blizzard, but he might not have time.
Lethal could be the hero for Space Station though. He's close to OC2.
He's got ice in his veins, but can he actually land these shots? Shy's already opened it up with a perfect pick onto UV. Takes the sky, shut down by Lethal though, but is it enough? The collapse from Weibo Gaming now as Leave gives chase. Spots Sugar Free in the corner, it's only the DPS left. Weibo Gaming now have to fend against 10 seconds, there's just no chance.
Hawk on the Doomfist trying desperately to get that touch.
It's just not going to happen, is it? A punch in, a block's been used, the TP from UV. You need a lot more than that to shut down Leave. The double spree, the flux miss, it's all good. Victory fireworks on Neon Junction. OT, we're not even going to give you that free attack. Weibo Gaming with a map on the board.
They know how to play Junction. By golly, do they know how to play this map. Burn them out of ults so that you don't have tempo potential on third. Win one fight, that's all you need to do, win one fight. The stall that they were able to find on second totally drained the time bank in comparison to what Weibo had to work with. Kill after kill after kill. And Shy was a huge component for so many of them.
And has been a huge component, not only to whatever team he's playing on, but to Chinese Overwatch as a whole. Shy and Leave are just legends in their own right. There's not one superstar DPS, there is two on this team. Let's jump down to the stage though with Ian and some SSG fans.
Yeah, absolutely. I got some SSG fans from all over the place. I'm going to let them all introduce themselves. What's your name? Where are you from?
My name's Brody. I'm from Utah, USA.
Steven. I'm from Canada.
I'm Will from the UK.
I'm Nick. I'm from Ohio and Utah.
There you go. All right. So you guys, you were just saying just before we came to you there, I'm not stressed. It's 1-1 now. Are you expecting a long series here?
Absolutely. Their Maga band's out. Their Neon Junction pick is out. We got this in the bag.
You're chilling there in your sunglasses and your hat on. You don't look too stressed either.
Oh, no, I'm expecting a 3-2. It's going to be close, but SSG on top.
You used to play with some of these SSG boys, right? So do you think they've got what it takes to clutch up here? And tell me a little bit about how you know them.
Yeah, I mean, last year I played with most of the team. So I'm really supporting them. I really hope they win. Yeah, I think they can do it.
What about you?
Yeah, I think they got this in the bag. I think, you know, like Brody said earlier, they got rid of the Malgaban Neon Junction, a very ground-heavy map. So I think going forward, SSG has a lot more advantages in the long game.
So we've seen here that Weibo fans are pretty loud over here. You guys, there's not as many of you as them. Can you get super loud and make sure that they can hear you? I'm not sure.
SSG! 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 SSG!
So you've come over here to Paris, right?
Yes.
America, Canada, North America, whatever. You guys have great food. What do you think of the food here in France?
It's definitely interesting. What you guys call tacos, I have no idea what that actually is, but I've been well fed so far, so I can't complain too much.
All right, well, maybe we all go for dinner after this. Just finally from me, score predictions for this quarterfinal.
3-2. I love Lenny. Come on, Sugar Free.
3-1, SSG.
I'll say 3-1. I think that's Weibo's only map.
I'll give him a 3-2. I'll give him one more map, but that's it.
All right, let's get loud one more time, SSG fans. This series is just getting started.
SSG! 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 SSG!
They're out in force as well. SSG now taking a map, and I gotta say, some of those fans were spitting. No Neon Junction. You got rid of the Malgaban. It feels like SSG are now going to be able to clinch hold of this game and take it home.
Yeah, but SSG Well, they've already used up the Freya ban. And now, the Mizuki ban. So, Weibo have been pulling punches of their own to force Space Station to give up some pretty hefty resources. As Cassidy ban, Anna ban as well, that we get to see. Cassidy ban on the side of Weibo. I feel Bastion Cat might be on the cards.
Shambali Monastery is the map as well, so it very much feels that way. Weibo's pick, of course, and their ban first. Big smiles across Lenny's face there, we saw in the cams a moment ago. I think with how used to SSG, like, with the expectation level, at this point it feels like, meh, all right. We've got that jitters, we've got that first win after day one, right? I mean, at the end of the day, you're riding high and hoping that you can perform at what people expected North America could do, because even players are saying, like, look, North America, they've been down in the dumps recently. We had last year's winner, which was Twisted Minds in the World Finals.
Yep.
We had Korea dominate, as they always have done.
Yep.
Now it's NA's time to shine. Sure, we've got Dallas Fuel. They've been knocked out of the competition too. They have looked good. But SSG, it feels like in this tournament, a different beast. Maybe they haven't had the toughest competition so far. I've seen that kind of narrative floating around as well. But I think this will be a big statement, considering Weibo took down Falcons earlier too.
Yeah, I feel like, though, for both of these regions, this is the best they've looked for a very long time. And this is only halfway through the year, Jack. This is a brilliant sign of recovery from both of these two regions. As Weibo, the last time we saw them play on Shambali, they full health Falcons. Dominant fashion too. Falcons literally had to use the last fight to put someone onto point just to be able to secure the chance of having a second fight on defense with a close spawn hold. As Weibo actually foregoing the Bastion cap. Shy will keep the Freya, Lee Soo-min, the Mizuki. They feel if Space Station felt the need to ban it out, that it would be problematic for this team to face as Lethal gets grappled up into the sky, trying to find a player, but so
I mean, that feels like cheating, though.
Seeing Sigma Shield.
You don't even use your own grapple. Feels like a cheat.
Oh, Hawk's already half, thanks to a good chain from Lee Soo-min.
Yeah, he's going to get healed up, though, no problem. But the Cat Bastion versus Shy and Leave. Thankfully, I think Shy's kind of thankful, like, look, we can't ban Freya again. At least we can maybe challenge Lethal. And maybe even double pop Admiral too with those take aims.
Lethal walking the angle first before being picked up by Admiral. Now that right side has been cleared as Hawk slowly tried to push the team forward onto high.
You say slow, but he actually just dashes straight in. Sunzo pushed out of position completely. A little teleport from Marker and a quick Suzu. Reposition the shield as well to make sure he doesn't take any more damage. And Shy takes down Lethal first. Hawk with a nice little slam stomp there in the front line as, well, Shy, Leave are traded, sure. But Marker and Lee Soo-min, they're the ones you have to pay attention to, apparently. Lee Soo-min picking up a couple there. Markle taking down Admiral as well. Good little defense so far, but the spawns from Space Station still a little bit better.
Yeah, and they're having to give up space because of it. As Sugar Free onto the Tracer wants to be able to play that long side angle, walk with the rest of his team on main at the same time, as Hawk is the one this time getting chained by Lee Soo-min once more.
Right, Sugar Free, what do you got for us? Sees Marker off to the right. A couple of low health players from Space Station Gaming. They'd have to burn so many cooldowns so early. Ultraviolet's already dead. Little Rock is going to connect with Hawk, and in fact a bowler on top of him as well.
Ultraviolet's dead. Hawk just has to try to regroup. Live, have that health bar. Battery up a support ultimate, but they're down Lethal thanks to Leave. And Weibo get the chance to buy Maka's Rush to match UVs.
This has been a hold and a half so far. You can see exactly why they wanted to go here. Like you mentioned, the Falcons game yesterday.
Maka will have Rush. Sunzo with the Flux as well, but Leave has to be the one you're looking at. That spree, Space Station don't have a good way of peeling through it.
Same thing again here. They're trying to get to that back line. Hawk doesn't land the storm, but actually gets lifted up into the sky instead. That's not going to last you too long, is it though, Sunzo? You have to get back to ground eventually, and Hawk assists in that. And what was an okay Flux turned into be what a disaster there for Weibo's defense. Only used one ult though, and they've got a chance to recontest.
Yeah, so many ults, like you said, to be able to just push Space Station out of this tempo. Lee Soo-min with that Sanctuary too. We'll be able to absorb a whole bunch of flyby damage from Lethal. So Artillery Strike invest.
Oh, the stick's so nice from Sugar Brawn. Takes down Lethal. Hawk's already dead, so now the payload is very much in control of Weibo. Sugar Free on the high ground still. A lot of spheres being sent his way. In fact, quick TP from UV there to heal Sugar Free up.
Yeah, but Weibo just flipped the map. Space Station without Hawk.
Sugar Free forced. Spree? You're Spree in there? Oh! Almost takes down that Bastion in the sky. Lethal manages to get away. Ultraviolet not quite so lucky though.
Weibo have done all this, by the way, without using support ults, and this is last fight territory. Space Station have no choice but to walk directly into Sanctuary, which will absorb the impact of Mauga ult, a Bola, and a Rush.
The Shambali Monastery. Do not take Weibo here. And it'd be unfortunate if they took you here. This is dirty stuff from them so far. Double support ult. Bola. Lee Soo-min's already dead though. Okay, emergency rush here from Weibo to try and bandage up these wounds. Now Marcus trapped in here, but unfortunately that Bola in the back is going to knock Hawk down. It's getting pinned in the corner there. He does end up running away, but Shy in the back is going to be able to clear the Hawk away from the point. However, the rest of his team aren't quite so lucky. Sunzo taken down by Sugar Free. The Tracer gets the double, and in OT, they get the cap on the first point.
We said there was stress on Sugar Free's performance. Getting that kill onto Lee Soo-min, taking out the use of Sanctuary within that fight. That's what allows Space Station to use just the Mauga cage to be able to find those wins. And then afterwards, Sugar Free just doing what he does best. Absolutely melting through Weibo squishies.
Oh, Admiral, I think he's actually managed to kidnap Sunzo. Sanctuary ends up coming out, though. He's going to be able to save the day. Chains 2 on top of Hawk. It's a bit of a mess of a fight here. That Pulse Bomb eaten by Lee Soo-min's ult too. That Sanctuary absorbing all of that. The domain expansion, a little bit too good for Space Station to deal with. They had a good idea of kidnapping Sunzo, but they had the perfect answer in Lee Soo-min's ult.
Yeah, Hawk's just not having a fun time on this Mauga. Into the Mizuki chain as well as leave off of the Shion onto the Tracer. They've understood that they have to have the match versus Sugar Free or they'll lose a support player.
Trying to set up Lethal with an alternate angle. Shy very much aware of this position. In fact, the rest of SSG are going coast side.
Surely you just want to walk from coast to point with Rush when Weibo have no match.
They've already split, so Hawk's gone one way. UV can obviously TP, doesn't want to burn it too early though. There's the stop in the front line, and the chains instantly hit him again. Look at the positioning from UV. Just accepting Marker and Lee Soo-min into his periphery. And Sugar Free does it again. The cleanup looks so clean. Only a minute to go though. Space Station still need to make it through this cave.
Yeah, Weibo holding so far forward forces Space Station to have to take yet another fight, right? So even if you're losing them, because you're getting so many, you're taking time off the clock, which was exactly what they did on Neon Junction when we headed to second, then to third, as Leave onto the Reaper, more front to back.
Yeah, they're trying to go real quick here. Another chain lands on Hawk and the Bowler too. Forced to reset, can't afford to lose any more players. But Weber Gaming are going to try and force something, even a teleport forward from Leave. Suzu, UV's got no CDs, but safe.
Yeah, but this is what Weibo want, right? One-sided fight. Mac is able to build up Rush without any pressure of Sugar Free on that Tracer who has the Pulse Bomb, and he has to be the hero.
He has to touch, he has to get a Pulse. Bowler a bit scared there. Lethal taking some take-aim shots. Sugar Free gets the touch. OT triggered. Pulse Bomb still in his hand. Really early Suzu usage from Weibo Gaming there. Sugar Free still looking for another entrance to get the Pulse. Oh, swing and a miss, unfortunately. And met with Shy. Dashes round the corner. Insta-kill on the Tracer. And that's going to be all she wrote for Space Station's attack on this map.
Just a Flux. One last pick onto Ultraviolet. And a team kill for Weibo Gaming to stall out the point on second. Not even crossing into open space, stuck within the confines of Cavern. Same thing as Neon Junction, they love taking these fights. They'll lose the one-sided rush because they know that they can just front to back, all out rush the Mauga and win the next.
It feels like this is going to be a series on map picks. You win your map picks type vibe. I think with how this series is going now and how the bans have also been panning out, you are going to be so limited the deeper you get into this series, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, we're also seeing, like we said, okay, these bans have been burned on the side of Space Station, but Lee Soo-min on that Mizuki, he's doing so much damage. Like, okay, you've burned the Mauga ban for Weibo Gaming. Well, what if you just burn the Mauga when he's in the lobby? Look at the amount of damage he's on, 3.7k. He's almost out-damaging Lee.
Look at Sunzo though, 9k damage from the tank player. Highest in the lobby so far.
He has hands. Like, honestly, we talk about the superstars like Gushue, Leave, Shy. Sunzo, he's a rising star.
All right, no cheeky pick.
Yeah, just Hanzo Sonic. Read the composition Space Station defend with, so you can model your attack composition to try to shut it down. No first fight win, no ultimate bolts.
Sunzo's in a little bit of trouble. In fact, looks like Weibo just going to turn the tides on Hawk here. He thought he was in control of this fight. Absolutely not, as Sunzo shuts him down. Sugar Free still alive, so anything possible though. Lethal and Sugar Free coming up with the goods here. But still, you are down Ultraviolet, so the likelihood of you sustaining in this fight, cut in half.
Hawk's had enough on this Mauga. He's too much of a target. Moves on to the Ram to be able to have some of that shield leverage versus the angles that Shy can't take. But Lethal falling, Ultraviolet being picked off as well. Only having heals from Admiral allows Weibo to just brute force the fight out by sheer strength of will. And Space Station have to walk Hawk forward when Lee Soo-min's just waiting for that Nemesis form to chain him in place.
They're just trying to get a lot of free damage here. Hawk's going to be fairly far behind in terms of ult charge. Tried to dodge the rock, forced to use Suzu. UV probably not too happy about that one as Hawk gets changed it yet again. Lethal at least gets a trade here, and in fact, Sugar Free ends up ending Sunzo's life with a Swift Pulse. There's still presence for Weibo, but the likelihood of them staying around, yeah, now basically zero with Marker dead.
Yeah, Hawk actually swapping to the Orisa, so more self-defense for when Sunzo uses that shield. He's been placing it behind Hawk to cut the line of sight from Ultraviolet, forcing out the Suzu earlier and allowing Lee Soo-min to set up the chain once it's burnt out. So now the Orisa with the Javelin spin has a little bit more self-defense. Now the chain turns to Lethal instead.
Oh my, okay, that might just be point. I mean, that Flux isn't going to hit Hawk, he was gold, but I think that's about it. Yeah, wow, the Cat Bastion just caught off rip.
Too far forward. Space Station trying to be way too aggressive with Lethal Admiral wanting to catch Weibo as they were trying to walk up. Means that it's a cheap fight win as well. It's only Flux invested on the side of Weibo. Look at how far forward they already are with Shy posted up all the way past where the checkpoint actually is, just making sure that, yeah, that car is moved undisturbed. Sugar Free's trying to get past, but Shy just will not let him pass.
Oh, he's gonna have to send Hawk to deal with him too. Needs him back up, please. Shy's on the off angle.
Jack, this is lost fight territory, and Weibo have 4 ults to cash out.
Well, they're going to try at least. Lethal up on the side ground now. The Sanctuary ends up getting popped. Sunzu moving forward. A bowler! Oh, he gets Suzu'd in the end. But Ultraviolet has to bow out of this fight. He's way too far forward. He ends up getting rocked as well by Sunzo, and he gets taken out. A support for a support, but now Hawk's health bar looking dangerously low. The Death Blossom for Leave. He's just going to eviscerate Space Station Gaming's front line. I mean, this is all over. Sugar Free on 1 HP. Done and done. Weibo Gaming, match point. 2-1 lead.
Lesson learned. Don't take Weibo to Shambali. Find a way as well to deal with Lee Soo-min. This man has been a menace. Poor Hawk is on Mystery Heroes. Look at the length of that chain reach. What a catch onto Lethal.
A ridiculous amount of heavy lifting coming from Lee Soo-min in that last map. I think today has been the tale of the cats, tale of the support players, I will say. And Lee Soo-min is definitely one of them. Chinese Overwatch riding or dying on these next couple of maps. If we go to a map 5, they want to end it. They want to end it in a 3-1, get some rest, revitalize for tomorrow. Space Station, on the other hand, need to take it to 5. Let's toss down to Zoe on the desk, and they can talk about what's been going on so far.
Thank you, Jack and Moxie. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny to break down those first 3 maps in the series. I mean, things were looking good for SSG, but then map 2, Sanzo gets subbed in, and this Mizuki Sigma look just seems to really work for them, Jake.
Yeah, this pace change has been huge for them. You know, Control, SSG came out looking great, and honestly, when they're able to bring that faster paced Overwatch, they look very comfortable. But Sunzo's been able to slow this down, and historically, this has been the stumbling block for Weibo Gaming. They have felt like a team that can only play these fast-paced styles. They haven't been able to really ice things out and let Shy cook, but that's exactly what's been happening in maps 2 and 3, right? Sunzo's just been this indomitable force in the front line, and it's created more than enough opportunities for these Chinese DPS to really shine.
Yeah, we talked about it. It's a new Weibo Gaming, and that so much before they relied on Gushui to be the standout tank player, but in this case it's been Sunzo all the way. And I think that's going to dictate a lot of the rest of this series, because the Sigma composition, it's kind of been indestructible so far for Space Station Gaming, but I think they have some good maps to look forward to in the rest of the series.
Let's talk about what maps we can expect here, because, you know, SSG has got to take us somewhere where they can utilize their strength.
Yes, 100%. And actually, though, like you lost here on Shambali Monastery, I actually think that Christopher made a pretty good forward-looking tactical choice here, because now we just have Push and Flashpoint left in the pool here, and so you pick Shambali Monastery thinking maybe this is our best chance when it comes to the escort maps. You play the long game when it comes to the map picks, when it comes to the hero bans, and so now going into 2 relatively faster modes here, this could be an opportunity for Space Station Gaming to play the long game and instead find situations on these maps that might cater more to their brawly style.
What do you want to see from them?
I think that's it. It's all about pushing the pace. I'm curious to see where they go, actually, because do you want to prioritize push or Flashpoint? Like, where's the best way to avoid, I think, having Sunzo be able to impact this series? Because I think it's been clear that when Weibo are able to play that style where they slow the game down, rely on the Sigma, they look very strong, very comfortable. But with Gushui and on Control, it looked a little bit rockier. We've seen success. I saw Weibo in the past playing a bit of Cat, you know, mixing it up, getting a little bit creative with their strategies. But I think if SSG can get over this hump on map 4, that's going to be the tough one. If they can make it to map 5 and get towards that brawl style, I think they could very well run this series back.
So we've already discussed at the beginning of this discussion, to say discussed about 5 times in a sentence, what worked for Weibo. Johnny, what worked for SSG? What should they rely on this upcoming map?
Well, I think the Mauga is fantastic for Hawk when you have the opportunity to play that, and maybe not into a Sigma composition. But also, like, they want to rely on this Jetpack Cat, and now you're in a situation where obviously Weibo Gaming, they have a Jetpack Cat ban in hand, but it's not worst case scenario, because I think on these upcoming maps, you don't necessarily need to lean on them. New Junk City is going to be the pick here for SSG. So like, even if a Cat ban comes out here, like, it's not the best map for Cat anyway. You're probably gonna lean into whatever non-Cat support line you want to play anyway. I do want to say one player that is really important here for SSG on New Junk City is Lethal. And I think it could be argued so far that out of 4 amazing damage players in the servers right now, Lethal has been the quietest. If he could rack up a couple of teamfight wins with an ultimate, with an overclock, that could make a world of difference when it comes to the ultimate economy and have some great trickle-down effects for SSG.
I haven't seen the map choice here. What are we thinking?
Well, I think this is this is the Flashpoint map you pick when you want to push the pace, when you want to play these closer range engagements. Mauga has looked pretty successful here for a ton of different teams, and teams that have wanted to slow things down generally haven't been successful here on New Junk City. So I think this is a very sensible pick. This is like gives you the best chance to go map 5. On map 5, I'm a little worried. I think Coliseum could be a really strong pick. Sunzo could come back out and be really effective in the way that Weibo has extended this series. But SSG, I mean, it's do or die now. You got to pick the map that just gives you the best chance to stay alive with your tournament life on the line.
Well, let's dive straight into it. It's match point for Weibo Gaming. Let's see if they can close it out and send it over back to Moxie and Jack.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Spoke about how maybe it would be a map pick type series when you're winning your map pick, but the last one was Space Stations, and well, we know what happens when Shambali Monastery is on the field when Weibo are locked in the server.
Yeah, the desk there, they were talking about the fact that it at least allows Space Station to limit the map pool to map types where they can play very fast, very brawl tempo to benefit Space Station, but it comes with a huge risk, right? Weibo now stand 2-1, one map away from closing out the series and pushing themselves forward, crushing that key as they go. Even if they lose this map here, the map choice then slides back to them. They get the opportunity, they also get the chance to ban first.
Orisa ban for Weibo. Did you see SSG banning that cat, getting that out of there? Whoa! All good. Thought we were going somewhere there, a little journey.
Yeah, I think ideally you want the Mizuki, but they did use the Mizuki ban earlier on Neon Junction. As New Junk City, it tends to be the map of the Mauga, the Ramatra, less so the Sigma. So if Sunzo does stay for Weibo, you're trying to take away from the impact that he could potentially create for his team. Removing the Jetpack Cat as well obviously takes away the threat of that Bastion Cat combo that Weibo have started to lean much more heavily into.
Shy of his seat currently, but we see the main man in the middle. Oh, wow, on the left-hand side of your screen here, Gushwei back in the lineup for Weibo.
Yeah, Mauga Ram. Probably for Weibo's playbook when it comes to those tank compositions. The Orisa ban does mean that Hawk will not be able to flex to that one, so potentially the Ramatra will be able to find more of its footing. But as the desk pointed out, when we saw Weibo look the weakest so far today, it was that opening map of Control, and that was when Gushwei was in. So question marks for how well this team will be able to coordinate without Sunzo to anchor around.
Yeah. Now, bringing us to a map 5, we're kind of forced to play push as well. Map game type we've not seen a whole bunch of, a little bit here and there. But looking at the highlights from that Colosseo for Weibo Gaming against Falcons, I mean, the catnap combo with the Bastion, I mean, that's really what felt like unraveled the Falcons on that map.
Yeah, so now using the cat ban here means that if Weibo do take us to Colosseo after, cat ban not available. Potentially you target the Bastion, I would imagine, as it did prove to be detrimental for Falcons. They had a good check of it for the first few moments, but as is always the case, it feels with Colosseo, team's more than happy to just sit back, allow a few minutes to pass, build up the ultimates, and only when they feel comfortable that they have the resources in hand to outright win the fight and push that objective forward do they take it, because Colosseo, it's all about controlling mid, right? Winning that first fight, gaining the first round. But that is total hypothetical. If we do go to Colosseo, we could end it right here.
Yeah.
Weibo could back-to-back take the maps that Space Station themselves decided to set into motion.
And back-to-back take them out in an international too. They eliminated them from Tokyo without SSG claiming a single map there in the official games.
That would both hurt, but also place so much hope into so many people. For so long have Weibo fans been hoping to see their team progress this far forward within the international scene. They're on the precipice of being able to break through, of featuring on the last day here for the Overwatch Midseason Championship.
New Junk City, your next map, map number 4, Space Station, up against the edge. Weibo Gaming want to live up to the dreams of the Chinese fans. Both other Chinese teams have been eliminated already. It's all on them, but the same could be said for SSG, whose brothers in the Dallas Fuel got eliminated a little earlier on. Cat ban and a Mauga ban, or an Orisa ban, sorry, as we load in. 20 seconds to go, as we see Gushwei rejoin the server.
Well, the Tracer flanks were huge on Shambali, at least until Weibo went for counter swaps to be able to keep Sugar Free in check. How much can he get done here within this first fight? Mauga versus Mauga, Kiriko versus Lucio. Straight up mirror match from both of these teams. It's about how well you hit your shots.
Quicker rollout for Weibo, using that Juno speed ring first before they amp it up with Lee Simmons Lucio. Doesn't mean Lethal's not going to get a good angle on you though. Wow, they've already found an opening. Would Leave just isolated on his own. Tried to go for a recharge here, did Gushwei, but put himself in the line of fire.
Just go past the Mauga, hit the squishy behind Space Station, take Lee's out, go up players. Point still not unlocked just yet though. Space Station not going to have the cap until now. They think that they can catch Gushwei's disengage.
Yeah, they're not going to have any kind of priority close to that point. No space even. They still have to fight through their own little main choke. Looks like Lee is going to try and open things up. But quickly, Hawk piling on the pressure. There will be a reverse stun here from Gushwei as Suzu is going to save Gushwei's life as Hawk dangerously low. Eventually picked off.
Too far forward. Weibo will be able to pick up more for it, but not before Ultraviolet and Sugar Free find two.
Yeah,
Maka down, Space Station still hold the point.
Yeah, look, Gushwei, they're still trying to find picks. They haven't touched the point to try and get the cap. They're going to return with a rush. There was no pressure from Weibo Gaming at all on the point.
Yeah, misplay. This is lost by territory now because they didn't find the flip.
All right, Lucio Min's going to have a sound bar in a couple of moments. A rush was already used by UV there, but they might end up wanting going first. Sugar Free ends up killing Lee, and Lee Sumin, it's a solo beat. Oh, it's a disaster. Oh, that's first point. And Amber's got beat for next.
Oh, huge misplay. Wait, Lethal pops OC.
Whatever, we'll trade for beat, let's chill. Fine by me.
What is going on? Weibo had that flip in hand and just no one goes point. Overwatch, guys, objective-based game. I know that the kills look pretty and shiny, but you need to control the point.
Insult to injury.
Yeah, Lee Sumin picked off.
Come on, man. You can't be doing it like this. Not on your map point here, Weibo.
That's just cap for Space Station for free. No ult required. Weibo, they'll try to get a contest touch, but something has to come off of Maka's rush.
Might be able to. It doesn't look feasible at all. Hawk's going to pop down that cage. Admiral with the B ends up hitting 3 players. Now Shy on the periphery. It's just going to rail Sugar Free in the head. And in fact, Leave too, just dumping ult into the fight. And by the way, Space Station didn't cap.
Insane stuff.
You got a cap. Shy, go back to the point. Okay, we're good. Oh my,
okay.
I was about to freak out.
Both of our teams, it seems, allergic
Forgot the point.
to capping objective. Space Station, though, they won't be allergic to walking onto objective next fight. Ultraviolet will have rushed the Space Station to try to take this retake. Weibo, no ultimates to be able to hold them off. A kill before the rush can pop, or a perfect kite to make sure that you can play for second stage.
Feels like a few nerves maybe setting in for the team. Oh my word. Ultraviolet just turned to cinders. Gushwei ends up picking up Admiral as well. I mean, that is Space Station's backline crumbling to dust.
That's Space Station Gaming's backline just evaporating with Shy hitting one rail shot and Maka the kunai to be able to follow up. We said Weibo required a pick before that rush comes through, and they find the perfect target, the one who would have set the rush in motion. Space Station still have to approach the point yet again. Sugar Free onto the Reaper this time, just to run at Weibo, be able to play so aggressively within Ultraviolet's rush.
Ooh, Sugar Free taking a little bit too much damage. Here comes Gushwei though. They're going to try and flip the fight at this point, and they found another early pick. Lethal dead. Regroup for Weibo. They take the point at 99, however. So Weibo now can re-engage with a rush, with a beat, just with ults, an overwhelming amount of them as well. Only the rush required. Hawk, Admiral dead. A point, we'll let you cap it, no problem. And Lethal's OC, yeah, gone to the wind.
Oh, no kill from OC. Maka stops the one that could have been with Suzu, which means that Lee Soo-min holds beat for the team to survive into Hawk's cage. What a great rotation from Weibo. They let the rush come out and they collapse onto Lethal when he doesn't have the overclock to be able to stop Weibo from utilizing Maka's ult to walk on the rest of his team. One apiece. Hawk with the cage, Admiral so close to beat, but Weibo, they can go fast.
Hawk has got this cage to be a bit of a disruptor in the front line. But yeah, Weibo has 4.
Follow through.
Yeah, 4 ults. He's going to rip one first, 2. Oh my goodness, they're not going to give him an inch, let alone a mile. Already, they are forced to reset as they are just cleaned off the face of the map.
Mauga cage denied. Hawk off the map. Weibo went before Admiral had beat to be able to answer back. And now winning that fight means that you can have one person at most caught by Hawk's cage.
Still got sound barrier from Admiral. Lee Soo-min's going to be out to match, so a fairly even fight apart from the spree.
Yeah, Space Station can be forced into using beat first by that Shion's ult, right? And then Lee Soo-min ult second to have better.
They're playing so far back though. Look at this, the charge in. Admiral just doesn't want to get interrupted, but they're playing on a different point right now. Sound barrier to come out for Admiral, only hits 2. Cage for Goosh Wei, the spree for Leave. They're all trapped in here with him, and he just decimates them. Leave picks up 3 kills as Weibo surely gets this point now.
Leave might be the reason Space Station say goodbye to their chances within this tournament. Ultraviolet denied the opportunity to build the rush. Maka will have match. Last fight for the second last point potentially. No one touches.
Perfection required on this map. They're going to be able to find Shy early on, but look at that teleport forward from Maka straight into a rush too. They're going to try and hit the trade, but Sugar Free puts an end to him.
Space Station desperately need to win this fight out cleanly, and they'll be able to find it.
Juicy little stagger. I like that. 10 seconds now till the point is unlocked, and this should be SSG's.
Yeah, great way of just uncontested being able to pick up that point. No tank, Weibo no. If someone goes to touch point and stop Space Station capping, they'll lose them and they won't have the full team to regroup. So point cap for Space Station. If this fight goes long, even if they lose it, they're still banking percent.
Oh, wow, Sugar Free so low already, though. There's a response. Hawk goes in for the bounce and unfortunately does not get the stun. Sugar Free coated in green there with the sound barrier from Admiral. Will help them win this engagement, but not if Shy's got anything to say about it. Overclock gets a couple. Hawk next on the chopping block. They are just running over them at this point.
Beat advantage for Lee Soo-min too. This is how Shy was able to find the value of that overclock. Despite sound barrier being invested, we get to see the nerf to sound barrier, the decay, the duration of that ultimate running out while OC was still active and Shy could still find impact.
And this is going to slowly get away from them now. If Weibo can pace out their ults, spree, cage, beat, then into a rush later on.
Space Station, they have to find the turnaround, and now.
Cage already, oh, Sugar Free just gets deleted. SSG are out, they're gone. Well, they're going to try and leave. Shy's going to make it a little bit more difficult. Ultraviolet, you've got to be careful. They're running for the hills. Tail between their legs, straight back to spawn.
Space Station, they've got the cage, they've got the spree. A devastating combo, but one last chance to be able to use it. And Weibo,
they're going to go first. Spree for Lethal's going to try and be a difference maker. They're going to try and get the flip. Amble's already gone down. The supports from SSG are already dead. The cage, Hawk, it means absolutely nothing to Weibo Gaming. The crown jewel of Chinese Overwatch, making it as far as they've ever done. They eliminate NA from the competition, and they can hold their heads high. A dominant performance from Weibo. That was Shy and Leave playing at their best. Pure domination on that last map.
Back-to-back wins versus Space Station Gaming for Weibo. Lee Sumins, Mizuki, Sunzo, Sigma, Shy and Leave, Gushwei leading the team to victory. Chinese Overwatch pushes out the last American team. And we're so back, Jack. We're so back. China finally resurges back to the esports Overwatch scene.
You can see how much it means to the fans, of course. Every single international, they are pouring in to the audience. And they are living for days like this. Their toughest challenges, though, are yet to come. This bracket is difficult, to say the least. But they've upset Falcons. They've taken down Space Station Gaming and eliminated NA from the competition. And now they can rest up, refuel, and play again tomorrow. We're going to jump down to the stage, though, with Ian and Sunzo.
Thank you, guys. It is so loud down here, as you might expect. The Weibo Gaming fans are right here, and I'm standing by with Sunzo. Paris, make some noise for Weibo Gaming!
我们在这里非常响亮，那么我们恭喜一下微博团队，我们整个巴黎都在为你庆祝。
The wonderful June here as well, translating. Does this feel like such a breakthrough moment for Chinese Overwatch?
对于我们的中国团队来说呢，在这样的一个游戏当中，是否觉得是一个新的突破点？
我觉得是的吧，因为确实我们很长一段时间没有到达过这个地方了，所以真的很开心。
Yes, I think so. And for a while, we haven't been reached this peak, so we are really happy for this achievement.
23 years old, you only went professional 2 years ago. What has that journey been like, and can you believe that you're standing here right now?
Well, 你仅仅是这个就23岁，那么刚刚2年前呢，才正式的成为我们职业的赛季选手。那么你有没有想过，现在站在这个舞台上，你的感受是如何的？
我觉得还是非常开心能够站到这里的吧，然后也很对得起这么就是过去来那么努力的自己吧。然后也很感谢各位粉丝能够这么的支持我，让我能够走到这里。
Well, thank you very much indeed. I'm amazed to be here. I would like to thank my fans for all your support all this time. And I will work hard. I thank myself for my hard working as well.
I think your fans are thanking you as well. As you look behind you, you can see the key crusher. Would you like to go and crush a key?
那么我们的团队的这个粉丝也都是非常支持你，感谢你的。我们可以在身后看到这个去刻印这个奖牌，你是否愿意过去刻印一下呢？
可以的。
Yes, definitely.
Let's go and do this. It's never easy to crush a key at the Esports World Cup, especially when it's in the quarterfinals. Every time SSG were pushed, they found a response. Every setback, elimination match, and challenge, they bounced back until they met Weibo Gaming. SSG's run is over. Sunzo, let's go right over here.
我们一起到这边来。
I want you to soak this up, enjoy the moment.
希望您能够享受这样的一个欢庆的时刻。
What would you like to say to your fans?
你想要对您的粉丝说些什么呢？
我觉得因为我打这个职业并没有很长时间，但是我感受到了很多的粉丝对我的喜欢和支持。我真心的很感谢各位的，就是这么远道来能看我们的比赛吧，谢谢。
Well, thank you very much indeed. indeed. I really appreciate you coming to see our matches as a professional, but not for a very long time. My achievement, I need your support all the way. Thank you indeed.
How cool is this? This is what the Esports World Cup is all about. This is what winning is all about. There's only one more question, and that is who will they face, Twisted Minds or GK? That question will be answered next. Congratulations.
那么我们还有一个最后的问题，那么就是说呢，下一场比赛当中，您更想要是针对的是 GK 呢，还是Twisted Mind 的这个团队？您觉得想要跟哪一个您更倾向？
我觉得不管是哪个队伍，我们来了都会 KO 他们的吧。
Well, no matter which team, we believe we will KO them.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once again to Weibo Gaming.
谢谢，谢谢，恭喜您。
Sunzo, the rising star for this Chinese squad, joined by the old guard as well. This is a monumental moment, really, for Chinese Overwatch. We talked about how they've been lacking behind the last few years, and now they find themselves in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, this region has been kind of lacking, the past year or so, Jake. Last time they were really competitive like this was Champions Clash in 2025. They got 4th, but even then, the competition wasn't that stiff. You have to go back and look at 2023. That's when they got 3rd in the Overwatch League playoffs, the last Overwatch League playoffs that was, and then another 4th placement before that. So this region always just kind of falling short of the top 4. Now back in the top 4, finally here, Weibo Gaming. And you're thinking okay, you got one more opportunity. You got one more opportunity to finally make that grand finals and give yourself a chance.
And it's hard not to look at the Chinese region as kind of backsliding historically after some big results in the past. It's been a while for Leave and Shy to get into the top 4, but the way in which they did it, I think, is crucially important. It was not only the addition of Sunzo into this team, adding a new dimension that makes them a much more serious competitive threat, but also the fact that they can close it out in 4 on New Junk City with Gushui back in the lineup, playing a faster paced comp. Looks very good for them that they have that extra dimension. They can't just be fully reliant on Sunzo if they want to stay alive in this tournament.
And we absolutely love to see those subbing strats working out for teams, because it can really trip the team up when they have to change the tempo and their playstyle, really, when players coming in and out. But yeah, this is incredible. An incredible performance we just got to witness from those individuals as well. It looked like the Shy of old is what you said, Johnny.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, that on New Junk City, you're thinking I thought, okay, this is Lethal's opportunity to maybe fight back with the Sojourn in this case, but it felt like Lethal even forfeit and subbed over onto the Xion instead, because Shy was just on fire, and that was shades of Hangzhou Spark in 2022. Just took over the game with every single overclock, and obviously the team always doing a consistently fantastic job in setting up Shy for those moments. So that felt like they're on form like they used to be.
Yeah, and this incredible squad is now finding themselves in the semi-finals, awaiting their opponent, which will be either GK or Twisted Minds, and we're going to find out on the other side of this.
All right, everybody, we're down to our final match of the day, which means it is going to be our last pick'ems of the day, guys. Get out your EWC app and let's do some match predictions. Our last match is going to be Twisted Minds versus GK. Brother, who do you think is going to win and why?
I think it's Twisted Minds 3-1.
You're giving GK one map?
Yeah, I think they get second map. They maybe get lucky, but not convincingly.
Not convincingly. I think it's gonna be Twisted Mind 3-0. I feel like Twisted Minds, they have a land buff. Every time, they are on land, they just pop off. So I feel like that's going to really be shining on their match against GK. That is what we think. How about you guys?
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
오늘 뭐 밥 안 드셨어요?
오늘 밥 이제 먹으러 가야죠. 이거 끝나면.
배 너무 고파가지고 지금.
그러니까 지금 밥 먹을
시간인데.
Yo,
Oh,
I'm bored.
hello.
Let's play a game.
뭐 술래잡기나 할까요?
Hide and seek?
Yeah. Good.
I'm ready. Who's counting?
Yeah,
I'm gonna do. Yeah. Okay. I'm ready. Let's go. Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go. 빨리 숨어야 돼.
10, 9,
숨어.
8, 7,
여기 뭐야 여기?
6,
없네.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
제발 절대 못 찾았으면 좋겠다. 살려줘. 너무 두려워. 안 돼. 들켰어.
어딨지?
어디 있을까?
여기 있네요.
들켰네.
다 찾았네?
게임이나 하자.
갈까?
게임이나 하러 가자. 가시죠. 안녕.
Welcome back to the OWCS Midseason Championship, coming to you live from the EWC here in Paris, France. Our next two teams are taken to the stage. It's going to be Twisted Minds going up against Geeky, and this ought to be a good one. We saw them clashing all stage long, and now it comes to a head in this elimination match with the semifinals on the line for this one. I am Zoe, and joining me are Jake, Johnny, and we also have a special guest in Psycho from Virtus.pro. So Psycho, thank you so much for joining us to set the stage for this last match. How are you feeling right now? How was your experience? Unfortunately, of course, your road has been cut short, but we're so happy to have you here on the desk.
I mean, I feel great. Obviously, I still feel a little bit sad about yesterday, but I mean, I still have to enjoy the event. I'm with my parents here now as well, and it's always amazing with the amazing crowd, and just soaking it in.
Soaking it in. That's what we all do here, and there's a lot to soak in. And we have a banger match coming up as well with some players that you're very familiar with, as Twisted Minds has taken to the stage, a team that you played for. Is this one of those moments where you're rooting for them because they used to be teammates, or are you doing the opposite because you used to be teammates?
I mean, I'm no stranger to both of these teams, like you said. I have friends on both teams, but I'm rooting for Twisted Minds.
I want to ask you, I know we're gonna get a lot of time to talk about Twisted Minds and about what makes this team so special with their pedigree playing at this level. But first, I want to talk about Geeky. This has been a team that has had an incredible trajectory over the year. Like at the start of the year, they kind of just coming together, rebuilding the team, trying to find the pieces. But they leveled up through this last stage in particular to become a team that a lot of other people have been talking about. So what is it about this Geeky team that has taken them to the next level where they can now compete with these top squads?
I think confidence always plays a big thing, and obviously the addition of Killix in stage 2. Killix just adds so much to the team. Like, he always makes sure everyone's, happy, the vibes are funny, and I think what also makes Calyx is so good is he's very realistic about what the team will be good at and what the team is bad at. So they always play comps that fit their team. So they very much copied us and Twisted Minds in like the styles, you know? Just play the comps they're good at. Don't touch comps like Cat, Kiri, like angle comps. Those are more like Korean comps.
Right, but if we hone in on, you know, some of the strengths of these teams, like we're probably going to see a lot of Symmetra. You know, it's an EMEA matchup like that. So you obviously having been part of Twisted Minds and you've been playing a lot versus GK. When you look at the more intricate details of like the Symmetra, is there anything that kind of differs between these two teams? Do they have a similar play style? When you face these teams yourself, how do you prepare for what the different teams kind of do?
Yeah, I mean, you guys see, you know, every team plays something else. Literally every team. But then there's the EMEA teams who have very similar styles. So I think what you can expect is a lot of Ram Sim mirrors. And I think the advantage that Geeky has is they're more flexible. They have the Sim ban, obviously. They also have the Mauga comp that they can play. While Twisted Minds more focuses on their style. Obviously, always the Sim. They always find a way to make it work. They were really bad at the Sig Mizuki Sim comp. But so instead of trying to learn the comp, they just try to find a way to make it work by playing Reinhardt. And, you know, that gives a lot of teams a lot of troubles. It gave us a lot of troubles, and yeah.
Yeah, the Ryan has been pretty fantastic to watch that hero kind of come back into the meta. We were talking about it a little bit in Japan with the good matchup into Mizuki. Now it actually has been looking pretty effective in pretty much every matchup for TVNT. He's been making it work, finding the big shatters. That seems to be something that only really Twisted Minds wanted to play a little bit from Falcons as well. How do you see that matchup now, having, of course, just played against it, you know, seeing Twisted Minds in the field of battle there?
Yeah, we obviously tried to play Dominant Bastion into it. That didn't work. So I think the win condition for Geeky here is to play Ram Sim. I think Ram Sim beats the Rhine comp. So I think Twisted knows that as well. So I think you can expect a lot of Ram Sim mirror in this match.
We were all really excited to see the Dom, whether or not it worked, trust. But for now, let's get some insight from the camp of Twisted Minds. Dani has an opportunity to chat with Simple.
What's good, everybody? I'm here joined by Simple from Twisted Minds for a quick pre-match chat. Now, Simple, I feel like Twisted Minds, you guys always become monsters on LAN. We've seen that in Champions Clash in Tokyo. We've seen that in groups here at EWC as well. Why is that? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 이제 제가 봤을 때는 항상 오프라인 경기 때만 되면은 토너먼트만 되면은 이제 투마가 좀 괴물이 되는 것 같아요. 저희 챔피언스 클래시 도쿄에서도 좀 그런 모습을 보여줬고 이번 그룹 스테이지에서도 좀 그런 모습을 좀 많이 보여주셨는데. 그런 거에 대한 좀 이유가 있을까요?
EMEA 스테이지는 온라인으로 해서 좀 이 오프라인 열기가 좀 없었는데 여기서는 팬들의 응원도 있고 해서 더 힘이 나는 것 같습니다, 할 때. 그래서 더 잘하는 것 같아요.
I feel like it's the crowd buff, the energy that we get from the crowd. During the regular stages, we play it online, so we don't get the actual feedback from the fans. But when it comes to LAN events, offline events, the fans are there, and we can feed off that energy, and that heat that we get actually really helps us perform on stage as well. Very interesting. Now, let's talk about your match that is coming up against GK. You guys have fought them many, many times during the regular season. How are you guys going to beat them this time around? Because I feel like last time you guys played, you guys lost to GK. 자, 다음 게 이번에 이제 고디스 경기 GK와의 경기가 있습니다. 아무래도 제가 마지막으로 기억이 나는 거는 GK랑 했을 때 아쉽게도 패배를 하셨었는데 이번에 좀 어떻게 하면 GK를 이길 수 있을까요?
저번에도 2대0으로 이기다가 역수입을 당해서 졌는데 이번에는 좀 잘하면은 그래도 역수입은 안 당할 것 같아요. 네.
I feel like we did pretty well in the regular season against GK. I think it was an unfortunate reverse sweep that we got, and then that led to GK winning in the stage playoffs. But I feel like if we just continue to do our best, I feel like it'll be an okay win for the Twisted Minds this time around at EWC. All right, that is it for the interview. Simple. Thank you so much. Best of luck. Fighting.
We obviously know Simple, you know, absolute legend for Twisted Minds, and I feel like we know so much about Twisted Minds at this point because they're almost in every single grand final come these tournaments. But GK is kind of like the underdog here, Psycho. So who are you looking out for on GK to be a big difference maker? Someone for like the audience to pay attention to?
I think it has to be Alfie. You know, you've seen Zia, Libda beat, and even Calyx beat Twisted Minds before. And I think Alfie is the one that really has to step up, not only on the Symmetra, but also when they ban Sim, he has to step on Reaper, Tracer, or Vendetta, you know, to really make that Sim ban work. So I think Alfie really has to be the difference maker in this match.
Who do you have your eyes on for this one?
No, I actually was going to say the same because
I'll take the homework. How easy. You got something else for me, Jake?
I think, who am I looking at for GK? For me, it's actually Ziad. I think there's a huge amount of pressure on him. I think TVNT is looking like one of the best tank players in the world right now, and I don't think that's an exaggeration. The guy has such an incredible positivity to him. Look at a lot of the other top players. There's so much dark intensity on some of these top players. TVNT seems like he's having a great time,
The Korean mindset?
Well, the vibes are just so good with him on the tank role. I feel like that has to percolate through to the team. Psycho, I mean, you play with the guy, you know him a little bit better. What is that like?
I actually fully agree with that answer. Tiven actually just does bring amazing vibes. I mean, if you guys remember the preseason bootcamp before, I think it was grand finals, he just jumps onto the stage and he's just having a good time, And that really, it's contagious towards the team as well. If one player is nervous, everyone else gets nervous, and you probably know that, Jake, from back in your time.
Jake was never nervous though, so.
Yeah, but maybe his teammates were.
There were a few desk slams,
It's true. You need that, the balance between the calm and the energy. I do think Simple, it's great to hear from him in the interview as well. For me, that's one of the most exciting young players in the game right now. Coming out of Korea and looking amazing on Twisted Minds. I'm really excited to see him in the Overwatch World Cup as well for Team Korea. I think he's just one of the best flex sports in the world. And that's always been a position where it's not easy to stand out, right? You need to be seriously consistent to look like one of the best, and Simple has managed it on just about every meta.
Yeah, I mean, in the backline, you got to be very, very, very good to be a talking point here on the desk, because usually we're doing the easy one. We're just talking about our DPS players, right? Because those are the ones that always stand out. Those are the ones who dish out the big numbers. So obviously in this one, the Lapdogs and the Quartzes of the world, those are the players that we always hone in on, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, I can do you even better here as we take a look at the stats here, of course, the head-to-head. And this is amazing, obviously, because they go way back to having won the Overwatch World Cup together on Saudi Arabia. And then they kind of went different paths. Labda was known as a Pharah player, and then just picked up the hit scan and surprised everybody what he was capable of. But, I mean, Psycho, I remember the World Finals last year. It kind of felt like Quartz had the keys of Labda and just was the superior player. What does Labda have to kind of do here? Do you feel like that's some pressure on Labda to finally beat Quartz?
Yeah, I think so. I think nerves are definitely going to be a big factor in this game. And if there's one thing TM is the best at, it's handling pressure. UB, the leader, Quartz doesn't feel pressure, always performs. That's why I think Twisted will just come out on top in this game.
Okay, is that your prediction? Do you think it's going to be like a 5-map banger again? Because they played each other so close throughout this past stage. Can we see a repeat of that?
I think looking at the history of these two teams, even going back to last year, I think you can expect a 5-map banger.
All right, give me your predictions, boys. What we have.
I'll go the opposite here. Let's maybe Twisted Minds just dominate there for once, because I do think maybe there's a mental hurdle in the fact they got reversed twice by GK. So dating back to the EMEA playoffs, of course, in the previous stage, GK did reverse sweep Twisted Minds twice. So there might be a little bit of a mental hurdle there, but Twisted Minds, this will be the time for Yubi to just show up on LAN and just dominate, because that is what Twisted Minds do.
For me, Zoe, I think these online matches, they're easily forgotten for a team like Twisted Minds, right? You can put that away and think about the times you have lifted trophies, the times you have been to that grand final when no one believed that you could. So for me, this is Twisted Minds all the way under the bright lights. I think EK is going to be a little bit too much pressure. I honestly think 3-1 TM.
Yeah, I think despite their recent close matches, Twisted Minds has to be considered pretty much a heavy favorite, especially because they had so much success on the international stage and on LAN in general. They just perform different, Psycho, when they hit a LAN stage.
Yeah, they really do. I'd hate to say that they don't, but unfortunately, they really just do turn it up every single time on LAN. And no matter what the meta is, they always just find a way, and they always end up at least top 4. So there's no way they don't win today.
So I'm curious, actually. One person that hasn't showed up on LAN, it's JWoo.
That's true.
That's one of the more mechanically.
That's so mean.
It's true.
Hasn't seen the play. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Like JWoo, one of the more mechanically insane players, but it feels like even dating back to your time on Twisted Minds, kind of failed to integrate a flex player on that same level. And obviously, UB has picked up the Tracer and done quite formidable for himself. But I'd say that in a case like this, JWoo is the better mechanical player. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that they've struggled to integrate JWoo compared to UB? Is it leadership? Is it communication? What is it?
I think for sure leadership plays a big role, but it's also just meta, I think us EMEA teams were very, very realistic about what we can win the tournaments with and what we can't. And usually international tournaments, Symmetra is the way, at least for now. And Yubi, obviously, with his insane leadership, confidence, and the way he just handles himself, he's just always good for it on LAN. And I think a player like JWoo, who's more quiet, but obviously insane mechanically, he's good for online matches, but during internationals, it's harder. But obviously, he's also achieved greatness during the preseason bootcamp. He also won the tournament playing himself.
Yeah, Quad talked to us about that in an interview, just saying how much UB adds just in terms of the comms and the strategic depth there when he's in the server with them. It's going to be a banger match. I want to see it all the way to map number 5. Let's see what we're in for as we're sending it over to the stage to get out Twisted Minds and GK.
Ladies and gentlemen, here in Paris, we've been witnessing Korea's finest 2 teams locked in. A China's gem as well that took their ticket to playoffs. But there's one more spot on the line. And happily for us, it's going to go to an EMEA team no matter what.
Today has been amazing. And now one more team gets to march on into the semi-final. For the other, their key gets crushed.
And who better than their fans to welcome their teams to the stage? It is Saudi's finest. You know them, it is Twisted! Welcome, Twisted Minds!
And their opponents, GK Esports! GK have spent this season taking positions they were never expected to occupy. And now, the defining result of their season returns for a sequel. Beat Twisted Minds again, and GK do not merely reach the semi-finals, they remove any remaining doubt about their potential.
And on the other side, Twisted Minds, the reigning OWCS World Champions, ready to show that they are the very best in EMEA. Ian, it's time for EMEA to steal the show.
One earns revenge, the other proves there was never anything to avenge. Twisted Minds, GK Esports, Faites du bruit!
The hardest championship to win isn't the first one, it's the one that convinces everyone there will never be another team like yours. And you don't stop believing in champions until someone eliminates them on the biggest stage, and we have that right here. GK Esports have done it online. 2 reverse sweeps against Twisted Minds, but here at LAN, everything changes.
But the core of this GK team has had success against this team in the past as well, right? You think back to last year,
Spirit of Alcatia
in the finals of EWC. I think they just got off to such a slow start this year with their stage 1 that I think a lot of people just kind of forgot about this team a little bit, right? Because, you know, EMEA, we've had, a lot of new teams form, right? VP obviously leveled up from last year. And, they've obviously brought Kellex back, Finn and Alpi, tremendous players in their own rights. And I think for me, it kind of comes down to a little bit of what Psycho was talking about on the desk. It's, TM has gotten so much experience now in these big time matches. GK has not been here in a while. Can these players kind of get comfy and settle in a series that, obviously we are going to a 1-3 here, but a lot of these times we turn around in 20 minutes and it's like a 2-0 already. You can't start that deep in the hole if you're GK.
So many storylines in under this game. It's insane.
Every team I support loses. Let's go, Twisted Minds.
Someone is invoking some deep magic out there. I mean, again, we've got Funny Astro and Kellex already making puppy dog eyes at each other across the stage.
Yeah.
It's a story of young, talented Saudi Arabian tank players in Ziyad and, of course, TVNT. And my favorite,
it's the Quartz Labda head-to-head. Labda, who basically spent a couple of years in this guy's shadow, playing the off-roll alongside him. When he was on Twisted Minds, it was like, you play the Pharah, you play the things I don't want to play. Since then, going over to OWCS here, Labda said, no, I'm going to pick up the hit scan. Well, I'm going to take this lead role. And in many of their encounters, Matt, he has been outscoring Quartz in the player-to-player comparisons, and yet still people don't give him the respect that he deserves.
Well, I think it was eventually Twisted Minds realizing, like, hey, you are like way too talented to just kind of sit here and like rot on the bench, so to speak, because Quartz is never coming out the game, right? I mean, something wild would have to happen for that to be the case. But Labda, I mean, just, you know, obviously Quartz, like, I think he's the best hit scan in the world. I don't know how, you know, divisive that is. Labda's in the upper echelon, right? Like, you know, it's, you know, from the, if Quartz is number one, the gap between him and Labda, there's not that many people in between those two.
So where does FACEIT fit into all this then? Because as Psycho pointed out, there might be a large number of Symmetra bans, and he's going to have to put his mark on this match.
The Symmetra ban, I think, favors GK rather than Twisted Minds. Like, Alfie is a just like a little bit more well-rounded player, I would say, than Yubi. It's a Sojourn ban here early on for Twisted Minds, which is a little bit wild. I mean, they do end up playing some Bastion. We do see them go over to like Cassidy a little bit. So, and then the Jetpack Cat ban on the other side.
All right, forget about Europe, forget about EMEA. This one's about inheritance, folks, because it's Twisted Minds who kind of built European Overwatch in this era. They became world champions, and they became the standard for all of EMEA. Then GK turned up, beat him in stage 2, knocked him into the lower seed, and now they can do something even bigger. It's not about just beating Twisted Minds again, but it's about being the measuring stick in the region to become the EMEA standard, maybe the global one.
The one thing I will say about that hit scan battle, we've seen Labda with a little bit more versatility, right? Playing a little, like, you know, even when Freya was strong, we didn't really see Quartz pick it up. We've seen Labda go over and play Emre a decent amount, you know, Bastion as well.
Which is why the Soj ban seems a little odd to me, but...
Well, it seems like they want to play this Bastion, and maybe it's that Bastion with that Reinhardt, right? Which is what they roll out with here off the rip.
Remember, Psycho mentioned he felt that Ramatra Symmetra was the answer to this Rein comp. And GK have gone into that immediately. DBNT Shield is going to get pressured down pretty frequently here. Ramatra can obviously punch through that Reinhardt. It already feels like GK have priority here. They've forced Twisted Minds back to heal up and get that Rein shield ready again.
Well, obviously a damage advantage for GK. Going to be able to have that Ramatra that can like also poke down that Rein shield as well. Nice TP there from Alfie, making them guess a little bit and getting that Ramatra in the mix, but now Ziad's in some trouble.
It forced Twisted Minds to TP off the point entirely. So they had to disengage as soon as they saw the TP behind them. My goodness, Alfie and Yubi are the puppet masters in this matchup. There is a battle of wits happening outside of the game here. Two masterminds playing at chess or something resembling it. Corti trying to straight up fight Alfie. Labda, though, at least he's going to be able to turn that into a trade, and now he's got a free and uninterrupted off angle.
Yeah, and I think this comp definitely favors GK. Like, I think Twisted Minds, you know, they've obviously been able to pilot the Bastion in certain compositions, but it's not their strength. That's why the Sojourn ban, probably a little bit of a surprise here early on. Is
I also feel like Labda is happy to take that matchup.
Yeah, this comp definitely like is a little bit more of a comfort for DK. Yubi takes a lot of damage there. I mean, almost dies with the hands. Up Labda yet again.
This is a bit more zesty from Twisted Minds, isn't it? TVNT tries to charge forward. The Kitsune Rush ideally was supposed to help them to that effect, but Yubi's able to find 2 kills after having lost TVNT, and the numbers favored Twisted Minds until now. Quartz is down. Sound Barrier coming midway through the fight for Funding Astro. It's a later beat here for Twisted Minds. But GK able to set up on this high ground. Wheels mode now for Labda, forcing Yubi to take cover. But it's a TM flip amidst all of this, and the Reinhardt has returned.
I mean, Yubi, they do such a great job keeping him alive. A Suzu there allows him to kind of continually ramp that damage. The sound barrier, he ends up getting 2. They flip the point. It'll be artillery strikes for both Bastions here. Some damage down on the TVNT. It's going to be Yubi getting to the point. It can test here with that sim wall, but Ziad does not care for that at all with those punches of Ramatra.
Ziad on the defensive, he's going to pop the Annihilation, but needs healing before he can make use of it, and it expired because nobody was being impacted by it. GK have given the lead over to Twisted Minds now after having given up the point, but TVNT's shield is low. He needs to go for an Earth Shatter Gambit, but is there a lineup here with the Bastion on the high ground? It's tough to find these opportunities, but Ziad is knocked to the ground. He'll knock him off the map here with a cancel charge. That is beautiful stuff from TVNT, but eventually, even the most stalwart had to succumb, and his shield is brought down. Finn trying to navigate behind that barrier, but Yubi is punching damage out, and Twisted Minds have held on.
And I think what you're seeing here is a little bit of just the mastery of Yubi on the sim. Just like the teleporters constantly here from the sim of Twisted Minds, just always in the right spot, being able to put everybody in position. And TVNT almost acts a little bit like a decoy, right? Such a big target they're trying to take down, and they're getting Quartz in great positions around the map.
That TP unusable for Twisted Minds is too far forward, but Quartz has been able to find the opener against Laptic here, and now GK are in trouble. TVNT's able to push up, and he's nice and healthy. The shield intact as well. And GK have not found a way to break through. Now they're playing in a really disadvantageous part of the map, and Ziad was staggered out on that death.
95% here.
He's on the ball.
Yeah, Ziad's going to go over the ball just to get a touch. But, I mean, he's going to get to the point, but they're going to lose everybody else in the choke pretty much, it looks like, as TP comes in, deleted right away. Nobody else can get on, and Twisted looked great there in round one.
Like you said, it felt like there was a pretty clear damage output advantage for GK in that round. Playing the Ramatra setup into the Ryan. But honestly, some brilliance here, especially in the early part of these fights. Both Labda and Quartz had to work hard to really harness these Symmetra teleports. And this is extremely high-level Overwatch, folks. I say that without a hint of irony. Reinhardt or Ramatra can't exactly fix their mistakes in a pinch if they're positioning poorly.
It just feels like
turrets are really hard to play around.
Yeah, I think it's just the sim TPs of UV are just like so good, right? Like Ziad will end up popping Nemesis form, try and run down the Ramatra, get into that brawl with that Ryan, and they'll just like TP TVNT out. They'll TP him back in, right, once it's up. They do such a great job maneuvering their players around the map.
The Ryan shield is down, but Alpha Yi and Yubi are punching again above their weight in terms of Symmetra's damage output. Alpha Yi takes a Solomon Diver into the back line. That is insane. Can he back up? There's a health pack to be picked up here, and a Reinhardt charging after, and Alpha Yi taking every health pack like it's going out of fashion, but can't use that TP to get back to safety.
Yeah, I mean, he just every health pack, it feels like, on that side of the map, he just made a beeline for there. And
like the Anthony Bourdain food tour. Getting a bit of everything.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're still able to get the point first here, though, GK. Ramatra, though, Ziad dies yet again. I don't think also, like, this is the comp that GK should be playing against this, right? Like, you wouldn't be like, let's try and mirror this. Ziad does not really play Rhine in that regard.
I think Yubi is being given enough time by TVNT Shield to really get charged up. And then he starts looking at Quartz, starts looking at Alpha Yi. Ziad can certainly hold up for a long time.
Look, they forced him to use the TP here, like they're just going to get out of the spawn, and then they TP right up to the high ground, they beat him here.
Yeah, Katsuna Rush is in play, but Lap has been taken down early. Positionally, Twisted Minds is
so good.
The measure of GK in this matchup. Almost at every turn, it seems. And this Reinhardt comp is really hard to retake into. That's the issue for Twisted Minds, or rather for GK.
The Sim TP is such a powerful ability, and to like use it to just kind of change course there. Twisted Minds, you notice they don't actually use that Sim TP straight away, right? They speed boost everybody back towards the choke, then TP, beat them to the spot on the high ground, and the damage output is nasty.
I just love that rotation there for Quartz, playing so safely back, getting maximum value out of the grenade there. Target selection also was primo. Bastion ultimate comes down, GK able to shrug that off for the most part. They're going to have one of their own now to throw at this situation.
Look at how healthy Twisted is, though.
That's an early Suzu, though, from Simple. Shatter comes in, Ziad knocked to the ground, and no chance to use that Annihilation. Yubi's able to find a quick couple of kills, make it a hat trick. And Twisted Minds have got this one figured out. GK are in deep trouble.
The entire time, Twisted basically full HP. They do such a great job not giving it up. Look at this. They're gonna play close again. It's gonna force this Sim TP potentially out. They're just gonna speed boost out and then beat them to the spot. They're gonna get absolutely no value out of it. Let's see. Doing a nice job here as GK is not investing that early on. It's going to be the sound barrier here used. As Kellick's trying to make it to the point, I don't think they're going to have anybody in position to touch.
Quad saw him coming and he just lined him up there on wheels mode. Nothing much you can do about this, GK. Completely beaten in the positional game. Say what you want about compositional difference. Twisted Minds bring that land difference.
I mean, they just beat them to the punch at every spot, right? I mean, GK playing the kind of composition you need to. It's just that mind games that, you know, Psycho was kind of alluding to in terms of Yubi with that Sim TP. No, it's really also him and Funny Astro as well, right? The ability to Lucio's speed. Can't go unnoticed here, but they just put everybody in the right spot. That's a great shatter from TVNT, getting the other side of that sim wall.
I feel like he's carrying the torch for Hardy here. The Reinhardt play has been phenomenal. Yubi is on a different level, reading these Symmetra TP setups perfectly. Let's head down to the stage, catch up with Ian and Glitter Explosion.
All right, the Twisted Minds fans are very happy down there, and they could be for multiple reasons right now. I'll get to that in a second. I'm standing by with the one and only Glitter. She's phenomenal, doing a magnificent job out here in Paris. Now, we talk a lot about each individual trophy, Glitter, but we've got to talk about the club championship. Every organisation competing here wants to get points and climb the table. How are things going over on your stage where Warzone has been going on all this week?
Well, we've got a lot going on in Warzone, to say the least. Specifically, we already sent 6 teams home yesterday. Group stage now done. We're heading into survival. That means 10 squads have already claimed their spot in finals, and we've got some heavy hitters in there. We've got defending champs Twisted Minds already in the finals, and then, of course, we've got other big names. We've got VP in there. We have AGAL in there. I mean, these teams are going to be looking to get some points on the board when they're already at the top of our leaderboard. But today, survival stage, we're sending 10 more teams home. Only 6 can make their way through, and the big clubs that we're following are Falcons and Vitality. They need to stay alive to make their way through, and Falcons really need these points right now.
Yeah, they're in trouble. The defending champions need points desperately, but then on the flip side, if you're a Twisted Minds fan, like these guys are down here, let's say they pick up a big W in Warzone and then go on to secure the victory here in Overwatch. Am I right in thinking that skyrockets them to #1?
You are correct, Ian. Great math. Additional 2,000 points puts them above Na'Vi from 13th place all the way up into first, and to do that in week 4 with so much time left in the competition is actually massive.
It is. Are you surprised? We're talking about massive. Are you surprised by, I'm not going to say Falcons' demise, because there's still plenty of time left, but has it shocked you how they've been performing so far?
A little bit, specifically in Warzone. They were the favorites heading into this game, so I think it's a little bit of a fall from grace for them, which they were not expecting. A lot of people weren't expecting, and they kind of need to get a bounce back here, even just for the club's mental, kind of give them a little bit of a snowball.
You've got a crazy big brain, and we cannot wait to talk to you more. Can we do this again sometime?
I'd love to, yeah.
I'd love to too. Big thank you to Glitter. The club championship rolls on. Thank you very much.
Finally, a reminder that there's much more at play here than just this mid-season championship, especially for a club like Twisted Minds, who've got their finger in every pie by the sounds of it.
Yeah, but you got to win one game, right, to be eligible for that club championship trophy. And obviously Falcons, it was Overwatch who did it for them last year, right? Twisted Minds, one of the best Overwatch teams in the world, could be the team for them that puts them over the line. Neon Junction, don't know something interesting. We have not seen any other of the hybrid maps outside of Neon Junction. It has been Neon Junction the only one picked. Obviously with Eichenwald and Paraíso in the pool as well. The newest map in Overwatch seems to be the favorite out of those.
And we've seen Neon Junction already. I think it was from Twisted Minds.
It was VP picking it into Twisted Minds, and we had the conversation about, because I've done basically EMEA for the last, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 stages, but like they're pretty awesome, at this map. It's a Mauga ban, so Twisted does play some Rhine here. They can also play some D.Va. Maybe that's why they also get rid of the Mizuki, because they think that they think they'll get an advantage from trying to play that Ramatra. Maybe they're scared the Ramatra would be banned, so they get rid of the Mauga. Although the Zenyatta's a pretty good Mauga as well, right?
I think the Mauga ban is interesting, considering I don't think Twisted Minds care at all playing here. But I mean, trying to go after TVNT's hero pool also seems like a bit of a fool's errand at this point.
They're going to do exactly what they did the other day, exactly what we've seen them roll teams with in EMEA, which is a pause. No, I'm kidding. Which is a Reinhardt composition up on the high ground. Twisted Minds with...
Okay, so it's not Ziad going potty this time.
They lead the league in pausing, Twisted Minds, I feel like.
Just getting some ready checks. It looks like people just making sure that their comms were working heading into the map. Do you realize you can't hear one of your teammates? The first thing you're going to do is call a pause. It'll be in just a moment. Kelex and Funny Astro. Both, in many ways, lead their rosters. Both have rubbed shoulders for years and years and years. In fact, I think I've been casting Kelex for literally 10 years. 10 years.
You have 2 kids in the time that you've known Kelex.
Yep. He was on like some of the early Danish stuff. I don't think he was Quick Esports back then, but
yeah,
very, very early Danish teams. We had a pop filter fall off someone's mic as a broadcaster. That's definitely a no-no for the players.
Yeah, we're setting records with all new different types of pauses. It'll be the Ramatra into the Reinhardt yet again. Like we discussed, you know, could be a pretty favorable matchup, we believe, but it obviously doesn't work out that way for GK in map number 1. They do get the Sojourn back in the mix, though, right? That's a huge addition.
I want to contend that the problem with the matchup was also positional, that Twisted Minds had point control and it's just hard to retake into the Rhine, right? You can just charge at you, he's got the shield, buys so much time for the rest of his team.
This is good, though. They get Labda up in this position, just trying to deny it from that Bastion.
We want to see him rotating up there pretty frequently, right? Use the TP off cooldown, get back up there. Hits the TP behind them. I like how Twisted Minds have tried to flip the map here. They've also put Quartz in a position to be pretty darn dangerous. But there's cover, hard cover for GK to play behind here. And Labda just moves up on an off angle and does TVNT in. It looks like there's a real game plan here for GK, and they're trying to execute it. The Simple and Quartz have thrown a wrench into the works. Ziad, though, in Nemesis form, is going to be tough to beat, but is that already a Kitsune rush from Simple? Ziad's fallen! What timing to find that ultimate! And one of the most surprising prospects, I think, in EMEA out of South Korea, Simple, gets the fight for his team.
I mean, him and Funny Astro have been debatably the best backline in the world for a while. I mean, Funny Astro just the master on the Lucio, and Simple has shown us so many different looks. That time they lose TBNT and Quartz, but Yubi so charged up, they use that rush. Keep him alive. It'll be an artillery here for Quartz. Alfie takes some serious damage. Same with the Ziad.
Oh, early Suzu and Rush, by the way. Ziad is struggling to get back to health, even with that haste increase for Finn. Where is Alfie? Where do they get picked off? It's unclear. Simple's done it yet again.
Alfie was like kind of the left of the statue over by that staircase, and he gets hit with like 2 shots of the artillery. They end up using the Kitsune Rush, thinking maybe they use that to kind of keep Ziad alive. There's actually no beat or panic in response from TM. They actually just use that sim wall.
Lab to force the trend back here a little bit, but can make use of this statue for cover. The poke damage, though, keeps coming on in. Frankly, everyone on GK is feeling it as Alfie goes down first yet again. It's annihilation time. But look, there's a sound barrier for Funny Astro, and he is just going to wait. Just sit. There's an Earth Shatter opportunity here for TVNT, should it be required, but I think they've got Ziad handled.
Yeah, and Ziad is in, it's 2 here with the annihilation, so hold on. He ends up falling here to a turret from Yubi. Let's see if they can kind of keep this going. You're going to get back in the fight pretty quick here for Twisted Minds. 2 checkpoints, though, for GK.
But Twisted Minds didn't have to use any of their support ultimates there, or their shadows. That is insane composure. Kelex now will be looking for a beat opportunity. Simple does let that Kitsune Rush now go. First time he used it on this map, it won the fight outright there and then. This time it's going to take a little bit more work. But there's no hurry. TVNT now has lost his shield. Maybe get past the Ramatra and go for one of his own. Finn is knocked to the ground, but the sound barrier for Kelex is good. Finn's able to stay alive, and if he gets a Kitsune Rush to keep Ziad standing, it would be massive. It's not enough. Quartz and TVNT, final eliminations in the same breath, and once more GK are cut down to size. The problem is their time banks looking the same.
Kelex will fall, I believe. Alfie here as well. Don't think he's going to make it out with his life. Does get Funny Astro, but the speed, he'll be able to get back in the action pretty quick. No, they're using this Reinhardt, right? And, TVNT's just got his shield up, and they're allowing Yubi to stand behind that shield pretty safely and just farm up damage on the sim. And Ziad can't really kind of contend with that.
Yeah, would love to surge ahead now, but there's just no opportunity. He needs to bide his time. Can he make that space? But Labda and Alpha to convert into some eliminations. Kellex has already fallen. Not ideal. Scared seconds remaining in the round, and GK have crumbled, capitulated, otherwise utterly fallen to pieces. Unreal gap here on LAN as Twisted Minds hold them off.
TVNT just puts the shield up, allows Yubi to just kind of get so farmed up. Now, Ziad wants to like get in there on the Nemesis form and start throwing punches into the Rhine. But when, you know, you have Bastion on an off angle and then the Sim just starting to ramp up the damage, all you can do is block. And then once you start blocking, guess what? TVNT can then rip the shield down and start swinging. It's so dangerous. Somebody just told me that Hottie and Backbone just signed up for FACEIT League coming up here. Watching all the Reinhardt Sim stuff.
Yep, Sparker switching games back to Overwatch. Watch out for it.
Get the band back together if this is what the play is. It's been rough here for GK.
It's not even a question about whether that's the best way to play the game, but my goodness, it is where Twisted Minds look completely unstoppable.
But a lot like what Psycho said, right? It's like, you know, the EMEA teams know what they are good at to the point that, and know that it's good enough and viable enough on the international stage that is what they should go with, rather than try and, you know, you're not going to match Zeta or Crazy Raccoon or, you know, Falcons in like their play style and kind of end up coming out on top. Yubi, that's really impressive, right? Zero deaths on the Sim. Sim is like the glass cannon.
I mean, Alpha was
setup.
getting picked off like 2 or 3 fights first.
Yeah. I mean, Alfie leads his team in deaths on the Sim, and then Yubi does not die at all.
Don't get too comfortable because Twisted Minds only need to cap the point, and they're playing Roadhog.
Yep. We've seen them do this as well. In EMEA is TVNT is kind of...
Yeah, I mean, Yubi's instantly going to deny some of these like common spots to stand in. Just his presence enough, the threat of activation of this Thara will force GK to play in an uncomfortable fashion.
Well, you're just playing for picks, right? I know Labda does take out Simple here early.
So he had bounce forward now. He's on the Sigma.
Yeah, I mean, you could play Ram here maybe if you're Twisted, or you can just go back and play the Rhine. We'll see, obviously going to give it another go here on the Hog.
They just need to look out for these Alpha Gear TPs because that reposition for GK is kind of what's through. Oh, that is a perfectly timed accretion. Just as he's going for a take a breather. TVNT's interrupted, and if he keeps doing that in such an obvious fashion, he's going to get slapped again.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd imagine they swap, so. Quartz is already basically an artillery, same with Labda. The Bastion's just contributing so much. Ziad also just farming on the Sigma, right? I mean, almost at a flux here.
Now they get to let Yubi's brain do the talking here as well. Get a full delivery with a Sim, TP, or split their forces and force GK to have eyes on the sides of their head.
Yeah, they're letting Simple farm up this Kitsune rush here.
Good to go. Flux.
Nothing.
Completely disregarded. Yep. Nothing but a big old circle on the ground that people don't stand in. Bastion on hit Quartz. It's going to come through. Accretion didn't quite connect on the Quartz in the backline, but TVNT's looking a little isolated right now. Can a TP save him? Can anybody save him? Alpha Yi now gets that wall up, and Ziad is brought down in the end by TVNT, but Trader Bastion's going to be Quartz out of the game. Labda causing some serious issues. It looks like both of these teams have got some chops when it comes to the defense side.
Yeah, it's these two players as well getting staggered out. Not ideal for Twisted Minds. GK trying to put together a tremendous defensive hold here. Gonna go into Ziad, like when you think of him as a player, right? It's the Sigma, it's the Diva, it's the Maga. One of his just best heroes here. It'll be an artillery yet again. They're gonna put this down here. Just gonna buy some time, some damage into TVNT.
The fact that it takes so long to heal TVNT back up is a time buy in itself. Ziad is on a clock though. He needs to break TVNT's shield before the Reinhardt can close. And things like this put you on an even tighter timeline. Sound barrier comes down there. Labda does eventually get it. Kellex making sure of that. Here's the charge fall for TVNT. Twisted Minds have position. It's GK who've been forced for now to disengage. They're desperately, rapidly trying to farm up this ultimate for Finn and get back in, but already 2 ticks and counting. You've got to stop them here, but it's an Earth Shatter that could end the game. Big connection there. Alpha Yi flatten, and Kellex also falls as a result of that stun. Now swinging that hammer as Twisted Minds hit the gong on GK's map pick. That's 2-0, folks.
And the Sigma's main struggle is the moving forward retake against the Reinhardt, right? So once they kind of force him into the choke in that position, it's kind of game over, right? TVNT has that little barrier right by the payload to kind of play around, doesn't have to use his shield. And then as soon as you see the shield of Ziad come out, he's fully LD, he just moves right on past his shatter. I mean, there's nothing they could do about that. Another great way that they just kind of force positional advantages there for Twisted Minds.
Some moments there from AlphaGee, who had to fight to stand up in this matchup. Knows that Yubi's a bit of a mastermind when it comes to the sim play, and so much rests on his shoulders.
Here's what's hard, Mitch. They kind of, like, these EMEA teams, they kind of want to do the same thing. So, like, any map selection that GK has here is probably going to be pretty decent for Twisted as well. I mean, could be something like a new Junk City. Let's go to Ian there down on the stage.
Yeah, Twisted Minds on the brink of the semi-finals here. Just one more map to clutch up. And if you're here in the STC Arena, you know about it because their fans are very loud down there. Twisted, let me hear you. Now, I did manage, though, to spot a little pocket of GK Esports fans as well. There's not as many of them here representing their team, but I'm going to come and join a couple of fans here. Hello, guys. How's everybody doing? Everybody okay? What's your name?
My name is Noah.
Where are you from?
I'm from Germany.
Are you worried about GK right now?
Well, looking at the first map, I was a little bit worried, but you have to consider that they banned the strongest hero, which is Sojourn, as you can see. And I'm a big fan of a Sojourn, so I'm hoping that they can once again reverse sweep them.
Okay, let's see. Hello, what's your name?
I'm Saki.
Hi, Saki. Where are you from?
I'm Japanese.
Yes, and I need to ask, do you believe that your team here can come back, and why?
Sorry.
Do you think that your team can win?
I'm GK. GK win.
Do you like it here in Paris? Are you enjoying yourself here in Paris?
Yes, really good.
GK win. What about you? So this is going to have to take a lot of courage from this team. From what you've seen from them in the season so far, coming into this tournament, do you think that they've got that?
I think looking at the last few matches they played against Twisted, I think they have a chance here, yes. Twisted is very strong in LAN, but I think they can win.
Okay, you've got some people all around the world watching this, including in Japan. Would you like to say hello to anybody in Japan in Japanese?
Konnichiwa.
Perfect, konnichiwa, that's a perfect way to end. Thank you so much, guys. Let's get right back into this one.
Despite faith from the fans, GK are up against the ropes. Twisted Minds are here to reclaim ownership of the rivalry where the lights are brightest. And so far, we have not seen enough from GK to make this compelling.
And I think Twisted, you kind of hit this little bit of a level with a team where, regardless of the regular season, as soon as you get on the stage and there's big money on the line, like, all right, we know we're just going to turn up, right? I mean, going into Champions Clash and at Champions Clash, going in, they were like a favorite, but then when we got there, speaking to them and the players, they were like, this meta is not built for us. And then they're in the final, right? Here, it seems like the meta is obviously much more favorable for a team like Twisted Minds.
This is a jetpack catless game so far, in fairness. What is this meta?
I mean, the real test would be, can they kind of continue to do this against, like, the Cat Ana and things of like that nature of, like, what Zeta are doing? Or, I mean, dude, if you're Twisted Minds, you are probably hoping T1 wins. Like, it feels like a game that you can kind of navigate to. There'd be a lot of vendetta in that series if we got there, but obviously they still they would get through Weibo. But TM looking to try and just kind of recapture that kind of global crown.
Are we past the point now of GK actually trying to mirror the Symmetra comps? Are we now going to end up in a situation where they want to play Vendetta or something to try and punish this setup? Is there a way forward for them that doesn't involve matching?
You would think, but see MEA Overwatch, we're just going to see I think, like, pretty much what we saw. I don't think we're going to, like, Alfie can play like a Vendetta, and you can play something like that. But I assume we're just going to kind of see them. Maybe there's one where you ban the sim, right? You just put, like, Alfie on Tracer and see kind of how it goes, right? But it only gets you one map. what's going to happen the rest of the series. New Junk City, yeah, this is kind of what I thought it would be, right? I was talking about how this is like an EMEA staple. It's great for Rush. Yep, they ban Ryan. The Vendetta ban is great, right? That kind of basically locks them in to Sim at that point. Like, I mean, what, you can try and play like a Xi'an Sojourn against it. Maybe they play Maga with that, right? But I don't think like TM is going to shy away from just playing Maga with a Sim, right? Like,
I wonder if it opens up like Labda to play Freya a little bit, or something that might be also, you know, have some level of disruption against Malga, if that's going to be the case.
I don't think TM's really worried in the slightest about that, though.
No.
Right?
What's on the other side of the horizon, GK? Is there a series waiting behind this map? No Vendetta available. I refuse to believe the Unrun is going to be an answer.
We saw our boy Psycho try the Unrun during EMEA Stage 2.
I respect it.
On this map.
I think she's going to get stealth buffs until she is quite powerful.
Yeah, it was not a Virtus.pro win, but they tried.
Out of the gates we go, folks. Time for New Junk City. His Twisted Minds are poised to drop the guillotine on their regional rivals.
And Twisted played the Sig, so obviously a really good hero for TVNT. Is interesting enough that Quartz has not decided to take like the Sojourn head-to-head, has been really kind of relying on this Bastion.
It's a pretty good creation. Wow, man, I thought that might have been something there, but Labda is able to punish Quartz.
I think
one window where TVNT doesn't have a shield and he is gone.
Yeah, and I think Twisted probably won a comp change. I just don't know if you're going to like get all the way back to the spawn with TVNT to kind of make it happen. You may just kind of, you know, see how it goes for another fight.
Yeah, I mean, you lose out in terms of poker presence to a Sojourn with a Bastion, even if you have a Sigma. All of a sudden, you actually do want to close the gap a little bit, even with this comp, but then you have to reckon with the Ramatra. I mean, as evidenced by this TP to try and get Twisted Minds into a more favorable spot. TVNT wants to walk up on Ziad. You never really see this from Sigma. Responds immediately, though, to the Nemesis 4 with a accretion, but that doesn't stop Ziad for long.
TP away here for Twisted. They want to just kind of stand there, fight toe-to-toe as they actually TP directly on top of Labda, so that's huge.
A massive pick-off now. That means Quartz is pretty uncontested at anything that is somewhat long range. No one's going to fight him. No one can. So I'll try and push up and take space on here, but TVNT is always close by. Still, 72% as Twisted Minds take a little while to get going. A bit lackadaisical at the start of the round. Means that they're going to have to hold on here for at least 1.5 fights.
Yeah, artillery healer available. They're going to back up all the way. They actually see that they rotate out. So they're going to use a speed boost here to get out of dodge. It's going to be it's Dune Rush, and they just TP back to the other side. That is just, I mean, that is why they're so good at these Simcom.
And it puts a lot of pressure on Labda here to deliver from this kind of long range. But funny, Astro apparently got a little bit too close. It's possible that Twisted Minds, while trying to contest the point, put the Lucio in a bit of a compromising spot. Here's Labda's overclock. Is there anything to shoot at? The answer is yes. Quartz shows himself on that right-hand side, and the beat is given to Labda to ensure that he wins the duel. But Simple is healing Quartz up, keeping him alive until now.
Yeah, the annihilation is really good there from Ziad as well. TVNT, no way to dodge that on the point. Let's see, this looks like it's just going to be something to maybe go back and try and get a touch, but...
Oh, hate to see it.
Yeah, not ideal. As Quartz also goes over to the Xi'an, which we didn't see from him at all that much in EMEA. One of the players really didn't kind of play a ton of it, so... Yep, it's going to be a swap back for both. They actually do like this Sig setup, so they're going to continue to play with the Sigma. So I thought potentially there's a swap in action, but
I think you're trying to level the playing field for Quartz as much as possible until you get into a range where Wheels mode is just that good.
Yeah.
Great start for GK, though. In terms of staying alive in the series, this might be their ticket. Sound barrier, though, for Twisted Minds. They're going for it. The symbol is also in place. Ziad trying to use his large bulk to defend his teammates, but Finn has to drop out of line of sight at risk of being turned into Swiss cheese. Simple playing back, and TVNT had to drop down. No other choice, and Twisted Minds don't have a way to fight right now without that Sigma active. They've got to disengage, and this just opened them up to have their positioning punished.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a, you know, against a comp like this that GK is running, this is like stuff that we've seen Twisted in the past that, you know, as it's going to be a continuing rush here from Finn. that'll actually just get them control. We've seen Twisted play like a Sojourn plus Maw game that comes like this, right? So be a Sojourn for Quartz, and they'll actually match the Ramantra. So this is a switch here to just kind of get us into a mirror matchup.
We finally get Quartz pitted against Lambda on the Sojourn. Remember, it was Twisted Minds who banned the Sojourn on control. Lambda saying, he's trying to make the argument that it's not about surviving against Quartz, it's about kind of surpassing him. Funny Astro gets slurped down straight away by this Annihilation. No, another rough start for Twisted Minds. I think that's a safe way to put it here. No real ability to mitigate that damage, and a Kitsune Rush committed to the fight that was just one-sided.
Yeah, just absolutely dominant there from Ziad. As soon as he gets back above 400 HP, then keeps rolling on forward with the Annihilation. Just dominates through Twisted Minds as GK very close to going up 2-0 on New Junk City. Very fast maps throughout this series thus far.
Yeah, we are pushing here on the second flashpoint. Twisted Minds, they don't really have anything to use to give them a distinct edge. They're going to win this out in the neutral, and TVNT crumbles because GK have an overclock to work with, and they're going to cycle into a sound barrier. Twisted Minds would love to have at least forced Calyx to use that ultimate, but no. Instead, GK get everything. They get the second flashpoint. They keep their Lucio ult. They're going to have a Kitsune Rush as well. And this snowball is showing no signs of slowing down as it rolls down Chad Mountain.
And you see why teams, you know, when they play against GK, they ban things like the Ramantra. They ban things like Lucio, right? With how good they are just kind of playing this rush style. What they are so good at and forcing Twisted into it, which is also a very fantastic team in this type of style, but just getting worked right now here by GK.
This is also Twisted Minds' last chance to play without Vendetta in the game. And they've not really been able to turn it into much. The one upside for them is they'll get a map selection after this.
This ends now.
That's assuming that this is going to go the way I think it might. 2-0 here for GK already, and they start with a symbol that forces a clean and complete disengage, and it entirely turns off Quartz's overclock.
Oh, it's actually a Kitsune Rush used there by Finn, and they just completely dodge it. TP back.
How? Yubi picked up. I think there was a disruptor shot up into the high ground, but either way, GK just on the fadeaway get a free, or at least it felt like a free kill in a fight where there was a symbol for Yubi in play. Ziad, though, has fallen. This will force GK to take a back seat and ultimately concede control of the point. Fight as they might to get that extra percentage. Finally, Twisted Minds have a chance to build something.
And this is the first time for Twisted as we take a look from Quartz's POV. Takes out Ziad, and then nice shot here. Ooh. As Lambda sliding across. This is the first time where Twisted, when they kind of gone to this mirror, actually has like, the upper hand in terms of kind of like what they're working with. So let's see if they can rattle together a few fights in a row off the back of that advantage. Funny Astro gets knocked up there, gets the beat off.
Both of them get it down. TVNT's holding onto his Annihilation for a rainy day. Well, I guess that's now.
Ziada ends up using his as well.
Yeah, to start the fight. And I think importantly, Matt, this is kind of the first time we've seen Twisted Minds truly mirror GK in the series, right? In that first map, they were playing Ryan. In fact, they were playing Ryan whenever they could against this Ramantra look. Obviously, because maybe the verticality of the map features, or because he's a little bit cumbersome, they haven't opted to go that way.
He's banned, so that's
that'll do it.
That'll do it.
But again, in that same note, GK are going to have to reckon with that prospect for the rest of the series as well. Lot to think about going forward, if we get to go forward. So far, Twisted Minds have really staked their claim to this point. Lambda might have opened things up, though. We're at 99% and counting. And Twisted Minds have been laid a little low by that railgun shot that came through, but Ziad desperately trying to hold on. The fact that he just got healed up is a good sign, but still he's struggling to get back to full health. Calyx has gone down now. Twisted Minds really starting to lean in. Lambda low. Finn just a small railgun away from being picked off, and Alpha U Walkerly was reloading. Gave Quartz time to turn around. He does get the kill, but it's far too belated.
Hey, now the later OC there, obviously Lambda ends up using his, doesn't really find much. Quartz pops it up on the high ground. I mean, how many players did he just hit with a railgun shot that almost just got them just deleted? It's now interesting enough, they're gonna go back and play the Bastion. So after that OC use, maybe they feel like in the neutral that the Bastion might be a little bit better, at just like opening up.
It could be because of this area. It could be because of Junkyard. Yeah, the way it's structured. I feel like the sidelines are less long, or it's easier to break them up as Bastion. think makes Quartz feel like this is the optimal look. I think it gives them an edge in terms of just the tank pressure, right? Then a bird Ziad down really quickly, push comes to shove. Junior rush now for Simple. Funny Astro holding onto the beat. It's Finn thinking about his ultimate. Holding it. Let's it go now. Sound barrier committed by Funny Astro. Both Twisted Mind support ultimates consumed here. Kalex tries to hold the beat for the right time, but they've lost Labda in doing so. An inflection point this fight. Yubi down. Alfie finally finds a 1 versus 1. He can hang his hat on, and Ziad headed upstairs in this annihilation. He's a little bit low, but he's got his dukes up, defending himself. As Simple ended up being isolated. Complete disarray for Twisted Minds as the Ramatra in ult appears in their midst.
I mean, Ziad just makes a beeline for the high ground. Simple doing everything he can to try and keep Quartz up. So now it'll be Twisted Minds going and playing some Cap Bastion here on this point. And GK obviously have to use everything there.
It's Malgan time.
Take it as, yup. Surprised we didn't see the Malga earlier here.
Well, Yubi is certainly enjoying his more commanding view of the situation right now. There's a turret. I was able to pick up his opponent. Quartz also able to fly on over. The jetpack cat misery begins. Finn being picked off here means this is really just a formality, and Twisted Minds will have that point control. But I had to wager a little bit to get it. Yubi's down his wall, but Simple has cycled back into another Kitsune rush.
Yeah, it's just a bit hard to engage with this Cap Bastion now as Quartz takes the artillery shells, just chunking down players of GK. Can Twisted make a comeback on this map? Xian gonna go over to the D.Va here to try and deal with this Bastion. Those damage from those artillery is just way too strong.
I really like that Quartz is showing his Farah chops right now on this Bastion pick.
Right.
Here comes DK. Ziad's moved over towards the D.Va. Definitely a signature style for him. But is it the right answer to the question that's being posed? Kitsune rush, excuse me, from Simple. TVNT looking a little bit low. Needs that raw throughput to keep in the game. Finn gonna find his own Kiriko ultimate. Yubi just caught slinking around behind Garden Shed. Lab is able to pick him off now with that railgun. This would be it for GK Esports. This would be signs of life, signs of a resurgence, and finally, signs of hunger.
It's a huge bounce back map there for GK. They finally get that kind of like Ramatra combo rolling. But they get the Reinhardt out of the mix. That's obviously huge. But Labda really stepping up on the Sojourn. TM never really got comfy throughout all of this, right? I know they win one of these splash points, and they opt to go back and try and Bastion again, and never able to get it going.
It goes back even further than that, right? Starting with the Sigma. And just playing that into the Ramatra, really leaning on, I mean, the Sim TP to ameliorate their mobility problems. I think, we've seen Labda already look dominant on that first point of this map multiple times this week. Still looked phenomenal on the Sojourn, and he is begging Quartz to fight him in a Sojourn head-to-head. He is desperate to settle that particular score. Twisted Minds are more well-drilled, though. They want to play the Bastion style. They even switch over towards the Malga. Jetpack Cat. It's not enough in the end. But that was with Reinhardt unavailable.
Yeah, as I know, obviously, GK has some experience with these reverse sweeps, like the Des talked about earlier. Let's go to the studio to hear their thoughts at halftime.
Thank you, Matt and Mitch. Zoe here, joined by Johnny and Jake, and we're going to break down our first 3 maps. Thank goodness, that's what I'm here to say, because that started to look like it's just going to be a 3-0, which would have been a little uncharacteristic given how close those 2 teams have played it over the last couple of weeks. Let's go all the way back, starting with Control Nepal. I mean, it was very Twisted Minds heavy. They were in the driver's seat for most of this.
TVNT, man, he is driving the bus on Reinhardt. The Sojourn ban actually, I think, really hurt Labda on this Control map, which it's felt like maybe a key asset for GK, but man, Quartz, he's just so good on anything you put him on. The front line's so solid. This is exactly the kind of Twisted Minds we expect to show up here in these key moments on land.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Twisted Minds is in the driver's seat of this entire series, but GK, they're not going to go quiet into that night. And this game on New Junk City reminds me of something that Psycho told me, that he obviously joined us in the pre-show leading up to this map.
Wait, are we getting a Psycho anecdote?
You are indeed, because after the World Finals, when he was on Twisted Minds and won that year, he actually did say that this core GK roster, there's just something about New Junk City in that they always have the upper hand against Twisted Minds, and I actually think we saw it at Esports World Cup last year as well. So they can scream each other 50 times. Twisted Minds, they can't figure out how to beat this GK core on New Junk City. So GK, they still remain in this series 2-1, but it's going to get really difficult with a couple of these bans out of the way.
Yeah, let's take a look and talk a little bit about what went down on map 2, because if the first map was one-sided, the second one was even more so. Like Twisted Minds, this was theirs.
We've seen this from them before. I mean, the full hold on Hybrid is just a devastating death blow often for teams in Overwatch. So it's huge that GK could bounce back from this, because frankly, it just doesn't get more dominant than this. They rolled out with the Roadhog, maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves, but just making so many plays with this Steven Ryan. Always hungry, always looking for those opportunities. And this is the kind of map that can really break your momentum in a series. So props to GK that they didn't let it get to them and that they were able to resurge, because I mean, it was just over in a flash.
Now, where do you kind of go here? I'm thinking, because the Reinhardt has obviously been pivotal so far. You got push left, and you also have escort maps left. And so this is where we have a couple of maps that are a little wonky that we haven't seen the map pool for quite some time. Like, I'm thinking about Junkertown. We haven't seen Junkertown in like forever. I think Route 66 is like probably the most common map to see in this pool. And so it just kind of depends, like, where do you want to see the Reinhardt being played here? I don't think I have a preference, but I'm curious what Jake thinks.
I just love how happy you are when you get to even ask about a Reinhardt.
It always comes back to Ryan somehow. It's crazy.
Somehow all roads lead to Ryan. That's crazy.
It's been a long time since any roads have led to Ryan. I think it's fair to get excited.
Champions Clash,
come on. We got that. It's my Roman Empire is Reinhardt. Now I thought of both, so that's great. Let's discuss the third map though before we're heading into number 4 and where we want to see the series taking us. New Junk City. You gave us the anecdote. That just seems to be GK's map for some odd reason. What makes him so strong from what you've seen here, Jake?
It's the ace in the sleeve, man. I think Ziad has to be given a lot of credit for his performance on Ramatra on this map. He was really tightening the noose here on Twisted Minds, constant pressure in the front line, making sure that Quartz just does not have enough room to work. And this is a little bit more of a close quarters map, and it felt like, hey, even TM were starting to dig in the strat book here on what became the final flashpoint, getting some mileage out of the Bastion, but in the end, they were the team that blinked first. They were the team that backed off of this straight up sim rush comp, and because of that, GK were able to get the win.
Nice as well to see Lambda get going here on the Sojourn, as it's going to be Route 66, and I don't think that's a surprise, because you don't really want to like go into unknown territory necessarily. You want to play something that is a bit more familiar, and Route 66 I think is the map out of all of these that teams have scrimmed the most and therefore have the most confidence on. But Lambda gotta keep up that momentum on the hit scan and try to mirror Quartz in that role.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bands there in the background and see for Twisted Minds. Sigma on the underside. I believe I spotted a Bastion. Oh, I could literally just turn around. Wow, being on land, this is crazy. But yeah, so Big Screen says a Bastion is the ban on the other side. What do we make of this?
Yeah, I think the Bastion Man makes a lot of sense. Quartz has been trying to go back to it time and time again. I think this is a strategy that, in general, Twisted Minds are very comfortable with. It gives them a massive poke pressure advantage onto the enemy tank in particular. And, I mean, their backline has been so effective at not getting picked off. They've been okay letting the Sojourn, get some rails up and just not giving up picks. So, yeah, the Bastion Man makes a lot of sense here. I do wonder, though, this is a map where, hey, I don't think Ryan is really going to get played. There's a little bit too much verticality for me on this map. I actually think maybe there's room for the TVNT Diva to look pretty good here. And this is even a map where Ram also doesn't feel the best. So it could be a bit of a shakeup as far as the tank matchup we've seen so far. But for TM, D.Va is an extremely comfortable option. It's really, I think, maybe their most comfortable style.
Yeah, I gotta say as well, Siad would love to play the D.Va here, obviously. So this might be a bit of a change-up when it comes to the compositional matchup, but it's going to come down to the Hitscan players. It's going to come down to the Symmetra. These teams know each other so well. It's about who can deliver come playoffs time.
Let's find out. This is a match point for Twisted Minds. Can GK tie up the series and go all the way to map 5? Let's find out and send it back over to our favorite flavor of M&M.
Twice in the span of one weekend, Twisted Minds were one map away from defeating GK. Twice! GK dragged themselves back from the edge and took the series away. Right now, the world champions are facing the one opponent for whom a 2-map deficit has become an invitation to play the bloody game.
Series doesn't start until GK is down 0-2.
It doesn't start on map 5 yet.
Yeah, doesn't start until that. So, Route 66 is the pick. It feels like this is like their only option, right? I know what you have Junkertown, Root, and then you also have Shambali in the pool. Shambali would have been really good, I know, for some of the stuff that GK likes to run. It'll be GK on defense. With that Sig ban and the Bastion ban, you now force Quartz to probably play the Soj, right? Get that Sojourn head-to-head.
I think that's probably fine. You might feel a bit more comfortable playing Freya if you're concerned your opponent's going to try and spawn camp. Just play a bit more in your face.
He can play it. We just don't see him do it a lot. Like, you know, even when it was like a really popular pick,
yeah,
he was in EMEA. He was playing more Cassidy.
Very locked Cassidy Soj kind of player. Labda hoping he whom the shadow, or who cast the shadow he stood in, I guess, is going to be on a mirrored pick, and we get the Sojourn battle. So, Labda, another opportunity to distinguish himself. It's someone who seems to earn all the accolades, and maybe that's why Quartz has found an instant pick here on Alpha U. Their first elimination.
We can't even react to really see it, right? What you imagine is that Alpha is playing off of the TP, and he just gets hit with a railgun shot, and then the disruptor shot is on top of it. So the ticking damage just takes him out, but couldn't ask for a better start there for Twisted Minds.
Exactly what they're looking to do. There's really no meaningful amount of time that's bled off of the clock here by GK, and also they've fed a lot of ultimate charge over their opponents. Now, we'll see them play pretty safe on big Earls, Twisted Minds, that is. Just trying to use the sign to break up line of sight and get as much free card push here as they possibly can. It's not that the TVNT wants to commit now, but Ziad really fancies stalling things out. He actually drops down and throws up his dukes, and the rest of his team are just not on the same page.
You know, we've seen this before, right? Quartz just starts to, every fight is, you know, Quartz with a railgun shot on this player, Quartz with a railgun shot on this player. That time, it is Labda, the first casualty. I mean, look, hey, this is what you asked for, right? You got rid of that Bastion and put him on the Sojourn. Get what you wanted. It just may not be the ideal scenario. That is just damage there from the Disruptor shot, and then TVNT just uses Nemesis Form, pushes on up.
I mean, it's such a hard part of the map to play into. That was cute from Labda. But the amount of space that TVNT just created for Quartz there, you're never going to find
these fights, I mean, let's take a look here from TVNT's POV as... Alfie just gonna...
That's exactly what the job description is, by the way.
Yep. This is brutal because these fights have gone so fast, and they're so fast in favor of TM at, like, they haven't been able to build up towards any ultimates on the other side.
Yeah, Twisted Mind's going to have a match Kitsune Rush though now. Ziad does not have Annihilation, and he's not even close. And so TVNT will make use of that particular disparity maliciously.
I mean, they're going to stagger him for a little bit, right? Now you're going to have a massive beat advantage because your Lucio has obviously been alive the entire time for TM, being able to farm it. You're going to be able to get Quartz up on the high ground here with an OC. This is looking like a speed run.
There's a snowball. What happens on Route 66 from time to time. Desperately, GK trying to carve out some real estate for them to play on, but it looks more like a life raft in some choppy seas. They're going to have to drop down and contest because the card is so close to the checkpoint already, and Quartz is looking to play whack-a-mole with anyone who tries to peek out and stop it. Here's the Annihilation from Ziad. He was holding onto it, and it just won't cut the mustard. Not even in the same postcode as that Dijon spread. Brutal stuff. Ziad at least able to find Simple. Labda needs some action here, and he's looking for some against Quartz. He'll take Simple instead, and then he'll have his just desserts.
Yeah, I mean, you still have TVNT here, and he's really healthy.
He's going to win the 1v1, bro. Say it next time.
He's just trying to block his way.
Oh, okay. Great work there by Finn. Probably buffering the input on his swift step to get back in time. TVNT realizes his window has closed. Wait, what?
TVNT actually makes it back to the rest of the team. That's actually a Suzu there that gets dropped. Everybody gets TP'd back by Yubi.
I think he just got insta-nuked trying to jump in on the Vendetta. That is a huge problem. GK have to try and play this in a measured manner, but they've lost their Vendetta immediately, and now they're just in stagger mode. They bought some time, but they fed so much ult charge.
And I mean, above 4 minutes here for Twisted Minds to potentially finish the map. So they're going all out on like sim counter here, right? Maga, you're getting the Vendetta in the mix, but you're going to be like kind of face rolling into a Annihilation Kitsune rush here.
They look uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's been bad.
Alfie's going to find a way in. This is where he distinguishes himself. This is the map. He's got to go big. Misses Yubi with that overhead swing, but still is able to find the elimination. It's just a little belated. And Twisted Minds have simply not stopped.
I mean, Yubi probably feels like he just did his job, right? He ends up kind of getting some value with the damage there of the sim, then kind of dragging the Vendetta away. 2 players fall for DK. Sure, you go in deep, you get that sim, but it's a 3-for-1 trade at that moment in time.
We might be seeing the world champ difference in Overwatch terms unfold before our very eyes. What is that? Kelix and Labda, it's a harebrained attempt to try and take control of the game, but the white knuckle grip on the wheel remains Twisted Minds. And Aquas will just chill, hold this space, control the Mega, and it's a matter of time before that card comes home to roost. New kind of paint, bit of polish, some shine! And the sun shining through the hole that Quartz just poured in their heads. Yuck!
Felix doesn't even give a reaction to it. Because, I mean, those last 3 shots are nutty. I mean...
Defensively speaking.
Yes.
That was poop from the butt.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, defensively speaking, was there a defense?
Poop from the butt.
This, I mean, just getting... look, you're trying to find an off angle here, maybe kind of like moving with your Soja. I mean, this is nasty, right? You know, gets the health pack, denies it, then, that's just so clean.
You sure you wanted that Soja in matchup, Lapta?
I swear, everything perfect.
It's also like, hey, if he can do that, why are we even playing Bastion, right? Like, why are we messing around with it? Tayo's like, bro, I could do that too.
Back in my day?
Back in my day, dude. Sim was, Sojourn was out, bro. That would have been me.
Tayo was running around on the legs. All the Cass.
I mean, TVNT 31-0.
And I want to echo what Funny Astro said there. It was perfect, especially that moment when TVNT pushes up into the choke above Big Earls and just let... I mean, this is Quartz. This system is built to let Quartz just take over the game and win awards. That's the whole point. And TVNT is so dutifully putting his body on the line to make sure that his brother can dominate.
Pharah here, obviously pretty good here. I know about just kind of getting some damage. Conks back. They're going to ditch Sim. They're going to try and do Sim counter strats here with the Vendetta. We've seen a lot of teams kind of go to the Vendetta, have success.
So far, Alpha Sim has just been completely outclassed by the gold standard of Saudi Arabian damage dealers.
Look, I mean, I don't think there's another Sim who's going to outclass Yubi, right? So I don't even think that's like necessarily a hot take. I think that Alfie has the advantage of probably, most certainly, a deeper hero pool than Yubi. They just have decided not to really use it.
Slow going here for GK. Twisted Minds don't go for a really deep sort of early fight, in fairness. And obviously, to make everyone aware, it's Twisted Minds defending. Get that switched over for you. Labda dodging away. Quartz says, another couple years maybe, buddy.
Yeah, Finn takes a railgun shot. He's going to fall here as well, it would seem. But hold on, Kelix doing a nice job. Keep players alive. Nice work by Kelix, bringing it back to the health pack. Trying to make that one interesting. You still had Alfie alive, but he will fall. So like the Vendetta, right, is great against these comps because you can just carve up Yubi. There's nothing he can really do about it. you can get, you know, 2 abilities for Vendetta that have really good, obviously, movement tied to them.
Right, Quartz is just free and easy here. Alpha Yi got dragged down. That is such a nice vortex use there by TPNT.
Yeah, and he was trying to block as well there on the Vendetta, but you're not surviving railgun shots, so.
Are we watching GK Esports bleed out in the town square for everyone to see? It's got to be now. It's got to be this fight. And honestly, it's got to be every single fight after it. With the GK seal of approval on it. It's too slow. Here comes Finn, just to back him up. Get the Katsuna rush up on the higher ground. Make sure Ziad can get contact. But Twisted Minds are going to fold away. Of course they will. Annihilation's there for TBNT, and Quartz delivers another massive elimination. It's Alpha Yi this time going down, and he's still on an uncontested off angle. Here's the Annihilation. The churning Maelstrom collects up GK and will force them to disengage. Lab did not just one up in their head-to-head, but it's a team game. We all know it, despite what your ranked teammates will tell you. And GK have been forced to slow it down again.
Yeah, Twisted just bleeding the clock here of GK on defense as the Vendetta gets to the high ground. You don't have Quartz back in action yet. But TBNT is still here. Simwall, it's going to buy them some space, force back GK. Now Quartz is most certainly going to be back in the action.
Funny Astro up in that corner. Sound barrier. The centerpiece of this next fight. A Sundering Blade could be a problem as well. An early beat here for GK to try and start the fight. Yubi clapped up first, but Labs is down. The Sojourn difference would be exacerbated as Quartz is trying to stay alive, and Yubi comes to his rescue. Eventually he falls, but is the damage done? Funny Astro from a commanding spot notices Kellex slinking away at low health, and Ziad, not so much slinking as barreling the heck out of dodge as he almost got brought down. 30 seconds left. It's do or die for GK. Otherwise, Twisted Minds take the dub that matters.
I mean, Alpha Yi here over to the Pharah, just desperation time. Labda here with the OC does find one. Oh! A huge shot there. Quartz was building up towards his.
Finally, GK breakthrough. It's not even the most costly fight in terms of ultimates. It's Labda going for an overclock. He saved their bacon. Here's the setup, Matt.
Yeah, and you see the slide across there from Quartz, just trying to maybe like wrap around bigger Earls, then uses OC, be a hero one more time for TM, but GK will not go out without a fight. There'll be a TP to the high ground here for Twisted Minds. Alpha has to be so careful. One railgun shot here puts him away.
Here's the overclock from Quartz. He's trying to fold on out of there, but Labs found him. That's a pretty big pick. Perhaps there's a snowball building here now for GK. The time bank disparity is an issue, but it's one that you just need to put in the back of your mind if the attack side. This is good progress, whichever way you slice it, through 66.
I think if you're TM, right, you're just playing to bleed this clock. You finished with almost 3 minutes in the time bank. Really impressive time. You know, you will have Cage Barrage here. You know, you will be able to kind of use this Annihilation while inside of it. So, nice job destroying that TP instantly.
Big barrage there for Funny Astro, thinking that the wall ride might save him. Alfie might have found a comfy spot to be for the time being as TBNT's Annihilation gets himself two. But where the teammates, where's the healing? None of the infrastructure TBNT has been standing upon so far is present. And so he exits with a couple of, I don't know, ego kills.
Yeah, and I mean, you end up using your rush there as well. It's going to be the barrage there from Alfie, takes out Funny Astro, then also finds Yubi on the low ground. Nice direct hit there on the courts. 3 in the fight. Now with TBNT going over to the D.Va, that's going to be like, okay, let's move off of the Pharah because now you get a good matchup with the Sim and also D.Va for the Vendetta, right? The Vendetta can just swing through the D.Va, doesn't care about the defense matrix whatsoever.
Vendetta also just doesn't, you don't want to be on Pharah here with the roof on this room. Stomp comes through, double back here for TBNT into a stun, immediately knocked out of Mech. Okay, something starting to work here. Momentum being built as GK spent this entire attack side spinning their tires. But when they broke through, it was a burst of impulse that gets them back into a reasonable spot. Potentially one more fight left, and GK may have north of a minute in time bank. That makes it doable.
Yeah, and I mean, Astro had beat. They decide not to invest it there to keep TBNT alive. Maybe because they know they're going to make the swap back over to the Ramatra.
Simwall, that's a problem for Labda. He's going to reposition. No, instead the choice is just to disengage away.
All run, yeah.
That's great coordination for GK. They're still going to match beats in the next 5, but UB Simwall essentially is only going to buy some time for the defenders. Here they come again. Alpha Yi in over the top, but who's the target? Telex needs a beat from this corner and gets it off just in time. Labda was looking a little bit lower now. A cage fight here for Ziad, who's caught inside. I see Simple, I see Funny Astro, I see 2 supports that are taken to task instantly. UB falls, while Labda might be out of the picture. Alpha Yi is still running through them, and TVNT is down. Sundering Blade here to cut the victory cake. It's a round win for GK, and they'll take it. 2-minute difference, yeah, that's rough. But this is within the realm of possibility now.
So the Vendetta really strong towards the end of that map. Obviously, the Pharah play from Alfie unlocked a ton in the mid game. I think it's hard for GK because what do you... Well, it's also hard, I think, here for TM because, like, what do you come out with? Right? You want to keep Yubi on this sim, so you're inviting the Vendetta kind of like into it right away, right? And then maybe you just are choosing between the Vendetta or the Pharah, depending on the tank option from TVNT.
This is a heads-up switch for Alpha Yi. Certainly feels like the damage had already been done with that snowball through the second phase of the map. But this time it's Alpha Yi whose flexibility gives you the option for that Firefall, for that Vendetta.
Yeah.
So he's kept them in the game and he exits around with a pretty healthy amount of damage. It's still Quartz I'm looking at though. 40 eliminations, 13,000 points of damage.
Like what, 4K damage better than Labda on the other side, right?
Yeah, you're tracking that stat. Also over Alpha Yi, he has been dominating there. He's looked good as well.
So Twisted on D, nothing too surprising, right? I mean, you know what they're going to play. It's just depending on what TVNT comes out with.
1 minute to play, Matt.
Yep. So with the Ramatra, they decide to play the Pharah here off the rip. So they're going to, like, it seems like what they see at least here is that if it's Ramatra, we're going to go Pharah. If it's Viva, we're going to end up going with the Vendetta.
GK are pinning their hopes on Alpha Yi here, leaving Labda to try and navigate his hit scan matchups and try and keep Quartz busy enough so that the Pharah can get some nice poke damage, can force the defenders back.
And if you're Quartz, you don't want to, I mean, they don't want to end up having to try and play Cassidy, right? Not going to work out for them.
Quartz is too busy trying to deal with the Pharah. Labda's able to find one and get an edge on him. Here's the charge for Ziad, caught in the corner, but still getting reasonable enough healing. He's worried about his backline, and he should be. Fit is very low. Labda's been forced away, and Funny Astro needs not to linger too long. Ziad wasn't able to get the mega health pack, but miraculously, he's able to walk away, run away, alive.
Yeah, the damage reduction there of Maga obviously helping out with the charge. So we're going to get into OT. It is GK, though, who control the top of Big Earls.
Quartz is a little bit low, but he's looking after Alpha Yi, who at the time was also very close to being picked off. Critical health. Up in this high ground, Quartz is going to watch out. Pharah pops up, but he's going to look at the Malga in front of him as well. There's so much to juggle right now as the soldier for Twisted Minds, and still Quartz has found success. Alpha Yi's picked off, Yubi going to be traded, but Quartz is still the man of the moment, and he's in a position to do some harm. Desperately running away is Ziad yet again, brought low, but still alive. The Annihilation is going to complicate that further though, and Funny Astro invests the sound barrier to make sure Twisted Minds can lock it down.
Rains from above. This
It's going to have to be a legendary hold for GK if they are going to extend this series. As you take a look here, Quartz at the end. Oh, such a difficult shot. He makes it look so easy. The hit on Nikelix here, double slide over the top.
Quartz is the only one that can really interact with the enemy Sojourn and the Fire at the same time. Yeah, Yubi's job becomes trying to control the enemy tank. That is really going to overload your bandwidth. Any lesser hit scan player would have crumbled in that scenario.
It's going to be so difficult though. GK on defense, right? Like if you're going to play this Vendetta, Vendetta with a Freya, interesting enough. Like you can only play the Vendetta aggressively, right? You can't just kind of sit back. So you're going to have to take a lot of risks here.
I think the idea is that hopefully Labda can be less of a drag on the healing resources of GK. They can really invest in trying to set Alpha Yi up to be aggressive, find success. You have to play close here. This is going to give you, at worst, 2 fights. If you get any more than that, you're starting to cycle into some very potent support ults. What's simple thinking here on the Zenyatta? Pretty powerful against the Malga, but a little bit vulnerable to dive. He switches off. It's just as well, because I just saw the health bars of Twisted Minds almost disappear, but they found the first pick.
I mean, that's your main source of healing as well. Absolutely cannot lose Finn off the start.
They've got to run in and stagger now. They've got to try and get something, but even a 1-for-1 here is just not good enough.
I mean, could you have lost any player that would have been like worse? I mean, maybe Ziad there at the start, but like,
about as bad as it gets.
Yeah, losing the Kyria Lucio comp instantly is about as bad as could be.
At this point, you can start to forget about stage 2. 2 reverse sweeps in one weekend. It's brutal, but it doesn't matter. These are the games that matter, where the lights are brightest, where the fans are loudest, and when the stakes are highest. 2 minutes for Twisted Minds to basically get this first checkpoint. Even less than that, it is very doable, especially with Quartz creates a path forward for you with a pick on Telex. Lander's not even bothering to look at him right now, and why would you? The sun is too bright as well. Avert your eyes, because Quartz is in charge. Alpha Yee's pummeled into pace, and Ziad is in no man's land. Doesn't know where he's supposed to be. Confused Travolta stuck inside that tunnel. In the dying seconds of GK's claim to glory here in Paris, we'll see Kellex desperately throw himself at the problem. Not a subtle nor effective solution, I must say. Latta tries to step up, he'll give it a go, but that won't be enough either. Twice, Twisted Minds let GK escape. Tonight, our world champions finally finish what they started. Claim dominance in their region once more, and set their sights on another international title.
TM obviously in the regular stage here in stage 2. Not the kings of EMEA. They don't qualify into EWC with that #1 seed. But they are the last EMEA team standing, and most certainly looking to make it back to another finals. Right, our world champions of last year, our preseason boot camp, they were unbelievable. Champions clash and met, not great, but then they still find a way to the finals. I mean, potentially 4 in a row here for TM. Another game to get to that final, but still, they look great. I think one thing they're going to have to contend with, though, moving forward, is we have some pretty gnarly Vendetta players here at EWC. Now, GK didn't really go to it early in the series. They just kind of went to it here towards the end, but it definitely gave them some trouble. I think Twisted Minds is, not seen before, but you think about a team like Zeta or a team like T1, even Weibo, right? Be a really nasty look for them. So, see how TM adjusts to that tomorrow.
Resilience to sim bans, resilience to sim pressure. Still some questions about this team, just like any team that's yet to ascend the dais and sit in the throne. But when it comes to matching those comps, yeah, Twisted Minds have got what it takes. Their fans are very, very happy. You hear them before you see them, marching to the beat of the drum. Let's head down to Ian and Course to give us some closing words.
First things first, these fans down here need to make some noise for your semi-finalists, Twisted Minds! First things first, Quartz. They're shouting MVP. I think they're pretty accurate there. Are you the kings of Europe again?
Yeah, for sure, I think, yeah.
Did you ever leave?
Nope, people just didn't believe.
Look, just before we came on camera here, you said to me that not only do you as a team feel like you're getting back to your best, but you as an individual, the last couple of months, a little bit shaky. Why do you think it's coming back together now?
I mean, to be honest, I had a problem with my mouse and mousepad. Both got lost, so I had to adjust to new ones, and I'm slowly getting back to it.
How proud are you of this roster around you? Because you've been through quite a slump since being the world champions in November. It feels like you're getting back to your best right now.
Yeah. I mean, we always struggled with the new heroes coming out, Mizuki and the Cat comps as well. We needed some time to adjust to them, and we did, and now we're back at the top.
Absolutely, you are. You're in a semi-final. Still a couple of steps to go. The next step for you now is to crush a key. You want to do it?
Let's go.
Let's go indeed, Quartz. This is your moment as you step into the darkness here. I'm sure that we will brighten this place up a bit for you so you can see exactly what you're doing at the Key Crusher with our Key Master here. And for Geeke, this is a tough moment. They started their season breaking expectations. Tonight, their rivals break them. Geeke Esports eliminated. Quartz, come with me. Let's go see your fans. Let's go. Come with me over here. Because these guys have been supporting you loud and proud from the moment that you guys stepped out here. What do you want to say to these guys?
شكرا لكم حبايبي يعطيكم ألف ألف عافية على دعمكم. Thank you all. One second, we're not done yet. Let's go. لا حبيبتين بس كذا يا حبيبي.
2 more steps to go. Weibo in the semi-final. Can you stop them?
For sure, yeah. We've done this in the past. I think we can do it now.
Just lastly from me, look, there's a lot of talk about the club championship as well. If you guys do well here, and I know there's a couple of other games that is looking like you could complete the mission, you could win the club championship this year. You could at least better your chances of doing so. Are you thinking about that?
We could, and I think we will.
You think you will? Quartz, thank you very much, and one more time for Twisted Minds, your semi-finalists here in Paris. They'll be in action again tomorrow.
And a sacred timeline is preserved. There is no top 4 that would be complete without the team that put EMEA back in dominance after so many years of exile. And Quartz here, obviously with some choice words to share. We were always here. People just stopped believing. And honestly, all their games in Stage 2 were close. We look at their seeding, and I think we kind of overblow that they come in as number 3. But these guys are looking, yeah, like it's a race to the top.
And I mean, look, metas are not forever, right? Temporary. They're still able to play a lot of what they're good at. And ultimately, teams can only ban the sim for one go, right? There's a lot of other advantages Twisted Minds can get through that ban process that can kind of empower the things that they like to have in the game, which makes them very difficult to beat, right? You only have one opportunity to do that, to ban the sim. You still have like Reinhardt's in the mix, right? That they kind of play that nobody else can do. So definitely a team with a very high skill ceiling and a specialty that a lot of others can't replicate.
Yeah, it issues a mandate to any team that's going up against them to have something in place for this kind of setup. Here's your bracket here as it stands for our mid-season championship. And we have one final day of play left. We'll see our semi-finals here between Twisted Minds and Weibo Gaming. It's the finest that China has ever produced, going up against your current world champions from EMEA. And then it's a matchup that could be passing the torch, a matchup of succession, or at least renewing claim to dominance. Your OWCS Korea champions, Zeta Division, will go up against T1 to decide that other finalist.
I want to see TM versus Zeta. I think that would be a nutty series. Just 2 teams who, like, they couldn't want to play any more different stuff, right? Zeta wants to play Cat with Ana up in the sky, high octane play. Twisted Minds wants to play methodical map position around the sim. That would be an awesome setup. But Weibo's looking legit, man. I mean, Weibo's like Sunzo's coming in. He's got a 100% map win right here at this event. A really strong player there for Weibo. Obviously a great compliment to Gushui. They're not going to go down easy.
No. And Zeta Division, the team that everyone expects to be here, but T1 are the team that no one thought would be in the top 4. And to do it in such a dominant fashion as well, with a win over Crazy Raccoon, a 3-0. It feels like that team is peaking at just the right time, and it makes it more than just an interesting regional rivalry. It feels like Zeta Division is supposed to be the team at the top, but all of a sudden, a large number of other hats have been thrown into the ring. That's what's in store for you guys tomorrow. And obviously, amidst all of this, the race for the club championship is very much alive. Over at MLBB, we had a series that went all the way to 7 games between Team Spirit and Yangon Galacticos. And amazingly, Team Spirit end up coming out on top. Very relevant in terms of that, because Falcons, Liquid, and Vitality all lost out in MLBB quite early on. Team Spirit now, I mean, that is a serious infusion of points in the scheme of the overall club championship. And you can see, yeah, they're going to be looking scary. They move up to 7th place at 1,200.
Yeah, I mean, and they get that no game win, right? It's just so important for the club championship to be able to kind of qualify and get that. I mean, think about some of these other organizations and clubs, right? You know, VP, they had a really good Overwatch team, and they kind of obviously fell really early. Same with Falcons. Falcons Overwatch team is what allowed them to kind of win that club championship. But look, we have a few of our teams still left in this tournament, Mitch. They're lurking. Weibo,
Zeta Division.
T1. Yeah, I mean, some of these teams, and then obviously Twisted Minds. I know they were a little bit higher earlier, but now that I know MLBB finished, obviously we added those points together. But I know Twisted probably right under NRG there with a win in Overwatch would just kind of shoot them up the leaderboard.
Twisted Minds win here and in Warzone, as we heard earlier today, they would be number 1. So
yeah, look, they're 19th, right? So they get if they were to get 2,000 points out of that, I mean, they're right there up the top.
It doesn't take much to knock you back up into that top echelon. We're still pretty early in the race for the club championship. So there you have it, folks. That's what's happening, obviously, around the context here of the Overwatch Midseason Championship. But for us, for those that are going to be dialed into the Overwatch action tomorrow, it's our top 4. We're going to be seeing, I think, some of the very best Overwatch we've had in quite some time. The metagame is fantastic. It's diverse, and our teams are looking hungrier than ever. So this is Uber and Mr. X signing off. We'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of our Midseason Championship.
Korean. Nothing is granted, everything is earned. And that is pretty poetic to start off the day here. Championship weekend begins now.
A lot of pressure though with the Kitsune Rush now deployed by CJ. Should be good in the HPS department. Terra Surge. Oh my goodness! Minak gets 2 off that.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.